where we let the fuel price move, reduce the subsidies, so essentially reduce the ties between the fiscal balance and oil price. And now instead we provide cash support, but the cash support have to be multi-tiered programs where we have specifically, we help those who are the most vulnerable, the low income groups. And then we have a also broader support, which is kind of done through the co-payment schemes to shore up the ability to the purchasing power of household at large. So that's, I think, spread. We already run the program. About 26 million people sign up to that. It's been running for a month already. But also importantly is also to support the merchants. So we restrict the program so that people who get all the support can only spend on the small merchants. Right. So that the small and micro merchants who are largely cash strapped in need of liquidity get the support first.
Can Thailand put a number on the cost so far of the Iran war?
It's hard to put an exact number now because it's moving and because we changed the regime as well. But if you look at the GDP forecast or the swings in the GDP forecast, you see the number, of growth revisions going down by 0.5%, 0.5 or more. And then when things start to look better, then people start to add that back in. So I would say that's a magnitude of swing that you start to see. Right. In terms of inflation, we have already seen inflation in Thailand was roughly around 0. Now the print is over 2%. So a rapid spike. Thankfully, we came from a very low inflation base. So even after a spike, in terms of number, it's still not a runaway inflation.
So I want to get into some questions about economic competitiveness, but just let's stick with Iran for one more question, which is, we've seen the Strait of Hormuz and the blockages there, and it's become a central issue in this conflict. That's really highlighted the vulnerability of global supply chains. Mm. Do you see, or rather, what lessons could Thailand and other countries in this region learn from that about other choke points? Obviously, we're sitting right off one of the main global kind of trade points. Do countries like Thailand look at what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz and think, well, it could happen here?
Yeah, I think we, as I said, we just kind of shift our thinking around operating systems where we have to think about resilience first. And we not necessarily think about buying everything from the cheapest producers, but also think about the diversification optionality. And I think it highlights also the weakest links that each country may have. And in Thailand, in terms of security, if you look across food, supply chain, energy is one of our weakest link. We are a big net importer of energy, one of the biggest in Asia, roughly around 8% of GDP. We have high energy intensity. That means we require a lot of energy to produce 1 unit of GDP. And I think events like this have highlighted that weakness. And, there's a saying that sometimes you're as strong as your weakest link. So we need to strengthen that. We need to fill that gap. And I think that's also why the direction of policy of the government is to say, let's take this crisis and change it to opportunities to change. We're going to push for energy transition.
Right. So reducing demand in some ways, or at least reducing the growth in demand and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the process, I think there's this is where you can kill multiple birds with one stone, so to speak. One is obviously energy security issues. If you manage to transition to clean energy, of course, it's good for our net zero sustainability goals as well. Yeah. But also, in fact, it's also potentially building a new growth engine in the process. Because a lot of the green economy, whether it's new energy vehicles, solar panels, and related industries, those are areas where Thailand already has some capabilities, and we can build a lot more upon that. And Thailand is in big needs of building a new growth engine. So we're trying to do multiple things in the same effort.
So that's a perfect segue into questions about your economic competitiveness. Thailand, if you look back over the last few years, has actually lagged many of its ASEAN peers. How do you accelerate growth and keep the country or make the country more competitive?
No, it's a great question that we spend a lot of time thinking about that. Of course, you may see from my background, I work in the financial markets before, and I know that Thailand sometimes is seen as a country with pretty good, relatively good macroeconomic stability, but low growth.
Mm.
So we want to change that story to a macroeconomic stability with transformation and new growth engines. And I think to do that, we need to, first of all, increase our investment in the economy. If you look at one of the structural weakness in Thailand is the demographic shifts. We are actually one of the older countries in the region. Our median age, I think, is around 44. To be clear, not saying that 44 is old by any means, but older relative to our neighbors. And so what you need to compensate for that shrinking or stagnating working age population growth is through capital and through productivity. And that's going to come from investment. And that's why one of the important goals for the government is to raise the investment rate in GDP from current rate of around 20 to 23% to closer to 30%. And to unleash that investments, we have three kind of pronged strategy. First is, of course, the public investment itself, but be very strategic in investing in infrastructure that will crowd in the private investors, business investors as well. Second is around FDI. And this is actually our strength. One of the, if you could say, silver lining that's happening is more fragmented world and diversification is that Thailand has attracted a lot of foreign direct investment. Last year, application went up 67%, which is at historic level. And this first quarter alone, it's already doubled. So that's another big opportunities that we can use to translate into upgrading our industries. If you look inside, you will see that a lot of these are in smart electronics, AI-related infrastructure, green economy, bioeconomy. So a lot of the new engines that we want. And the third pillar is a local corporate investment. When we look at the data, we found that actually Thai corporates do have money. They do have capital. That's kind of a lot of dry powder, so to speak. That can be deployed. They just need policy continuity, political stability, and clear policy directions, which hopefully that's what we will provide to them. So these are the three legs of that kind of investment growth story.
In terms of FDI, one of the kind of Thailand's positioning has been strategic neutrality between the various powers. When you look at the US and China and the competition between those two countries, is that strategic neutrality sustainable? In other words, at some point, does Thailand kind of have to choose between those two superpowers?
I would describe it as, we don't really choose which camp, but we are always going to be in Thailand's camp. So we're going to look at first what Thailand needs from the world and what we can contribute. And we partner with everyone. So we seek to be the trusted connector in this fragmented world. And that means we're going to be very pragmatic, but also principled in the way that we partner with everyone. So it comes back to, for example, the FDI. The question we sought to push the boundaries a little bit now is that it's not just about how much money we're bringing in through FDI, but what value will be created, what kind of employment will be created in the country. So we will think more about investments coming in. Can you bring in technology and know-how transfer? Can you create good, high-quality jobs? And can you create the supply chain of SMEs where we connected, providing parts and benefit from this kind of rising tide as well. So once you think about these things, it doesn't really matter too much which country it's from, as long as you can provide what we need for our next leg of growth. That's going to be the key.
Certainly, China has become one of the main sources of FDI into Thailand. Is there a danger ever that you become over-reliant on one country?
That's a great question. Again, I think we think first and foremost in terms of what capabilities we need rather than the nationality of the capital. So as long as it can build capabilities, we are okay with that. Having said that, we also see interesting trends that I think we're still kind of early legs of this, the trusted connector play, because FDI is still coming in, and the source of FDI has somewhat become more diversified. We're seeing from different countries that I've met. I went to the OECD meeting earlier last month, and meeting a lot of potential new investors who are, never actually invested in Thailand before. So I think it's good to have that kind of more diversified investor base as well, even though it's not kind of deliberate policy move.
Okay. So it's great to see some questions coming in. We'll get to a couple of those in a second. I wanted to ask about the Thailand's ambition to join the OECD, which is a stated goal. Beyond prestige, being part of that club, what practical economic benefits would membership bring?
Yeah, I think for us, the government and Dr. Aniti, I think we view it less as a trophy and more as a journey, a commitment of reforms. It's a journey that that getting us there would be very helpful for the economy, and it's a very broad-based exercise. It encompasses, from economics, law, a social angle, environment, everything.
So the country has to go through a whole
country have to go through
reform in many ways to get there.
Absolutely, absolutely. But from economic side, I think at least three things are very important. First is upgrading our regulatory framework. Second is improving governance and transparency. And third is improving the quality of competition, which is, I think, essential for driving innovation, productivity. And all of these three are actually very much in line with what we want to achieve by ourselves anyway. So actually, OECD provide a very useful tools, a commitment that say, here's the standards, here's where I want to go.
Do you have a year in mind at which you think that all those reforms will be carried out to the happiness of the OECD and you can join?
Yeah, I mean, there's the timeline for the OECD. We're starting a technical process now. I think roughly, I think it went on 3 years. But to be honest, for us ourselves as a journey, we want to do a lot of reform as much as possible today. In fact, the government, I think just yesterday, just had another meeting. We set up a joint private sector and a public sector committees to together push a lot of these reforms. And I think this is not just committees which are just talk shops, but actually execution engines for a lot of policies to let the corporate sector lead, and then we see what we can unlock and how we can support them and to push for these reforms together. So we want to get it done as soon as possible.
Okay. So let's go to a couple of questions from the floor. There's a great question here. Are major Asian economies really becoming more independent strategic actors, or are they just finding new ways to balance between the US and China?
That's a great question. I cannot, of course, answer for other countries, but for Thailand, I would say the former. We think first of what we need, what we're good at, and we ask what the world will need, how demand is evolving in the future, and we put the two circles together to find intersections. Where can we contribute? Who we can be in that world? So it's very much starting from that two angle rather than more passive, trying to balance different powers.
I mean, that makes complete sense, but tactically, it must still be quite challenging to balance, in kind of pragmatically to balance these two huge powers, right?
Yeah.
Particularly at the moment.
I think there's because in some ways it helps that the world has become more complex. So there's so multi-dimensional and multi-facets. So I think if you compare it to in the investment world, when you say neutrality about something, it doesn't mean that you put zero position on everything.
Right.
It means that you put positive here, positive there, negative here, but it all kind of balance out as a portfolio level. I think that's how you look at it as well. So there'll be certain areas where it make more sense to partner with certain groups, certain things you partner with others. Hopefully, as a whole, you net it out, and it's still somewhat manageable neutrality, and you can trust and connect with everybody.
Another question here. Which applications of AI do you believe could have the greatest impact on Thailand's productivity and economic development?
Well, that's a great question. So our AI strategy, I think we look at it by asking two questions. We have what we can do in AI world and what the AI can do for you. So the first part is we have this investments in AI-related infrastructure, data centers. So we want to ask as well, are there parts that can be used and upstream to this data center so we can produce? And we do have players like in a industry like photonics, power electronics, memories, PCB, that goes into that. So that's one part of it, and then that's going to be an important part too. But the second part, which I think probably what this question is about, is then what AI can do for you. And I think this is very important to put in context that Thailand, again, is facing demographic challenge. So we're going to have less and less people to work anyway. So in many ways, AI is a good solution if we deploy it in the right way. So I believe that AI will be most powerful when it's deployed in a correct manner in the industry, which is already your strength. So for example, in Thailand would be healthcare. Healthcare would be a very powerful tool. Thailand already have very strong healthcare, wellness, and I would say, if you broaden the ecosystem to call it longevity economy, including food, drug, wellness, everything all together, that's already strong in Thailand. AI will help elevate that to the next level. At the very least, we have shortages of doctors and nurses and caretakers, care economy. That will help increase the productivity of the sectors.
Okay, so thank you for today. Just as we wrap up, one last question. If there's an investor in this room and they're thinking about where to put their money, what's your message from Thailand?
Wow, okay. We are changing from the macro stability story to macro stability with new growth engines. But we can't do that by ourselves. We want to do that and work together, private investors, private capital. And we are all about igniting our investment growth engines. So please come join and help Thailand take to the next level.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for today, Dr. Santitan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon and Minister Santithan. For those joining us on the live stream, I'm Jane Wardell, Editorial Events Editor at Reuters, and I am your host for the day here in Singapore. I have no doubt that we are going to hear a lot more about the role of the impact of the Iran war on energy security, economic resilience, and the role of China investment in the region. Not least of all, when we speak with our second regional finance minister of the day from Malaysia later this afternoon. For now, we're going to broaden our focus from one country's growth strategy to the wider forces shaping influence across the region. To do that, it's my pleasure to introduce a panel of my newsroom colleagues from around the world to discuss how US-China rivalry is redrawing global power, and specifically the new control towers that are emerging in Asia. This Reuters editor's briefing, a hallmark of our Reuters Next series of summits here in London, in Abu Dhabi and in New York, is really designed to take you behind the headlines with some of our most experienced journalists. And because they'll be too modest to mention it when they come up on stage, I'm going to give you a quick bit of insight into the experience joining us here. Over the next half an hour, you're going to hear from a group that includes a Pulitzer Prize winner, a reporter who was embedded with US forces when they captured Baghdad 20 years ago, and one who currently routinely travels with the US President Donald Trump on Air Force One. Executive Editor Simon Robinson, he of the Baghdad reference, will be returning to host the session. To set the scene, we're going to play you a short reel of news footage.
炮弹扑向预定的进发演练，
情报系统
时刻整个在大山和领土完整。
驱护舰、地空导弹。
China, first row. China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation.
But he's a very tough negotiator. That's not good.
中美之间的共同利益大于分歧。
Whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly, and we're going to have a fantastic future together. Incredible. China's beautiful.
是的，还有1000年的树。
Taiwan, he does not want to see a fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation.
Welcome to this Reuters editors briefing. So with me, let's begin with Robin Mack, who is Breaking Views associate editor and based in Hong Kong. Robin, for those who don't know, and you all absolutely should, Breaking Views is our real-time financial commentary offering. Some of the smartest minds in our newsroom, and Robin looks mostly at AI and technology in Asia. Kevin Krolicki is our Greater China bureau chief based in Beijing. Kevin has been based in Tokyo in the past, was our regional editor in Asia, has covered the auto industry from Detroit and other places, and is one of our most experienced journalists. And joining us, thank you, Trevor, from late in the evening, I imagine, in Washington, D.C., is Trevor Honeycutt, who is our White House reporter and routinely travels with the president and will fill us in on the view from Washington. So, news overnight is that the US has bombed Iran again. Trevor, maybe if we begin with you, what's the feeling in Washington right now? What's happening? It's difficult to judge from day to day where the president of the United States is at in terms of the relationship with Iran and the peace deal.
Sure. So where the president is at right now is at a sense that the MOU that was agreed to between Iran and the United States, this kind of thin document that had, fairly vague aspirations for what these two countries were going to accomplish in negotiations. He has a sense that that's not an effective framework at this point, and that it's essentially collapsed. There's not a lot of feeling that the Iranians are serious right now about continuing down the path towards an agreement, and so the president feels like he needs to go back to war to some extent here to bring Iran back to a better place at the negotiation table.
Kevin, let's come to you. We're going to really dig in here to the relationship in some sense that will define this century, which is the relationship between Washington and Beijing. What's the view from Beijing, do you think, on what's going on in Iran?
I think Beijing has been consistent in its response. I mean, they have said, again, that the resumption of hostilities are in the interest of neither party. they're urging dialogue. It's a balance in terms of diplomatic messaging for China, because on the one hand, they want to stand for opposition to U.S. military action and unilateralism. On the other hand, they also have a vested interest in free passage in the Strait of Hormuz. And so you see that in the messaging.
And Robin, from the market's point of view, from an economic point of view, we've enjoyed a few weeks now of less kind of instability, but now it seems to be back. So what are you seeing from Hong Kong and kind of in the worlds that you look at, what are you seeing with the effect of Iran?
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the conversations we've had with, CEOs and investors, their baseline assumption was that this war was going to end by April. And obviously, we are now months past this deadline. It's going to be incredibly disruptive. I think people are just, from Asia, we are looking at the oil prices. We are looking at, how long can the Strait of Hormuz be closed? And it will upend supply chains, oil prices, and the implications, especially for economies that are dependent for energy security, is just, the uncertainty, I think, has just gone up completely. And I think everyone is going to have to remodel all their oil price assumptions and interest rate assumptions based on the current events.
As we saw in the video before this session began, the US president recently visited China. What is the Chinese view, Kevin, on how to manage Donald Trump as the US president? He's an unusual president in many ways. And so the view from Beijing is particularly interesting in how they handle that.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch the montage as we came in, because it's hard to remember sometimes that Liberation Day, the announcement that we saw with the tariffs, so that's only a year ago plus. It feels like a much longer time. And initially in the wake of the Liberation Day tariffs, the messaging from Beijing was really bellicose. It was hearkening back to Korean War era propaganda. But I think you've seen, as China's confidence in managing the relationship and building its own trade war weapons has increased, the diplomacy quotient has increased as well. But I think that's the trend. I mean, it's often said that American firms, maybe Western firms, are good at going from 0 to 1, and China's good at going from 1 to 100. I think you see that in trade war lawfare as well. A lot of the weapons in trade disputes that the United States had developed and used to its own advantage have now been co-opted, redeveloped, and redeployed by China. That includes notable supply chain controls, including rare earths.
Trevor, Donald Trump is a president that likes bending the world to his will in many ways. He looks at Asia and kind of wants, in some ways, a realignment of the various economies around Asia to Washington. Does he think that is working in terms of the competition with Beijing? Does he think that policy is working, his approach is working?
Well, so we've had a bit of a recalibration here, right? So when the administration came in, the attitude was guns blazing, if you will. We had a triple-digit tit-for-tat tariff war with China, and we had an orientation of the foreign policy towards the region that was all focused on getting countries to pick a side, and what we've seen is that strategy has had to evolve because first the president lost a lot of his ability to impose these tariffs in a Supreme Court decision, but then China's weaponization of the rare earth minerals essentially had to push the United States to reconsider, because they were starting to see real powerhouses in the American economy start to panic over where that trade war was headed. So right now we're in actually a completely different situation, which is that President Trump is loath to say anything negative about President Xi or the Chinese government on the record. You just will not hear that language from him. You might hear it from some of his aides or some officials that they still want to be hawkish and tough on China. But just listen to the president's recent commentary. For a president who is extremely bellicose and verbose in terms of the threats that he throws around to allies and foes alike, you really won't hear that kind of contentious language with him when it comes to China. He is extremely disciplined on that subject because he's grown extremely cautious about the risks of that relationship blowing up in this moment.
Let's stick with you for a second, Trevor. I want to ask this question of the three of you. What do you think the biggest misread each side has about how Asia is kind of responding to this rivalry between the two superpowers?
The biggest misread that the U.S. might have around how China's thinking, or the other way around?
Yeah, no. Well, from your point of view, maybe the misread that you see in Washington.
Yeah, so I think at this point, the misread would be assuming that Trump's cautiousness on this issue is a strategic shift as opposed to a tactical shift. Now, what do I mean by that? The president's language around China has changed because he senses that there's a risk right now, specifically around the rare earth issue, specifically around some other issues. We can talk a little bit about nuclear arms. That's a really important one in this portfolio for the president. But he believes that right now the U.S. needs a little bit more time to get its ducks in a row to kind of better be in a position of leverage with respect to China, and that includes getting the Iran issue settled to some degree. So really, there is kind of a tactical recalibration here, but this is an administration that's still stocked full of China hawks, including the person who might be Trump's successor, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who are very, very concerned about China in the long run and want to hem them in.
Kevin, from Beijing, what do you think the misread of you're an American? How do you see things in Beijing?
It's interesting. I think the potential misread of China is the inverse of what Trevor said. In other words, I think if you look at the steps that China has taken to establish chokeholds in the supply chain, and that's rare earths notably, but it also includes other sectors, including solar and potentially even energy storage. But if you assume that those measures are tactical, I think you'd be wrong. I think those are strategic, and they go with a package of other policies that China has developed and increasingly rolled out that provide a kind of architecture for U.S. sanctions evasion. It includes payments in renminbi to avoid dollar-based financial sanctions. So I think those changes, which were rolled out in some cases in a hurry in response to Liberation Day, are here to stay.
Robin, from your point of view, when you look at it, do you look at both countries? You studied in the US, I believe. What do you think that each country is getting wrong about the other?
So, both sides have their own pain points and vulnerabilities and interdependencies. But if I had to really boil it down and simplify it into one sentence, it is the US has the U.S. has chips, advanced chips and chip-making equipment, and China has rare earths. And this is an enduring stalemate. It will take years, if not a decade, for the U.S. to develop its rare earth supply chain from mine to magnet. And for China, it will take decades as well to really crack the Western chokehold on chip-making, advanced chip-making. And I think this kind of underpins this very uneasy truce between the two sides, because there is a bit of a mutual assured destruction if you overplay your leverage. And I think, it is a bit of a circuit breaker to some extent. We've seen kind of the US pull back and China pull back from these issues because of that. So in some ways, it is a bit stabilizing. And I think, it's a bit ironic, but I think that's sort of the one thing that I've noticed that a lot of people are just, when they see the escalation, that there are circuit breakers in place.
Let's just dig into that in a related kind of world, the world of AI. We've seen kind of an increased, this notion of AI sovereignty. The US has been more and more, in a sense, protectionist about exporting some of its models. And even in the last few days, we've had a couple of great scoops about, on the Reuters wire, about the China beginning to do this as well. So talk to us about AI sovereignty, and are we going to end up in a world where China has its models, the US has its models, and what does the rest of the world do?
Yeah, so I think the one recurring theme, I think, is that you have the rest of the world, other countries, other governments that are caught in this crossfire between the US and China, and they are having to straddle this divide. Now, maybe it's because the US-China relationship has stopped deteriorating, that a lot of governments have done a pretty good job managing this. But then with AI sovereignty, I think it's going to be very different. Increasingly, conversations, are pointing towards we cannot rely on the US for tech and AI, but we also cannot rely on China for tech and AI because we don't know when we will be cut off, access will be cut off. And the only way forward then is to develop your own AI stack for a lot of these countries. So India is doing this, South Korea is, and it's going to be very expensive. It's going to be uncertain. But I think this is going to be a big theme and topic that we will see in the coming months and years ahead.
Okay. Kevin and Trevor, I want to ask you a little bit about reporting in your respective capitals and kind of the restrictions around report. Kevin, let's begin with you. The restrictions around reporting in China.
Right.
Tell us a little bit, how is it to be a bureau chief or a reporter in China?
So I think the challenge for us, the challenge for all news agencies really is sorry, I'll just have to tell my mom this is not a good time. Sorry, bear with me. The challenge for us and really all news agencies is that China has certain red lines on reporting, and those red lines are shifting. And more things are considered to be matters of national security. That includes matters of corporate policy and economic policy as well. We're seeing that for a discussion of that in official circles about AI as well. That's the challenge. I would say the opportunity, though, because China is not opaque, not entirely opaque. There are difficulties, but it's not full opacity. Is that China's government says what it's going to do. If you dig into the 5-year plans and the government plans and the procurement documents, China has a very detailed plan for policy. China's government is very responsive to our queries when we ask. That's not true of governments around the world, but they engage with us. And I think there's a lot about what China has said historically about its own policy that hasn't been widely and globally appreciated because of the volume of the work and the language barrier. But I do think AI is an opportunity to change that too.
Trevor, in the US, the relationship between the White House and the various ministries and journalists has changed a lot in this administration. Tell us a little bit about what's it like to be a reporter covering the White House.
Sure, and I'm reluctant to compare myself to the challenges that Kevin faces in any way whatsoever. We do have obviously robust protection, First Amendment protections here for speech and all kinds of other sorts of things that we can rely on as reporters. But we do. This is an interesting and challenging era for us. We do have restrictions when it comes to certain legal questions. Threats against media companies and lawsuits. Things that we did not have, that were not as common before when talking about the government. We have access considerations in terms of how do we get access to government officials. It's not the same as it was years ago. And then, of course, we have transparency concerns around how we're able to get records and these sorts of things. Now, all of that kind of gets lost a little bit because people see the president so darn often. He speaks almost daily with reporters. I can tell you, it's not a rumor. We do all have his phone number, and sometimes he will respond. He'll pick up the phone when he's in a meeting with generals. He'll answer text messages in the middle of the night, and so the volume of the interactions that President Trump has with the press, it can kind of distract from the fact that we also have larger questions in terms of media freedom and access to information that are just as important as being able to talk to the commander in chief.
Kevin, I'm assuming here that you don't have the president of China's phone number.
If anyone does, I'll be in the corner. No, that's an area of reporting where, and I've only been in China for 2.5 years, but my understanding from people who've been there longer is that's an area that has really changed. The ability to talk to officials at a working level about policy, particularly policies that are deemed to be sensitive, and that list is expanding, that's really changed. We've seen a chilling effect even for ordinary people to talk about problems in their daily lives. So that is a real challenge. I mean, we have a kind of rule of thumb now where if we want to find, for example, someone talking about a particular issue that's trending on social media, if we try 50 times, maybe 1 of 50 will be a person who'll be willing to engage. So that's a change.
Let's go to a couple of questions from the room now. Robin, one for you. How has the escalation of US-China competition changed the way Reuters, in your case, Breaking Views, reporting on Asia's economies, supply chains, technology? How has that changed the framing of how you report?
Yeah, I think the US-China relationship is still going to be the most important one in the world. But in Asia, the story has really broadened out. And it's mostly because of AI. So for example, if you look at South Korea and Taiwan, these economies have dominated in hardware manufacturing, which are seen to be quite low value and commoditized. But because of AI, the world needs a lot of chips. They need data center servers, they need racks, they need switches. So now we have $3 trillion plus companies, TSMC, Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix. So the story has really broadened out beyond China. So I think that's just one way that we approach it, is that it's definitely, I went to Taipei, a month ago. It was heaving. Like, I went to Computex, which is an annual trade show. I've never seen so many people at a trade show before. And Jensen Huang was there. He is arguably the world's most influential CEO. And he spent about 2 weeks in Taipei. Then he went to South Korea. And I think it really shows just how vital, these economies and companies are now.
Quick question for Kevin from the floor. What makes it critical to always take the negative spin when reporting US-China? Is there any room for journalism to help the relationship?
Well, it's certainly our intent to always report the objective, neutral, independent version of events. That's critical for what we do. And I think, it's a benefit for companies, for individuals, for people who have to make decisions to understand, the dimensions of the US-China relationship, including areas where that's fraught. And I think China also has an interest in reporting that helps identify economic and social pain points, because if there is one bug in the sort of in the way that China often responds to issues, it's that a response, and you can think of COVID or the real estate housing crisis, the response tends to be later because signals are perhaps missed, and then sometimes when it does come, it's an overcorrection. So that's a short argument for an informed press on the basis of both China policy and US-China.
Okay, so let's finish with you, Trevor. There's a great question from the floor. I think it's a question, Trevor, that you've faced before or heard before. How do you keep up with Trump's incessant output? How do you work out what's real? And does he like you?
I do somehow get this question a lot. On the last point, I don't know honestly whether the president likes me or not. I feel like over the years that I've gotten to know him, I've kind of found a way to be able to communicate effectively with him and to hopefully get a lot of information out of him for our readers. So yeah, I don't actually know the answer to that question, but I do know that he's willing to engage with me, and that's really what's critical important for me as a journalist. As far as how to keep up with it, we have a fairly big team, in DC, just 8 on the White House team alone, and then obviously a supporting crew that's actually dozens of people that help us keep up with Trump literally 24/7. So we always have to have a reporter that's available to be with him physically at any time of the day or night. So we have a lot of staffing around the clock to help us do that. And then also enough people so that some people on the team are able to step away and also do the deeper work of talking to the people around Trump, trying to reconstruct things that are happening out of camera view, and also talking to people who are affected by these policies so that we get kind of a full range of things. But it's not easy. There are days when there are literally 15 different things happening that we think are important. And so sometimes the work is like doing emergency room triage.
Right. Fascinating. Trevor, thank you so much. Robin, Kevin, thank you for today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, Kevin, Robin, and Trevor. As anticipated, that was a fascinating look behind the headlines, including a little popularity check at the end there. A reminder that you can all submit questions for our sessions via the Reuters Events app or on the QR code that you'll see pop up on screen during the sessions. The same uncertainty shaping geopolitics is also transforming the way that companies operate. Geopolitical tension, fast-moving AI adoption, and rising climate threats are compressing timelines and forcing leaders into harder trade-offs. How do companies build resilience, maintain clarity, and keep moving? To answer those questions, please welcome Godelieve van Doren, Chief Executive Officer of Marsh, Southeast Asia and Singapore, in conversation with Josh London, Head of Reuters Professional. This session is in partnership with Marsh.
Good morning, Godelieve.
Good morning.
And good morning to all of you, both in the room and around the world. We're pleased to be with you today. We heard from Thailand's Vice Minister of Finance this morning about how he's thinking about macroeconomic changes in the world. Marsh is a global leading professional services firm across risk, strategy, and people. Just to set the stage, $27.5 billion US dollars in revenue, 98,000 employees. And so you certainly have a view of the world that few others have. So far, we've had an eventful year in geopolitics, to put it mildly, with wars and new conflicts dominating the headlines. Currently, geoeconomic confrontation tops the risk agenda. What scenarios do leaders need to prepare for as they set strategy during such tumultuous times?
Big question to start with, right? So the good thing is that, Joshua, everyone talks about geopolitics, right? And the bad thing is that everyone just talks about geopolitics without maybe planning properly for some of the changes that are coming. And I think that's what we advise a lot of companies on, is how do you have this myriad of risk not only geopolitical, but also from a supply chain perspective, from an AI perspective, from a people perspective, to really do some of that testing, right? Because quite often what you'll see is that companies planning maybe for those black swans, right, the one-off events, where there's quite some pressing issues which were addressed in the opening talk around aging population, around AI, right, which should really be staring you in the face like a grey rhino, as they say, that you need to address. So I think that's first and foremost, right, is prioritizing relentlessly that you need to do.
Thinking about what strategies leaders should focus on for setting that, what scenarios, rather, that leaders need to focus on when setting strategy. Yeah, Mark, good. What areas come to mind? You mentioned an aging population and AI. Are there others that come to mind?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, and I think it was mentioned, globalization. Yes. We can forget about that, right? So fragmentation is the new reality, and that comes with stress testing how some of these conflicts will play out, right? And really putting time frames and trade-offs as to where you're going to invest or not invest. So I think that is a very key one that we see emerge. And then there's the planning around AI disruption, right? I think that's another one that will come up, or climate change, which is one that also is being addressed during one of the sessions today. So yeah.
So you advise a lot of boards and chief executive officers. Yeah. What do you think the minimum viable playbook that boards in Asia expect for, let's say, supply chain rerouting or renewed logistics capacity? How does the chief executive plan for that board discussion?
If I'm very honest, right? So board in principle has three key tasks, right? So first and foremost, it's governance, compliance. Second would be around performance of the management and how to advise. And the third one should be future-proofing an organization.
Yes.
And what we'll find with boards in Asia, but also around the world, that probably 70 to 80% is spent on compliance. Mm-hmm. And that is not enough to address some of those longer-term needs.
Yes.
And I think the biggest challenge is in the direction of going for efficiency, cost efficiency, competition, actually to be sustainable in the longer run, right, and to future-proof your organization. You may need to make decisions that impact your short-term earnings for a longer-term resilience play. And that is difficult, depending where your headquarters is.
Yes. I think digital infrastructure is a good example of that. It's become another flashpoint with governments increasingly being protective of their technology ecosystem.
Yeah.
So I wonder how that risk is being built into strategic plans.
Not enough. I would say that data and digital is probably the next trade barrier.
Okay.
And I think a lot of executives and management still feel that data is borderless and digital is borderless. It isn't. And if you see increasing efforts from governments to protect, right? To protect the data sources, to protect the AI. Yep. China's a known example, but you see it elsewhere too. In Southeast Asia, a lot of governments will discuss it. So how data and digital can flow freely is a big question. Mm-hmm. So then in your scenario planning, if that's something you know, how can you build a IT ecosystem that allows you to switch? And again, that's an upfront cost that you don't want to make, right? Because basically we've been spending a lot of our efforts and energy building global infrastructure.
Yes.
And that may no longer hold, which is an additional cost for organization. But what's the other option? And I think it's about testing that and foreseeing that. And even when people talk about AI, what AI do you mean? Yep. There is different forms of AI out there already, right?
I'd like to pick up on that. So AI-driven automation is advancing faster than markets can adjust. It's an exciting time, but it's a challenging time.
Yeah.
How do you think the leaders in Asia are prepared for large-scale workforce disruption?
Well, maybe I could say the same thing about AI as geopolitics, right? Everyone's talking about AI, good, but the bad thing, we're only talking about it. So the the notion of what AI can do, I don't think is known in many boardrooms or executive levels. Maybe a harsh statement, because sometimes people still say, "Oh, do we do AI?" But basically, AI can do whatever you can imagine. That is, it's not about the tech; it's about the work that you want to do. So what we say when we advise boards and executives is, don't worry about the tech stack. That will go faster than you'll ever imagine. Start think about what type of work you want to continue to do in your organization as humans. It's a far more interesting starting point. Just if you think about it, right? So AI will really democratize knowledge.
Yes.
And therefore, power will be much deeper in organizations. It will be everywhere because everyone's going to have access to those tools, that knowledge. So what is it then that separates you from your competitor? If it's so widespread and we can all have access to it, what is it that makes your organization unique? And then you really need to start with the human element, as well as moving away from some of that linear discussion, AI will disrupt jobs. No. AI will disrupt tasks, not jobs.
I think that's right, that it's not a solution in and of itself. It's both an enabler and an accelerator, but the business fundamentals remain. But what you speak about hints at a broader labor readiness gap. Even before AI disruption, many markets were already tight on talent, especially in advanced tech sectors. Now that gap is widening further, and AI-intensive sectors are struggling with specialized talent shortages. How are business leaders in Asia dealing with that skill shortage and thinking about the future of their workforce?
It's interesting you say that, because skills shortage have been a theme in Asia way before AI. I think because there's always been disparity between quality and quantity of talent, right? So we have markets where there's ample supply of people, right, but may not match with the skills that you need. And Singapore is a good example where there's a very high skilled labor force, but it's fairly small, right? So how you address that has always been an evergreen. What I think is changing is that some of that really deep technical expertise may actually be disrupted the most. And it should be more, I think, the leadership softer skills that are getting more demand. As we always say, like, the soft skills will demand the hard dollars. Because if you start to reason back and you say, okay, I want to make certain work more human in my organization, and I want to differentiate by not problem solving, because that's what AI will do, but problem seeking, you're actually looking at a very different skill set that you never had to source for. And I'm not sure if we're prepared for that just yet.
It's an interesting moment for leadership globally and in Asia. You've got 4 generations of employees in the workforce, but now you've also got AI itself and agents. And so last year at Reuters Next New York, Joe Deppa, the CIO of EY, was talking about a different type of management, managing people and hiring for different skill sets, as we just talked about, but also managing agents and onboarding agents, managing agents alongside humans, and then eventually retiring agents. And so I wonder, when you think about all of these shifts, it seems to demand a different form of leadership than we've had before. So you just talked about soft skills and problem seeking. I think that skill set in some ways has to identify growth opportunities in volatile times, guide organizations through this human-machine hybrid, if you will, which is a sort of overwrought way of saying that we're going to be AI accelerated and enabled in a way that we haven't before. How are you finding that leaders that you advise are retraining to adapt? And you mentioned soft skills as the executive skills that matter a lot. What other skills do they need to develop that maybe they haven't had to before?
Yeah. It's an interesting one, because I think for decades we've been training managers for a VUCA world.
Yes.
And now it's about BANI, right? Brittle, anxious, non-linear, and I love the last one to top it off, incomprehensible. So there you go. But I think in the last 2 letters of BANI, there's some real takeaways, right? Actually, maybe in the first two, right? So if there's lots of anxiety, leaders need to be trained for more emotional skills, right? Because you can imagine leading a workforce that is disrupted by, it feels disrupted by agents, they're taking my job, what's happening in the world. So that you'll need to address, right? Otherwise your workforce runs away from you. But also the linear thinking, because the world is non-linear. So we've been trained as managers, when X happens, then we do Y.
Yes.
And I think now it's building that myriad of options and scenarios that we discussed earlier. So I think that's another skill set. And the incomprehensible nature. The sheer amount of information and disinformation coming our way is shocking and will only increase. So we highly rate a skill that we call the art of sense making. So your ability as a leader to work with enormous sets of information, because that's what AI does as well, right? The output, not only of Mr. Trump is a lot, but AI in general, right? Just keeps on increasing. So being able to filter that and bring that down is critical.
The pace has certainly quickened, and you hear often that the pace will never be this slow again, which is in fact a daunting prospect for us as leaders. But knowing how to make these decisions quickly with incomplete information is something that leaders have had to do for their whole lives. I wonder, you told me earlier that one of the themes that you've been seeing is the difficulties that executives are facing managing two very different challenges: short-term pressures, and then of course a long-term strategy. AI has made that come to the fore more than perhaps any other dynamic. How are you helping them balance the two?
Yeah, it's one of the biggest concerns that comes through our research, right? So we produce global talent trends, as we call them, and also global risk reports. And one of the biggest risks there is that executives realize that their management is struggling with that. I think over 80% mentions that as their biggest concern, to your point. And what is very interesting in Asia, I do see different streams emerge. I mean, there are, of course, the US headquartered firms like ourselves, very focused on quarterly results, on driving the short-term outcome here and now to free up investments for later. But then there are lots of firms here in the room that are Asian headquartered, and they have a different ownership structure, or may have boards where decision making is more centralized, and there you see a bit of a longer term play. So again, it's dangerous to say what's happening in Asia because you have all these streams at the same time.
Sure.
But I think what is key in able to balance between long and short term is that from a board level and from a senior management level, there comes that trade-off, the willingness to say, I'm easing off on some of that short-term financial efficiency play into investing into resilience longer term.
Yes.
And, there are some real examples where short-term directions, right? So you're building a beautiful factory next to a river, only to find out that the river is going to dry up and you need to move your factory again. So you were very short-term, but you're not looking at the long-term implications. So I think it's that constant trading of what you want now and later, and that's hard. Yes. That's really hard.
It is hard.
Yeah.
We have a number of questions from people in the room. I want to ask you a personal question first, if I may.
Yeah.
How are you factoring all of what we discussed into the way you lead? What changes have you brought to your personal leadership style?
I think moving much more to being a steward rather than a boss.
Steward rather than a boss.
So imagine this, right? So we call these beautiful people from Marsh working really hard. Again, we're a US headquartered firm to manage results, right? So imagine them as cars driving 100 kilometers an hour on a highway, right? And they're all pushing really hard. And then this thick fog all of a sudden pops up. That's the world, right? Because at any point in time, something can happen. Now, there are two ways to respond to that, right? Because obviously, we're not going to tell them, go faster, right, in that thick fog. That's very unwise. But there is a very natural tendency of management, which I try to resist, to tell them, stop, there's fog, but anyone have driven on a highway with fog, if you stop, it's a guaranteed car crash, right? You need to keep on moving. So it's about continuing to empower people also when situations get very difficult. And that's why I call stewardship.
Yes.
Is that you allow, when things, especially when they get difficult, moving the decision-making very close to the ground and deep into the organization. Otherwise, there will be a car crash. Yeah.
Excellent. From the audience, across Asia, countries are at different stages of AI adoption. In your view, what should each country prioritize to accelerate AI adoption? And which successful examples from other Asian countries should be replicated? We might not have time to address every Asian country, but maybe we can talk about some.
I think some countries that adopt a little bit more than others, but I think generally speaking, I can't really announce winners in Asia, if you will. So I think we were all experimenting with it. And I think there is a difference depending on the type of industry is sitting in that country and cost arbitrage. Because at the moment, and this maybe should not be the case, but A is a lot about cost, right? Saving cost. And therefore some countries are not as have not adopted because of the labor cost. So if you take a country like the Philippines, it's still cheaper to run a big voice center in the Philippines than to implement agents for voice.
Sure.
So therefore, from a cost perspective, it's not as adopted maybe as in a country like Hong Kong and Singapore, where there are labor shortages already. Yes. So I think a good proxy is looking at the industry and looking at some of the cost arbitrage. But disruption will come, and I love to also look at some of the examples of voice centers. There's a Swedish company, I think it's been in the news quite widely, who have sort of removed a lot of their agents, saved $70 million. Only to find out that the client satisfaction went down drastically. So you see a bit of hit and miss, some good lessons from AI emerge. And my personal favorite example is a company in Hong Kong who have given up a board seat of their investment committee to AI.
Yes.
And the AI, and people get a bit scared, so don't worry, it doesn't have voting rights. So I think that's usually calms everyone down. But it does the real-time insights on investments as the board discusses. And it's extremely powerful because it's not as biased as humans, and therefore helps to keep the conversation really factual, real-time, and checks in on bias on investment decisions. So that's, for me, is a great example of what it could do.
It's a fascinating example. I was speaking to the Minister of AI for the United Arab Emirates, who, as you know, has a cabinet member, an AI cabinet member in every cabinet now, to help with that real-time decisioning. So similarly, I don't think there's voting rights, but what are the implications of a contemplated decision? How can AI help facilitate that meeting instead of having to go back for follow-ups and speed that up? But to your point, AI is not a strategy in and of itself. It's an enabler of one, and I think that's right. Our last question, and it's a quick one. Do you believe that AI is a creator or destroyer of value?
I'd still go for a creator. I would still go for that. With all the changes that we're seeing, and it was just beautifully said by Vice Minister of Finance, aging, creating new ways. We're all going to live longer. We all need to work longer. I think we can all need some help from AI. And for anyone who's worried in the room, if by the end of the day you're washing your hands, you're safe. Why? Because either you're working in a physical job and you need to wash your hands, or you've been shaking a lot of people's hands and you are a good relationship manager. So for those of you, wash your hands at the end of the day, you're still in a job.
We'll leave on that optimistic note. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Godelieve and Josh, so much to unpack from that conversation and some great audience questions. Just on that note, we're so delighted to have so many of you in the room. There are a few people standing at the back. Please do come forward. If you have seats next to you, please get friendly, squish over, and make sure we've got room for everybody. Thank you. Our next conversation turns to travel, one of the clearest indicators of returning demand, cross-border mobility, and Asia's growing influence on global connectivity. Our next guest leads one of the world's largest online travel companies, a business that sits at the crossroads of consumer confidence, economic growth, and cross-border connections. This conversation is being hosted by one of my newsroom colleagues. A reminder that all of these conversations follow the Reuters Trust Principles, the North Star of all our reporting. This means no questions are agreed in advance and nothing is off the table. This is live journalism happening in front of you. On that note, please welcome Trip.com Chief Executive Officer Jane Sun in conversation with Reuters Senior Correspondent Panu Wongcha.
Glad to have you with us, Jane.
Thank you.
I guess we'll start off by saying, what are the biggest changes you're seeing in how people travel in 2026?
We have seen very good trends in our numbers, which we called 3Ds. The first D is new discovery. People have shown great enthusiasm and curiosity to discover the new rising destinations. So we have seen people have been to Antarctica, Argentina, South Africa. These places are so far away, but it becomes more and more popular when the government does a great promotion for their destination. The second D is diversity. So people are traveling not only to visit relatives, to work, but they have shown great interest in many things. For young people, they like to do shows, sports. For old generation, they like to do cultural in-depth. The third D is in-depth travel. So people are no longer going to go through 3 countries in 2 weeks and take photos and sleep on the buses. Rather, they select one destination and go in depth. We were trying to host our co-workers from UK, and we put together a very nice agenda. And there is one afternoon, it's up for them to choose. What did they choose? They choose to learn how to cook Chinese food. So that's a new rising trend, the 3Ds: discovery, in-depth, and diversity.
Now, we'll get back into the trends in a bit, but of course, this year alone, we've seen a lot of disruptions, and I want to ask you about that first. We've seen trade tensions, we've seen geopolitical conflict continuing to reshape global economy. What are the impacts of that on travels that you're seeing and also flows between major markets?
Sure. I always say in the travel industry, we do our best to forecast the trend and prepare our team for the rise of the travel volumes. However, there are 2 things we cannot control: God and government. So COVID is, disease. For 3 years, it was very long. However, we can control how we react to these kind of disasters. So I remember during COVID, our philosophy is customer first, partner second, and Trip.com the third. When we got to know the border was closed, millions of customers already paid airlines and hotels money to travel around the world. And it was during the New Year's time. But the refund was not back to us, and then we can give it back to our customers. So we work with more than 10 banks, and we made a decision to advance refunds to the customers. So cumulatively, we bought almost 20 billion RMB, which is about $6 billion USD, to advance the refunds to the customers. So now business is back. Customer remembered what you did during this disastrous events, and they come back to you with more trust. The second thing is our partners. Many of our partners were running very short of cash. So we established a 2 billion partnership fund to help small and medium-sized partners with their cash flow. So now business is back. These partners all would like to list their products on us. And the third one is Trip.com. I remember we had about 30,000 employees. And when I was looking at the income statement, the revenue was dropped down to zero. So we had to make a decision, what do we do? So our chairman and I volunteered to our board that we would take zero salary until industry recovered. Our VP made a volunteer cut for 50% of their income to support the operation. And as a result, more than our employees worked 5 days and took 4 days pay or 3 days pay. So that spirit, we are one team, we are weathering the storm together, enable us to survive these kind of uncontrollable events. And now, during the Middle East crisis, 2 minutes after the news broke, after our team know there was a war in the Middle East, in 2 minutes, our team reached out to the customers in that region, moved them to the safe hotel, offer hot meal to them. The very next day, if the flight is still available, we'll make sure these customers, if they want to go back to their home country, we help them to do that. So we cannot control what happened, but we can control how we serve our customer during these crises.
And what does that mean for demand? I mean, I think early in the year, before the crisis in the Middle East, we see an uptick in demand, but since then, what has it been like? What was this Trip.com data tells you about demand?
Sure. We just released earnings. In Q1, we did a very good job. The top line growth was more than 17% year-over-year growth. So the rapid growth around the world with a very big base is quite impressive. However, starting Q2, the war broke in Hormuz. Oil price increases, which impact the aviation industry. A lot of airlines are reducing the long tail flights, which cut the availability for people to travel into the long-tail destinations. And also, when oil price increased, airfare also increased. So that impacts consumers' spending ability. So we're very much looking forward to a smooth and peaceful solution, which will be very good for the travel industry.
I think that's a good segue to one of the questions coming from the floor. The one about as U.S.-China tension persists, are you seeing lasting changes in travel patterns, visa policies, or consumer willingness to travel across borders? I think, I think it's an interesting question.
Sure. When we look at a travel destination, there are a couple of important elements we need to consider. The first one is whether or not there is a free visa. How simple, how easy to apply for visa. So many countries, such as your home country, Thailand, give free visa, and that makes travel much easier, because lots of customers are busy if they want to make a last-minute decision. If visa is for free, that's one element, one hurdle less to be considered. The second one is direct flight. If you have direct flight, people can save time not to switch and wait in the transit airports. That's also important. The third one is how safe and stable these destinations are. So the more safety we can assure travelers, the better. So travel brings people together, and our mission is, while we are sending people far away, we are bring them closer. So travel is a way to bring people together, to enhance international exchange and promote global peace.
Talking about travel and destination, I mean, what are some of the destinations that are seeing strong growth this year? And maybe can you explain some of why they're interesting and so on?
People in Asia are very curious. I think we were taught by Confucius for 2,000 years that it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. So for many parents, traveling is learning for their children. That's why we have seen people are so curious. In the north, people are very interested in going to Iceland, Finland, Norway, Greenland. In the south, people travel to South Africa, Argentina, Antarctica, Colombia, Brazil. These are so far away from Asia, yet people have shown great interest in the Asia. Kazakhstan and also Uzbekistan also got a lot of attention.
And on the supply side, I think, over the decade, we've seen that China travelers outbound Chinese travelers are among the biggest. What are the trends, of Chinese outbound travels and sort of, can you maybe compare to their behavior maybe before the pandemic and so on?
Sure. We have seen good trends, which we called 3 E's. The first E is event plus travel. So young people are very interested in going to events after COVID. They're interested in going to Taylor Swift shows, J. Joe's concerts, now the football games in America. So we have a Baby Tiger program just to tailor these packages for young people. The second E is elderly friendly, because in China, the retirement age is quite young. Between 50 to 60 years old, people can retire. And this is the generation after China opened the door, they made quite good money. They're healthy and they're eager to travel. So what we do is we work with hotels around the world and destinations around the world. These people are not time sensitive. They can go during the slow season if the hotels or destinations give them a good deal, a good package, and they can stay longer to fill in the gaps for our hotel partners. So we work with our global partners to make sure we bring the elderly people during the slow season to increase the occupancy rate. The third E is emerging market. So if the government wants to promote a new destination, we are very willing to work with them to bring KOLs, to shoot nice videos and put on our site. Because if it's high quality, if Trip.com promotes these destinations, people will go. So these 3 E's are the trend we have seen. And these customers have very strong buying power. In 2024, the spending power was overseas was about 250 billion, which is number 1 in the whole world. So we work very hard with our destination partners to make sure it's friendly with these targeted group to have very attractive packages for them.
And beyond China, in particularly in Asian markets, I mean, what are some of the growth you're seeing in terms of outbound travels?
We have seen very good results for Trip.com growth. The growth was above 60% year over year. People start to travel intra-Asia. So people, within Asia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, these are all very popular travel destinations, intra-Asia. And then also before the war, the Middle East becomes very popular. We established our Arabic language. The growth was 3 digits in the GCC country. Now we are hoping the war can have a good solution, so people start to travel back and forth. And also in Europe, people, it's so rich in history, in culture, in arts. So that, Europe always have very good attractions for people in Asia.
I think I saw a question from the floor that took my interest on revenge tourism. Has driven a strong rebound in travel across Asia post-COVID, right? But looking ahead, do you think this is a temporary surge, or does it signal a lasting shift in how people travel and choose destination? And also, if I may add the conversation we had earlier about, is it a long-term planning or like a quick, trip decision? I mean, what are some of the things you're seeing from the Trip.com side?
Sure. So after COVID, we have seen young people or elderly people, rather than buying luxury products, they rather to allocate more budget for travel. Because during COVID, it was difficult. Many countries were locked down. People appreciate the freedom and ability to travel around the world. The second thing is that I was with some of the entrepreneurs in the Silicon Valley. They feel that with AI, the productivity is increasing. So in the future, it's very likely we only need to work 4 days a week or even 3 days a week. The extra time we have, most of people will be using those extra days to travel. So the addressable market for travel will be doubled also. So we're very positive in the long run, but hopefully we can control these regional wars and bring peace to the region.
We have a very short time left, but I see the question, but also, you mentioned also just now about AI. So there's a positive side and the negative side about, AI deepfakes and scams. Maybe if you can give a quick comment on this, AI on both the positive that you just mentioned earlier and also this idea of scams. What were some of these issues that you're of your concern?
Sure. So for any new technology, when it's moving so fast, there will be pros and cons. But overall, we feel AI is going to be empowering people's travel. We have seen very good results when we implement AI in 4 areas. The first one is users' experience. For example, in the past, when you look for a nice hotel, you need to put in very short keywords: 5-star hotel, 2 kids, swimming pool. And then the algorithm will pop up with some search results. Now it's very easy. You can say, I want to stay in the city center, but not too noisy. I want to have 2 children with a swimming pool. I want to be close to the Discovery Museum, but walking distance to the promenade. Now you can think wildly, just have a conversation with our AI bot, AI agent called Trip Genie, and our system will use your travel pattern, what kind of hotel you like, and give you very accurate recommendation. So the user's interface is being enhanced. The second one is productivity. Our engineering team were using AI to do coding, to do product development. So they are becoming more productive. The third one is customer service level. Using AI, we're able to launch multiple languages, giving excellent services to the customers around the world. So that's going to be enhanced as well. And lastly is the content generation. We used to spend lots of manpower to generate videos, audios, and pictures. Now with the support of AI, we can be more efficient. So overall, we feel it's very positive using AI.
Well, Jane, we're out of time, but many great conversation. Thank you for having, being with us.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you, Panu. I'll be attaching a clip of Jane's comments to my emails to my bosses, asking them when my 3-day working week kicks in. We're now going to go to coffee and networking. A quick note that we're also kicking off our workshop sessions. If you've signed up for the Marsh workshop, please head directly to workshop room 1. We also have 2 workshops that start right after the coffee break. The AI Executive Circle will be in the boardroom for those who are registered. We also have a workshop on AI that is open to walk-ins in workshop room 2. Spaces are limited and it's on a first-come, first-served basis, so please do head there. I also wanted to add a quick note, going back to our editor's briefing. If you see Simon, Kevin, or Robin around in the break, please do go and have a chat with them. As you saw, they have many fascinating insights to share. So in the meantime, enjoy coffee and a chat, and the world stage will resume in 20 minutes for a conversation with Hong Kong Investment Corporation CEO Clara Chan. back. I don't think I'm ever not amazed by watching that brief recap of Reuters history. Welcome to everyone in the room and to the now more than 1 million people watching us on the live stream. We're now heading into discussions around economy and markets and begin with the role of public capital in shaping long-term competitiveness. As governments across Asia are taking a more active role in markets, public investment is being increasingly used to accelerate innovation, build strategic sectors, and connect policy ambition with private sector execution. To discuss all this and more, please welcome Clara Chan, Chief Executive Officer of the Hong Kong Investment Corporation Limited, in conversation with my colleague, Reuters Asia Finance and Markets Editor, Sumit Chatterjee.
Hope you are all feeling refreshed, and welcome, Clara. Great to have you here today. Let's start with the topic which has been talked about in almost all these panels earlier today, which is geopolitics, and it's mainly a result of how quickly things change over the last 24 hours. On that topic, HKIC was set up 4 years ago. So in many ways, it was baptism of fire for you, because that's when the geopolitical tension started gaining momentum and having its impact on the financial markets, investment deals, etc. How have you navigated the geopolitical tension so far, given your very recent experience over the last 4 years?
Well, first of all, thank you, Sumit, for the great question, and thank you for having me today. To put the question and my answer in context, perhaps me first start with giving like a very, very brief overview of what the HKIC is and what the HKIC does. Set up by the Hong Kong government a few years ago, we are charged with a due mandate to generate financial return in the long run, of course, by the investment. And at the same time, also contributing to the future development of Hong Kong, like bringing in new industries, upgrading traditional industry with good vitality for Hong Kong's society and the society and also the economic development in the long run. So with that, we first started off being very cognizant of the fact that we are long-term capital, meaning that we could pick themes, we could pick partners and investments which could transcend cycles and generations. So putting that in context, we already invested in more than 200 companies. Right. And in terms of the real numbers, in the annual report of 2025 that we are going to release, we will be showing an audited number of since inception IRR of double digit. So I think what this tells you, given the relatively short history of the HKIC in the midst of geopolitics, is that when you see uncertainties, challenges around the world, so those could mean actually different things for different institutions. For long-term investors, patient capital like us, those could present pretty good opportunity because of particularly two dimensions as we see on the ground. One is capital flow. Long-term investors like us always focus on high growth, high impact trends and companies. And this is where we see a lot in our part of the world in Asia, including in Hong Kong and Chinese mainland. AI, robotics, and a lot other. So that's one thing. We do see capital flow in Hong Kong and also through Hong Kong in Chinese mainland for investment. Mm-hmm. The other key trend, I always say that for future development and economic growth, people, that is talents, younger generations, super core in terms of the whole game. And we do see a lot of good flows of high quality talents to this part of the world. So I think that formed a very good basis, despite our relatively short history in terms of the relatively solid footing, in terms of the portfolio growth, in terms of the return numbers that we are generating.
Right. You said your 2025 annual report will be out very soon, and I took a look at your 2024 report, which says that mainland China accounted for 62% of your investment capital. First of all, the first question is, has that changed much in 2025? And the second question is, given your exposure to mainland China, how do you kind of balance the need to invest with the geopolitical tension and Sino-US tensions, especially in the hardcore technology sector?
Well, in terms of the geographical exposure, it actually is depending on the types of companies and the themes we pick. And if you look at our entire planet, the entire mandate, we focus a lot of innovation and technology, which of course is a very broad term.
Right.
But why we believe in that is because we believe innovation and technology is what is shaping the future, what is disrupting the status quo for the better. So with that, we pick 3 key themes: hard and core tech. We also believe in biotech and health tech, and last but not least, green tech and new energy tech. If you look at all these themes, when we look around the world, being a global investor, we see a lot of high growth, high impact teams and companies originated from Asia, particularly Chinese mainland. And that's how, from a bottom-up perspective, we had more exposure to Chinese mainland. But this pie chart and this exposure is actually very agile, because I could share with you that at different stages, we have different priorities, even for hard and core technology and deep tech like AI. At first, we focus on investing in AI large language model, because that's upstream and that has platform value that enables the other midstream and downstream AI company to grow. But after setting up our strategic roadmap and landscape for LLM, we basically pivot towards a lot more on the infrastructure, midstream infrastructure and application side. So you do see quite some companies on robotics, what we call embodied AI, in our portfolio, also graduating, meaning that they're also getting listed in Hong Kong. I think so that's actually a very agile number. But at the same time, we do see more and more exposure to rest of world. We place a lot of emphasis on partnership because we believe in getting the cream of the crop partners and people from around the world. So that's why I'm here today. I always believe in forming more partnership and also telling the HKIC stories to different people on the basis of which we could grow partnerships together.
Right. So based on your assessment, and I'm sure we will see those details when your 2025 annual report comes out, but based on your assessment as of now, how do you see that mix changing of investment capital in terms of geographies? Do you see mainland China coming down a little bit as you kind of look for investment opportunities outside of mainland China?
Well, compared with the 2024 report, which was announced last year, from then to now, even before the 2025 annual report publication, we already had some public information share. So with that, because of what I mentioned in terms of the upstream, midstream, downstream type of planning and execution, we see a slight increase in terms of the rest of world portion. But that's very agile. I think compared with the time where we have a cutoff of the data for the 2025 report, fast tracking maybe 3 months from now. So those could also be a change.
Right. I'll come to the rest of the world topic in a bit, but just one last question in geopolitics. Just a couple of days ago, Reuters reported, citing sources, that the Chinese authorities are considering curbing or putting restrictions of access to advanced Chinese AI models. Not just for the models that are already out, but even for the models that will be out in future. And they're also considering some access to overseas funds in these companies. What does it mean for you? How do you kind of see yourself doing this tricky balancing exercise of investing in mainland China, but at the same time partnering with or potentially raising overseas capital, foreign capital?
Well, we actually think that Hong Kong is having the best of both worlds because we are part of China. We have one country, two system. We are also an international financial center. So being an insider and also a long-term investor, we have all sorts of different information, capital market infrastructure to play to our strength. So to your earlier questions, if we look around the world, we do see different governments having in their own mind different priorities and plans. For us as a long-term investor, very, very frankly, what is most important is whether the relevant government is showing to the world, to the market, that they have a clear vision of what they're going to achieve. If there are particular initiative, policies, regulations that are aimed to be put in place to make sure that there is a level playing field, it is longer growth, reasonable opportunity for international investors, institutions to capture. I think that's actually a positive rather than a negative.
Right.
But I would also be very candid. I'm sure for all of us, every day in the market, day in, day out, any change would definitely make us kind of rethink and repivot. But at the end of the day, the real question for me that I always ask myself and ask the team is, how far it is going to take us and what's the government trying to do? Is it a good or bad structurally? And is it a clear statement of the government how they want to develop and facilitate the market in the long run?
Right. From geopolitics to regulations. In May, Chinese authorities took the financial sector by surprise by cracking down on what it called illegal outflow of capital from mainland to places like Hong Kong. That created a lot of concerns in the market. But just a couple of months after that, and in fact, earlier this week, we saw senior Chinese policymakers coming to Hong Kong and in association with Hong Kong authorities announcing a slew of measures to bolster Hong Kong's standing as a commodities hub, as a fixed income hub, and also as an offshore RMB hub. There were quite a few announcements made on that front. Sitting here, Clara, what would you tell the audience when they think about Hong Kong in terms of policy, regulation, stability as a global financial hub? How do you think the international capital is looking at Hong Kong in terms of regulations and the assurance on investment capital that are coming to Hong Kong?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. And I think that's part of the reason why I love this live chat and being very interactive in terms of being able to share what we see on the ground versus what people may see from the press. And what you talk about in terms of the recent development, like the cross-border capital flow thing, I think the very, very important starting point is factual. If you look at the cross-border flow, basically, we have well-established, well-tested, and also legitimate channels like the Stock Connect, the Bond Connect, and the Swap Connect. So putting that in context of my earlier answer to your question, if you look at what a government does, whether it is good or bad for the market, look at how it is going to put and the effort, the dedication it is putting to make sure that the playing field is level for all the people. The market should be as transparent and as level enough for different people from international market to be there to make money and also to be there for the long term. And I think that's a very, very important starting point we have to know in the overall context of things. And the other point I would also add is, if you look at the HKIC, we have originated from Hong Kong. If you talk about all the geopolitics, all the market nervousness, we're in the midst of it. But what I was trying to share earlier in terms of data is from inception, in the midst of all these different changes, challenges, but we are actually on a pretty healthy footing as shown by the numbers.
Right.
The second set of number I'm going to share is because we are not only a pure play financial investor driving IRR return, that's a part, but the other part is we are trying to bring momentum to Hong Kong society and economy. The other set of number is for every dollar we invested in Hong Kong in our companies, we always measure ourselves by what we call a capital multiplier ratio. For every dollar we invested, we were able to bring in at least $8 of international capital. So this is what I was talking about in terms of the gap of how people feel from the headlines versus how the international institutional investor, they are putting in real money in terms of the companies in this part of the world, and we are making money together in a mutually beneficial way. And I think that tells you, despite all the different noises, there are good opportunities that people could leverage on.
Right. Since you mentioned numbers, let me try to get some numbers from you. HKIC started with a capital of around $8 billion US.
Yes.
And that came from the Hong Kong government, which I believe has now been fully committed. And the Hong Kong Financial Secretary earlier this year said that he is considering injecting fresh capital into HKIC. Do you have any visibility where those conversations stand at this point in time? Do you know how much of fresh capital you need?
It's progressing well, and we're discussing with the government. As you said, the government already announced the very full support of the HKIC, and part of this effort is additional capital injection. And to give audience a context of how we spend our money from start to now, we were set up in around end 2022. And with the team build up, the government's framework build up, the first year of our full operation was actually 2024. So basically, I think we have had no J curve, but that's thanks to the government support and the great opportunity set in this part of the world in the market. And in terms of the discussion, as I said, it's progressing well. And with the additional capital, what I could foreshadow and you will envisage is a continued strategic upgrade of our approach. So from the very beginning, as I said, we identify some themes, technology, innovation related. Under these themes, we kind of categorize upstream, midstream, downstream, and we have a priority in terms of placing our capital. And also a relevant set of data. We focus a lot on high growth, high impact, and more than 70% of our capital have been put in early and growth stage companies. So you can see how we actually go hand in hand and grow hand in hand with these companies. But with that, we already have these different chains of industries and ecosystem we built, like in AI, in robotics. Next chapter of the HKIC with the capital injection. What we will do is more like the market leading role. And in the form of partnerships, you will be seeing us in terms of co-launching some funds like offshore renminbi, venture capital fund with some of the managers. You will be seeing us in incubating companies as part of the corporate venture of our invested companies in many areas like embodied AI, like in health tech. So a lot of those interesting things will come.
Right. Thanks, Clara. But I'm a Reuters journalist, so always looking for headlines. So let me try once more. Is there any number that is being discussed at this point? Will the next round of funding, will that be substantially higher than 8 billion last time? And will all of it come from Hong Kong government? Or are you in talks with raising capital from other sources as well?
Well, I will keep that for the government to announce. But as I said, you could imagine in terms of having the strategic upgrade and the wide spectrum of things with scale, with speed, with significance that we will be going to do in the next chapter of our journey. I'm sure people will be comfortable in terms of the growing basis of our capital.
Right. So you expect the decision to be taken on that sometime soon, this year itself?
Well, definitely within this year. And as you said, in February, government already announced we are around fully committed.
Right.
And that's because of the fact that we invested in a lot of the early and growth stage companies. And as people would understand, sometimes for diversification of risk, we start small in each of these smaller and startup companies, but we have a milestone approach, meaning that we committed to give them more capital when they hit a particular milestone.
Right.
So pretty much that journey, a lot of the companies are growing much, much faster than expected. So that's actually good news.
Yeah. We are running out of time, but probably we can take just one quick question from the floor. And the question, is, the one that on the top is interesting. Has recent volatility in energy markets changed your view on investment opportunities in energy transition, energy security, or critical infrastructure? So basically the question is, are you looking to broaden your investment focus areas going ahead?
Yeah, well, I would say that while we are always very candid and agile in looking at and monitoring the changing landscape in different themes, but for energy, we have started off having it as one of our core themes, as I earlier mentioned. And the reason is always because of the global climate change being a huge problem, which requires a global solution. So if you look at our landscape, the planning, we have always invested or groomed international companies, like names such as Ecoceres, focusing on sustainable aviation fuel, and Avenue, which is a very important energy storage companies, also with the support of international investor. So my short answer to the question is, when we first started in picking the themes, picking the companies, we always start with fundamental research. So that's why while there are volatility in pricing and in the market, specific like policy, for example, so that hasn't really changed the course of our ship. However, I think not however, but the good thing is actually that the fact that there are some market volatility and there will be some change in the valuation. And for long-term investor like us with staying power, those could be perfect window to buy.
Clara, it was great talking to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Clara Sumeet. We promised you live journalism with nothing pre-planned or off the table, and I think you saw that in that session. A reminder on that note that you will see QR codes pop up during the sessions directing you to our newsletters and podcasts, giving you another direct line to some of our reporting. So please do take a look at those. We're going to have more discussions on public capital threaded throughout today's agenda with senior executives from Temasek, Danantara and Chinggis Khan, so do bookmark those. For now, we're going to shift from public investment to private markets. We've talked already about how Asia's financial map is being redrawn by shifting economics, geopolitical fragmentation, and the rise of private credit and infrastructure. So as investors recalibrate exposure, reassess risk, they're looking for where the next decade of value will emerge. To discuss all that, please welcome my colleague, Chief Asia M&A Correspondent Kane Wu, and she will introduce her panelists from Goldman Sachs, Primavera Capital, and Bain Capital.
How are you doing? I'm thrilled to be here with three very seasoned private market investors with me. On my left-hand side is Stephanie Hui, who heads the private equity practice in Asia for Goldman Sachs Asset Management. And in the middle is Fred Hu. He needs no introduction. He has been a veteran investor in China and beyond for more than 2 decades. He's led numerous investments into the tech champions in China and consumer companies. We'll hear from him in a bit about all of that. And there is Satoshi Ueyama-san, who is the chief strategist with Bain Capital Japan. Thank you so much for making your time here today. I'm going to start with a macro picture. I mean, the world has never been a more volatile place. Yesterday, we've all read the news that the US-Iran war has resumed. It's going to have a big impact again on oil prices, on inflation. We've got geopolitical and trade tensions still lingering, and we've got mounting AI spending that's got everybody concerned. Sitting in Asia, how frustrated are you with all the macro flows and volatility, and how are you dealing with it? May I start with the lady first?
Great. Well, a real pleasure to be here. First of all, in terms of the changes in the volatility, I have to say by now we're veterans of it. We're expecting the changes to come through. And I think since COVID period, we're well experienced there. You mentioned a few topics, I think inflation, oil prices, currency, for sure, and also, some of these demand-driven factors that are coming through. The good thing is in Asia is relatively a better place for diversification. If you look at the trade numbers within Asia, about 60% is intra-region trading. Obviously, the risk comes from some of the economies, particularly Korea and Japan, which is more oil import based. But that being said, I do think that there are very many good companies in the private markets where they're domestic champions. They're very resilient. The demand here is coming through. By the way, Asia is going to have 2/3 of the middle class by 2030, and 60% of the global growth is coming from Asia. So people are diversifying into the region, which is exactly where we're sitting.
Fred?
Yeah, I very much echo Stephanie's comments. Think about Asia. We account for half of global GDP, 40% of the global trade, 40% of the cross-border FDI. And, Asia is the world's dominant, indispensable manufacturing base, and is the go-to place for advanced chip manufacturing. Furthermore, Asia accounts for 6 of the world's 10 largest stock markets, China being the number 2, only after the US. And China and Japan represent the second largest and the third largest bond markets in the world. So, in the face of global uncertainty, volatility, Asia is relatively sort of sanctuary, stability. As we speak, there's been a war in the Americas, there's been war in Europe, there's been war in Middle East. Asia, we are very stable. So this, I think, is, what Steph said, it's relatively safe haven.
Yeah.
Anything to add?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. After two distinct speakers talk exhaustively about the opportunity of Asia, I don't have too many comments left. But I pretty much agree to what you both of you said. The volatility, geopolitical problems have become not just kind of one-off bug of the market, but it's an embedded secular problem or situation like which we have to consider every investment opportunity. Right? So Asia provides a very good set of opportunities here because it's not just kind of Asia. When we say Asia, it's not just one market. It consists of very difficult, the market with the diversity. For example, Japan, which I spend my primary time on, is integrated economy, developed economy, where there are a lot of business transformation opportunity thanks to the recent corporate governance reforms across all the industry. India, for example, provides great growth opportunities thanks for the demography and infrastructure development. China, still the world's biggest and the most innovative market. While there's some challenges, it provides a lot of kind of selective opportunities, and so as Southeast Asia have a lot of diversified diversification opportunity, particularly when the global supply chain is stressed due to the geopolitical considerations. So it continues to provide great opportunities. I mean, sometimes as you said. The market volatility, geopolitical situation frustrates us all the time. But at the same time, it also provides great opportunities because of the price dislocation in the market, because we need to, that forces us to understand the business better, right? So where's the kind of supply chain flowing, what the kind of capital formation, what the kind of technological dependencies across the corporate. And like we can have a bigger room for the strategic improvement as well, and price as I said repeatedly, can price dislocation provide the better investment opportunities. So as much as we are frustrated, that also creates bigger opportunities, particularly in the kind of diversified market of Asia.
The three of you are big advocates for Asia for sure. But when you talk to global investors, I'm sure you'll be asked a lot about geopolitical risks and how they can navigate in a market they're not so familiar with. A lot of people have had, unfortunate experiences with their China investments in earlier years, right? There are still lingering trade tensions between U.S. and a lot of countries in Southeast Asia. So how do you navigate all of that? How do you try to convince global investors to come to Asia despite the challenges? Who wants to take it first? Stephanie, I'm looking at you.
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
By the way, I think Satoshi-san talked about Asia not being a single word, but it's actually there are developed economies and there's developing economies in here. And so I do think that the geopolitical risk is just a fact of life. We just need to handle that. But if you look within that, like Japan in particular, I would say Korea and Australia are the developed markets in this part of the world with a lot of buyout opportunities. Domestic champions has very entrenched market share in where they're operating, and you can grow internationally from there. Some of these markets, particularly Korea, where is the 5 layers of Jensen Wong cake, you could actually export into the U.S. and in Europe as well. So some good opportunities in manufacturing, in Japan. I do think that when it comes to AI and tech, some people will go as far to say it's G2, so it's U.S. and China, and you cannot not be here to enjoy that. I will also point out that there are also specialization. The U.S. is very frontier model based, high capex space. In China, it is actually very much about scaling and industrialized applications of these technologies. In fact, if you look at the token cost on a million token basis, the cost in China is 0.2 to $1 versus $4 in the US. So the question is, who's applying these? How do you apply it? How broadly does it get distributed? And you cannot miss this part of the world. And then finally, I would say India. There's a lot of déjà vu for me, having watched what happened in China, in India. And I would say it reminds me of that wave of middle class coming up with the retail consumer. And increasingly, in addition to the tech services as well, they're also trying to, figure out how to do the AI element of the country as well. But a lot of tailwind. Yes, there's geopolitics, but such is life. You can't have a perfect world, and hopefully there's good pricing, and the growth will carry it with us.
Fred, I'm going to come to you with a bit more specific focus on China. I know people talked a lot about China, whether China is still investable during COVID years. DeepSeek last year has put China back on the tech map. But for global investors, we still haven't seen the same amount of flow as, pre-COVID years. I mean, does China still matter in the same weighting as before? What does it need to do to bring it back to the center of Asia investing?
Right. So, China is really, really large, right, in the global investment landscape. Think of China moving from like a core allocation to maybe like, tactical, nice to have allocation. I don't know, it's really investor specific, right? It might be true for some US investors and maybe to a less degree some European investors, but as far as Middle Eastern investors and the investors from Southeast Asia, including Singapore, China remains very, very important core market, just because of the sheer size, scale, the innovation Steffi talked about. Right, China is just too big, too important to ignore. The opportunities we talk about the U.S. now. There's so much excitement about what's happening in the U.S. For good reasons. But really take the U.S. out, China is the next biggest, most diverse, and the most exciting opportunity set, right? Here, there, I'm also excited about the Korea and Taiwan, obviously cheaper play, right? But, China also now, you guess what? There's some really, really cool, interesting, cheaper plays too, and more than chips. So I think China is very, very important, and, I think as the Chinese leadership demonstrate the kind of consistency, the kind of predictability of their domestic policy regulation, I think global capital is ready to get back into the market big time.
Thank you. Yeah, Satoshi-san, Bain Capital is probably more focused on Japan than the rest of Asia for now. I mean, what is your investment thesis? Is Japan going to deliver the kind of returns that some investors had in China, maybe a few years ago? Is that going to be the new promised land?
First of all, I need to correct the statement a little bit. Of course, we are very focused in Japan, but at the same time, we take a pan-Asian approach when it comes to our Asian fund. Right, so Japan is of course very important component of that, but also other region of China, other region of Asia is very important. Particularly, for example, India is very important component of us. It's it's to capture growing opportunity in terms of demography as well as economic growth and infrastructure investment. The China, as Fred said. It's a very important part of our business. It's still the world's biggest economy, one of the world's biggest economy with a lot of innovations going on. There are some, considerations we need to take, when it comes to, investing in China, but still offers plenty of opportunity set, right? And after then I come to Japan, right? So Japan is very unique, as I said. It's been mature, developed economy, and people talk about it's a demography is kind of shrinking. There's no kind of the natural economic growth, but at the same time, there are a lot of kind of the underlying improvement in the corporate, particularly corporate governance. All the managers. Executives, now have a lot of pressure from the activist investors, Tokyo Stock Exchange guidelines, so that they really becoming aligned to the shareholders' value, right? So that creates a lot of opportunities, and also that as the managers, founding managers of the business become aging. When you kind of start a business in 1960s and 70s, these people have become kind of 70s, 80s by now, right? So there are a lot of kind of succession issues. Many conglomerate business need to be selective in terms of kind of business portfolio that leads to a lot of corporate carve-out opportunities, like for us to invest. So Japan, is in a stage of unlocking value, right? So as a sort of the supporter, capital provider and a management resource provider, Bain Capital can help and find great sort of the alignment with the kind of business and investors and create a lot of opportunities. So Japan, is really a robust ground for the investment opportunities going forward.
If I may stay on Japan just for 1 second, maybe that's a question for Stephanie as well. Fred, I'm not sure if Primavera has plans in Japan, but we have seen so many private equity funds getting into Japan or re-entering Japan in the last 2 years. There's a lot of competition. I know Bain Capital likes to compete with other firms in certain deals. I mean, how do you view this competition? Is there enough to do for everyone? And more importantly, is there enough returns to be made from all that competition?
Maybe I can start on that. So the number of listed companies in Japan now is 4,000. The number of listed companies in the US is about 5,000. The size of the US economy is 6 times the size of Japan. If you look at Germany, which is similar size to Japan, 400 listed companies. So Japan, you could argue, has too many listed companies at this moment in time. The other super interesting thing is that in Japan, you have many companies over 1,000, which has revenue of $1 billion US or above. So these are large companies that may not be trading with good volume. And oftentimes they have non-core real estate buried in these businesses and cross-holdings in there. So I think the distance, you could argue how many listed companies there should be in Japan at the end of the day, but we're just at the innings, the early innings, to use the analogy of this process. And I think some of this healthy competition, and Bain has been a pioneer in this, is actually creating a lot of focus and noise, and good noise, where people are focused on corporate efficiency, shareholders' value, and frankly, digitization, which is a major theme. So excited, more to come. We're definitely, and I love going to Japan, not only as a tourist, but also for work, and I think it's just amazing opportunities to come.
Fred, do you guys have any plans? No. Yeah, how about Satoshi-san? I mean, Bain Capital has taken a very aggressive approach in winning deals in Japan. Do you think that's the way to go? I mean, given the intensity of competition now.
Yeah, so it is clearly, as much as there are a lot of opportunities, there are a lot of competitions as well in the Japanese market, right? So when somebody make a successful deals, right? So their kind of new followers try to copy the same thing, right? So I think that our differentiation is really to about the kind of the portfolio approach, by which I mean we really need to help and grow the companies we acquired. We are not just kind of buying the company at a cheap price and kind of flipping the kind of market, but we really when we come to investment, like we need to commit our not our capital, but also the professional resources. We need to think about, how the business can improve, right? And we provide the necessary, business resources to and grow the company together, right? So we can take time, we can take the kind of duration risk, and we can provide, we can be on the same page with the managers, and we really create the value to the portfolio companies and try to have a successful exit plan, together with the management team. So that differentiates our approach, and that in order to have this strategy, you need to have full resources, not just kind of the investment professionals, but also portfolio group professionals. With the heavy experience, as well as interest alignment.
Right. I see some questions popping up. Actually, yeah, that's the question I'd like to ask as well. Do you see any signs of an AI bubble? We can't avoid talking about AI. I mean, who would like to start first?
Yeah, AI is bubble. I'm sorry. As for any kind of the technologies, right? So we see a lot of growing opportunities, a lot of kind of the some business cases like that make sense. So there are clearly still there are many kind of business or investment opportunities around AI. So AI is real. It creates real sort of it can lead to real kind of business capabilities and business kind of development. But at the same time, of course, there's no denying that there are some some part of the market is overexcited. Right, I cannot point which one is which, but
I'd like you to point to markets that are overexcited for us.
In my capacity, I cannot say that, right, in the stage. But there are some kind of exuberance in the marketplace. So not all the AI investment is going to be successful, at this stage. But there are plenty of, successful situations. And one thing I have to add is that, until today, the vast majority of the market focus is about AI infrastructure investment. That is, semiconductors and, semiconductors equipment, supply chain, the connectors. And the next stage is going to be kind of data centers, as well as the power and energy infrastructure. But eventually, when those kind of AI infrastructure investments to make sense, people need to use it, right? So the services. So going forward, our focus is to identify which are the business that are the AI-enabled winners. In the kind of service segment and maybe consumer applications, so those will be the next kind of phase of investment.
Right. Fred, do we have a
Yeah, I mostly agree. I'm a big believer in AI revolution, the transformative potential of economy and the society, industry after industry. But as valuations keep going up, as more and more capital, go into AI, particularly the AI infra build up, I think it begs question, how much it is enough, right? So Alan Greenspan just passed away recently, right? When he was the Fed chair, he famously warned against the irrational exuberance of the markets about the .com and all that. Since then, Nasdaq kept going up, more than doubled. Then eventually it crashed, in early 2000. So yeah, trees do not go to sky, and eventually I think investors, we should believe in AI and adapt AI, but invest in AI, but we also have to be cool-headed, just about some of the potential risks.
Maybe I'll also add that I think that we're still early in the adoption of AI. But by the way, just anecdotally, I was talking to my brother the other day. He's a tech guy. He took a picture of himself in different outfit, and he asked AI, how should I pair for my clothes? And so you could ask AI, I didn't even know you could ask AI for fashion judgment, but that's just the beginning, for example, of how it's getting inputted in our lives. But I want to say that as an investor, I'm not smart enough to tell you today which applications is going to be winning. It's way too early to have that. So therefore, let's go back to the really simple stuff, the picks and the axes. We recently have invested in a company which does liquid cooling. So the more computing power your phone has, the hotter it gets, the more cooling you need. Same thing for data center. Okay, so I checked the box on that one. Simple stuff, axis and picks. Let's go there. The other is really the hardware stuff that goes into the data center. And frankly, if you look at this part of the world, this is a manufacturing hub of the world. Where is that stuff going to get made? Here. And how do you value that? You probably value it on an EBITDA basis or even PE basis for that. So check the box. That's a safer way for making the investments into those type of deals. So we're not going for the front end at this moment. Those valuations, you call it, should it be 500 billion or 600 billion? I don't know. But we're going for the simple stuff that facilitates a proxy for the AI adoption.
Seeing all the questions we have on the screen, seems that people do share a common, if not concern, but skepticism, whether, the Asia story is being oversold. That's one. And second, whether you navigate all the geopolitics, whether it's between China and Japan, or Southeast Asia. I mean, we've got a bit of time left. Maybe just give us a bit of forward-looking view, on all of that, and where do you find the most dominating investment theme for you at this point in time in Asia? May I start with you again, Stephanie?
Okay, we are focused on AI infrastructure in this part of the world, including in China. We're focused on Japan and the corporate restructuring. We're focused on consumer retail in India. We're also focused on, domestic champions from whether Australia or Korea going international. So we're excited about that theme. Obviously, Southeast Asia, where we're sitting, will benefit from a lot of this move. And so we're very bullish on Asia. This is just the beginning.
Fred?
Yeah, so very similarly, obviously in terms of geography, we are more focused on China, and that's AI is very, very central to our investment thesis. But AI is just one info like data center where we have been investing in frontier models. We also have invested in AI chips. That's exactly the response to geopolitics. Otherwise, NVIDIA should still have 95% of the market share in China, but right now very little because there's a homegrown Chinese AI chip companies. These are really world-class scientists, engineers, and building homegrown GPUs and memory and everything else. We're also very focused on AI application there. So in particular in physical AI, which into the robotics, industry automation, we also obviously, with the AI energy is a huge part of that, and China is the world leader in power generation capacity. But the more important is also the renewable driving that. So we are very into energy transition. That is the world's biggest wind turbine company based in Shanghai, or the energy storage battery companies. And finally, it's really consumer services. After all, even with the demographics, China still has the world's biggest middle-class consumer base. So that's what we are active at.
And Satoshi-san?
Yeah, we are probably agnostic, like when it comes to kind of specific investment thesis, but we focus on price, dislocations. Like we focus on operational improvement, right? So those are the kind of the key underlying, and the kind of investment discipline is very important. And when it comes to the region, as I repeatedly said, okay, Japan, is one of the most important regions like we focus on because of the ongoing corporate governance improvement, and there are a lot of carve-out and succession opportunities. Again, India is a great set of, provides a great set of investment opportunities because of the underlying growth. And China, again, there is a big economy with a lot of technological advantages. And Southeast Asia also kind of provide the growing set of the opportunities. So that those are the again diversity and selection based on the discipline is the most important when we approach investment.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Hope you take home with some insights in investing in Asia. Thank you. That concludes our panel.
Stephanie, Fred, and Satoshi. AI truly is everywhere. From yet another fashion critic to data cooling for mobiles, as we heard there. I will leave others to decide which of those applications might be most useful to the world. To talk further about AI, but to shift to a closer look at the physical systems, robots, devices, hardware, and infrastructure that will bring AI into the real world. Please welcome back Head of Reuters Professional Josh London for a conversation with TDK's Taro Ikushima.
Many of us, if not all of us in the room, know TDK. What we may know TDK for, however, has changed. When I was growing up, TDK was synonymous with cassette tapes. The company has evolved quite a bit since then. And so I'm very pleased to speak with you, Taro, to tell us about TDK and how it's changed and your role at TDK.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Actually, TDK has been changing its main products. Back in 70s, 80s, we have sold many cassette tapes, audio tapes, or videotapes, etc. And then we shifted our focus to hard disk drive after 90s. Then, over the last 10 years, our main products are batteries, components, electrical components, and sensors. And now, we drive to also become a solution provider rather than just simple components maker. So this is our next challenge. And then over the last 30 years, I have witnessed industrial change, technology shift, changes over time in my career in TDK. Then now it's time for me to think about how to deal with evolution of AI as a corporate head of corporate strategy.
Thank you. Well, with over $15 billion in US dollars in revenue, 100,000 employees and operating in 30 countries, your footprint is a large one. Mm-hmm. Today we're going to talk about physical AI and in particular the brain and the body, if you will. And so if you think about AGI as the brain, it's effectively here, right? What the next unsolved problem is giving it a body. And so the general purpose robot that moves autonomously and reliably in the physical world doesn't yet exist. But the reason is not intelligence, it's the physical layer. So as you talked about, sensors, actuators, batteries, edge reflexes, and optical connectivity are forming bottlenecks. But TDK doesn't build the body itself. Instead, it provides the essential building blocks that makes the body function. That's the big bet. So we hear a great deal about AI becoming more capable, but TDK's view, as we've discussed, is that intelligence alone is not enough. What do you believe that the next phase of AI, why do you believe that it won't be defined by the brain, but by the body, by the physical system that allows it to operate in the real world?
Yeah. I think most people talk about brain, AI as a brain. But actually, if AGI will be available in the market, actually this will be coming to the physical space.
Yes.
So, but there are many, many challenges ahead of us when it comes to the physical space. Because, okay, if AGI is available, your robot will be working autonomously and think by itself. However, you wouldn't like the situation that your robot will stop after 30 minutes because of the battery outage. Or you don't like the situation that your robot misunderstands the situation around you. Or your robot misconduct or misbehave due to the noise from the other devices. So you need, or robot needs, better or more sensitive sensors, more long life batteries, or more reliable power supply or higher quality of components. That's what we can provide as a solution.
We're not talking about humanoid robots in the home. We're talking about sensitive solutions in factories, in hospitals, in infrastructure. For years, the cloud has been the center of gravity, if you will, for AI, but that's changing now. Do you see that balance beginning to shift towards the edge? And if so, what does that mean for AI in those sensitive locations, factories, in hospitals, in infrastructure itself?
Yeah. I think the AI will be more decentralized. Then each device or each machine will have AI capability to some extent, while main brain still remains in the data center. But I think physical AI will be deployed first in a specific arena, specific application or specific environment, like factories, warehouses, or maybe hospitals. And then TDK has also developed sensor module solution for the factory operation. We call it Sensei. And this device can detect abnormality of your device or your machines in a factory, and then tells you when it needs to be replaced or when it needs to be repaired or when it needs to be maintained, so that we can save some cost of a factory, also avoid downtime in your factory machines.
Would you call that preventative maintenance?
Yes, it is.
And so if I understand you correctly, you're saying that it can predict failures beforehand. Yes. to keep factories running, to keep uptime, without having to wait for a component to fail.
Exactly. This is the first step for the deployment of AI in the factory.
Great. Let's turn to the eyes if we can. Smart glasses have been the next big thing for over a decade, and let's be honest, have mostly disappointed. TDK is making serious bets here with acquisitions and significant investments in smart glasses, in smart glass technology. Why is this time different? Why are you confident that this time will be different?
Yeah, actually, we acquired a company called SoftEye last year in the US. And that company has a unique technology to actually detect or track your eye movement and then identify what you're looking at or who you are facing with. So you don't have to tell your AR devices, hey, what I'm looking at or who I'm facing with. And then AR glasses will tell you, AI will tell you on the lens what you are looking at and who you are meeting with. And so the users can be free from inputting by finger or voice command. So this will change your experience of AR glasses. And not only that, we have also comprehensive solutions for AR glasses, such as smaller batteries or better sensors, haptic devices, and microphones. So all of these solutions we have can change your experience of AR glasses. So for the better AR glass.
Thank you. As AI continues to scale, two constraints seem to be coming into sharper focus, and they both deal with movement, energy consumption and data movement, causing bottlenecks. How do you break through those bottlenecks? More data, more energy is required all the time. We just heard about that in the last panel, both on device and in data centers.
Yep.
How do you think about that?
Yeah, actually, AI data center consumes a huge amount of energy. So this is one of the biggest social problem for us. We have announced the acquisition of a company called Fabric 8 Labs in the US. Okay. Actually, this company has a very unique technology of 3D metal printing. And then actually this 3D printing metal piece, we can, by utilizing their technologies, we can develop and produce very unique shape or sophisticated shape structure of the metal piece that can be attached or embedded to the AI chipset. Then we can reduce the temperature of the chipset dramatically so that we can save some, of course, energy consumption and also water consumption for cooling. This is one solution. The other big evolution in AI era is photonics. So today, data transmission between the data centers or data center within data center, rack to rack, server to server connection is already done by an optical cable. Mm-hmm. Now, this optical technology will come into the chipset. And NVIDIA or Broadcom, these AI giant has already started developing so-called co-packaged optics, which means optical device and the silicon sit down together and packaged in the same package in a single chipset. So this will also be a big solution for reducing energy consumption plus maximizing data transmission.
I see.
And TDK has also developed photonics devices for such kind of solution with utilizing our own capability of magnetics technology.
So TDK is building the body. The battery, in some ways, is the heart. Maybe some of the sensors are the eyes or touch, sight or touch. And all of this comes together, would it be fair to say, in a nervous system to connect the brain to the body and bring it into the world of physical AI. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. When we think about physical AI, a lot of leaders in this room, as you hear, AI pervades every discussion. It might start as a geopolitical one, it moves to AI. It starts as a macroeconomic one, it moves to AI. But many of them are thinking about AI not in the physical realm, but just about AI adoption, if you will, with the brain. How should we be thinking about how to prepare for the era of physical AI?
Yes, actually, as I said, the innovation or evolution of AI is not only coming from physical cyberspace, but also physical space. And then, but there are many challenges physically, how to overcome, how to realize this technology in the real world. And but in other words, we have opportunities for innovations or new businesses. So therefore, each of us maybe should be thinking, what kind of technology will be emerging next, and then be prepared for capturing these new opportunities. So, and as a TDK, we would like to become a solution provider for physical AI, utilizing our own technology and our own products. And then we'd like to become a partner for our customers to provide a solution for the AI era.
Very good, thank you. Capturing new opportunities, I think you're right, is key. A lot of questions from the audience. I want to look at one, which was, where do you think the technological bottleneck is most likely to slow the adoption of physical AI and robotics at scale? Not from an engineering standpoint, but for us as leaders in the room.
Yeah. I think, again, like I said, it is the biggest bottleneck for us is now energy supply. So we need to think how to reduce the consumption of energy without harming the environment. And then robotics, of course, the robot must be safe and reliable.
Safe and reliable.
Yes, and so you don't like your robot misbehave or misconduct, so malfunction. So therefore, we need to be very carefully design our products to be better or more reliable and a higher quality and safer for our life.
I mentioned we weren't talking about personal robots, but a question from the audience is, how far away are we from having physical robots in the home?
How far away?
Is it? Do you think that's in the next few years?
No, I don't say so. Many people said that the AGI will come in the next few years. And somebody said after 2030s. And then AGI will come into the robot in the physical space. So it takes another maybe 5 years or even later. But physical AI will be deployed in a specific environment, like factories or warehouses. So this is maybe faster to come.
Faster to come.
A little bit, yes.
Very interesting. So when we think about the brain and the body, you've talked about how the sensors, the actuators, the batteries are really forming this part of the body. What are you most excited about when you think about the realm of physical AI?
The most excited about? Okay. I think that if your robot work autonomously and then think it by itself, and this would be very, very exciting. And then, but of course, there are lots of problems to realize this. So therefore, if we could contribute to such solutions through our technologies, and then make your robot safer and your robot more reliable, that would be great.
Okay. There's an energy consumption question I want to come to, but there was one that just flashed by. There are a lot of questions coming that said, what's the link between cassette tapes and AI for TDK? Is there a link?
Actually, there is no link between these two, obviously. But actually, we have many, we have many something in common in technology. So back in the 80s and 70s, we were producing cassette tape with using ferrite technology. Ferrite is a material, magnetic material. And this magnetic material is used for not only for audio tape, but also inductors or capacitors, and later hard disk drive heads. So this magnetic technology always lied underneath for TDK's technological development. And then when we talk about AI, even this technology, tape technology, can be utilized for making batteries, for example, or making sensors.
Yes.
So I think from technology point of view, it is still connected each other.
Yes.
Yes.
And there are some follow-ups coming fast and furious here. I'll try and summarize them just for time. What's the recipe for TDK's success in moving from cassette to AI? And how does TDK stay so agile? So in your role as Chief Strategy Officer, how do you help steer the ship in all of these changing times?
TDK has been changing its main products over time, like I said in the beginning.
Sure.
So it is our agility or flexibility is one of our key strengths. And then also but in these changes, we always have a kind of technology root underneath, and which is supported by our human resources and then technology asset. So these are the strengths we have, and we need to keep changing ourselves toward the future. Transformation is the key.
Thank you. I think our where we'll wrap up is where we started. We talked about the brain. AGI is coming. We don't know exactly when, but we can see it in the near term. Now the body and how TDK is building that is the next frontier. I'd love to hear just your closing thoughts on that.
Next frontier for TDK is that yes. So we need to be. We are developing products, components, batteries, sensors, but this needs to be more connected each other and then combine each other for better solution for our customers. So like I said, we need to become a solution provider rather than components supplier. So this is our next challenge for the next 10 years.
We'll be watching with interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taro. Thank you, Josh. As somebody who recorded the radio on TDK tapes in my bedroom, I appreciated the attempt to link it there to current AI to keep me feeling somewhat relevant in the current age. We're going to go to the last session before lunch. Just before we do, an early heads up that we will have 2 workshops over lunch. One on AI will begin shortly after lunch, and the same with an energy transition workshop. So please do look out for the signs for those if you are interested. You will be able to, lunch will be served in the room, so you can skip the buffet queue. So to close off the morning, we're going to return to Asia's investment landscape. Our next guest helps steer investment decisions at one of the world's most closely watched institutional investors. Please welcome Rohit Sipahimalani, Chief Investment Officer of Temasek, in conversation with my colleague Kane. Please welcome her back.
Again, good to be back with Rohit on stage. It's such a great pleasure to have you here. If you're hungry, this is going to be food for thought, so stay tuned. This is an eventful week. I mean, yesterday we saw the Iran war broke out again. There's a lot of global volatilities, geopolitical tensions out there. I want to start, with the macro question. As one of the world's largest institutional investors, how do you cope with volatility? Has it been frustrating you this year? And what's the strategy to get on top of it?
I think we're prepared for the fact that we're in a world of uncertainty that you haven't seen in the last few decades. And the next few years, it'll be around geopolitics, AI, climate, inflation. And if you start reacting to each one of them, you're going to get whipsawed. So the only way you can address it is through portfolio construction. To come at a portfolio that will be relatively resilient across different scenarios. So for example, to address geopolitics, one is, of course, geographic diversification, but we've been particularly focused on businesses that have access to large domestic markets that are relatively self-sufficient from technology, supply chain within one economic sphere of influence. So as examples I give are hospitals in India or consumer brands in China. And these things are relatively resilient to geopolitics, and a large part of our portfolio is geared towards such businesses. Then there's AI, right? So clearly you want to ride that trend. AI enablers today are about 6% of our portfolio. We want to take it to 15% by 2031. But the equally big issue is disruption because of AI to many other businesses. So we look at that business by business, but we've also increased our exposure to businesses that are more around hard assets, so like infrastructure, commodities, which are likely to be less disrupted by AI. And then I would say, finally, liquidity. Ultimately, liquidity is a big source of resilience. So we're making sure that about 25% of our portfolio, and that's about $100 billion US, is in listed global equities, public equities, because that liquidity allows you to ride through shocks, and there will be many shocks, but also allows you to pivot with changing trends.
Right.
And so I think it's a combination of these things. Ultimately, it's portfolio construction. You've got to stay the course and have a portfolio that will relatively have a narrow range of outcomes across these various shocks. And the key issue is surviving the shocks.
I'd like to stay on the topic of AI for a bit, because you did, release your target, like you said, from 6% to 15%. If you look at where AI or AI-related companies' valuations these days, it wouldn't be that hard of a target to achieve just by the sheer increase, right, in a very short period of time. Is that how you're going to play the game, right? Where do you find the best risk-adjusted returns in all of AI?
So you've got to look at the entire value chain. There are some areas where there's froth. There are other areas where there's real cash flows. So at one end, we operate around data center infrastructure, energy infrastructure, which is contractual cash flows with counterparties that are AA or AAA for the next 15 years. And that's relatively stable businesses. So there's one part of our investment goes there. Then you've got things like the hyperscalers or the semiconductor companies. And then you've got models and applications, which are, I would say, higher risk. So for us, we try to play across the entire spectrum. In the stuff that's higher risk or more volatile, we prefer to play more in the public markets, because if things change, then you can pivot out there.
Right.
And then finally, there's the early stage stuff, which is where you probably have a lot of the froth in the valuations, 50 times earnings, 50 times revenue, sorry.
Yeah.
But there we prefer to play that through VCs so that there's sufficient diversification, and we work closely with a few VC partners. As companies start breaking out, that's when we would come in and invest in those. So, that gives us a balance, I would say, of stable companies with strong cash flows, some more volatile businesses with potentially higher returns, but really operating in the higher risk segments with higher in the public markets so that you can pivot as necessary.
Mm-hmm. I mean, of all the AI-related company startups within all of Asia, because we're talking about Asia here, where do you find the best batch of companies? What sector, or is there any particular one that's interesting to you that you can share?
So different markets, right, of the various categories I spoke about. I mean, clearly, semiconductors very broadly, whether it's Taiwan or Korea, you obviously have the chip companies there. But beyond that, I would say there's also huge opportunities around the AI hardware infrastructure. In China, you're seeing optical interconnect companies, right? They're dominating data center supply globally out there. We're going to see things around robotics, again, and physical AI, where China is probably going to be very strong. So I would say it's mostly North Asia, but whether it's Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China, and different things across different segments. But I would say it's mostly across semiconductors, AI hardware, and the supply chain out there.
Yeah, you mentioned all the innovation and robotics companies coming out of China. As a Singapore-based investor, you probably are at an advantage compared with a lot of global players in terms of getting a piece of China. How has the scrutiny, from the U.S., from China, everywhere else, kind of affected your investments in China? Are you still comfortable?
But we're very comfortable with what we have. China is today 17% of our underlying portfolio. It's a market we've been there for over 20 years. And we're fairly comfortable with our exposure out there. It's done very well for us. The things that we look at in China are very different from what we look at in the US. And I think that the two markets have different strengths. So if you're looking at the leading models, clearly the US is ahead out there, and we have been investing in them. Like I said, in China, it's more within AI, it's the AI hardware value chain and physical AI and robotics. Again, very different from the things that we're looking at in the US. Beyond that, China has many other areas of innovation. Biotech is a big one. We've been investing in that for almost a decade, and we continue to see significant opportunities out there. Again, given the fact it impacts human health, we don't see, compared to other areas, yes, there'll be individual companies put an entity list here and there, but by and large, these are areas where geopolitics plays a role, but not as much of a role as in other areas. Then, as I said, the domestic consumer brands and the changes happening in China around shifting from spending on goods to experiences, shifting from global brands to local brands, new business models for these brands out here. So a lot of innovation, but a lot of areas where we can operate in China, which really, as I said, is less entangled with geopolitics.
Right. I'd like to talk a bit about Singapore. I mean, there's this constant conversation about rivalry between Singapore and Hong Kong. I think capital markets in Hong Kong have taken a lot of headlines, but Singapore, on the other hand, has been probably benefiting from the talent outflow of China since COVID years. We've seen the news around Manus, which kind of has put a dampener on that. You're based here. How do you see Singapore in all of that?
Look, I would say I think about Singapore and Hong Kong both being huge beneficiaries of the growth of Asia. And I do think, compared to the last decade, we're going to see much better growth in Asia. A lot of it is being driven just by the CapEx boom. And it's not just AI. In fact, the investment in CapEx around electrification and energy as such is several times what you're seeing in AI. There's going to be expenditure around defense. You're having corporate governance reforms in markets like Japan and Korea, which are sort of driving companies to improve shareholder returns. You've got China, we've already spoken about. You've got India, which has a market which we think will show nominal growth in double digits for the next few years. So I think it's less to do with Singapore versus Hong Kong. I think both markets are important and play a role in Asia. And I think we will benefit from the growth that we expect to see in Asia over the next few years.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk a bit about private markets versus public markets. You mentioned earlier in the AI conversation that you're probably going to focus more on public markets. I mean, recently the news in private markets have been that, funds have been holding assets longer as assets have been challenging. And we've seen massive redemptions happening at some of the private credit funds. How do you see all that risk? How does that affect your allocation?
Yeah. So generally, I would say over longer periods, we've harvested the liquidity premium and got a higher return from private assets than public assets. So it's an area which we'll continue to invest in. Within that, the different areas, as you mentioned private credit. I mean, that's an area which generally speaking does well in volatile environments. There's been all this noise, but when we look under the hood, we don't see any major structural problems in the market. And in fact, probably what's happened recently with retail money flowing out and all the noise around it is that underwriting standards, which have started getting a little lax, spreads that have started getting too tight, that's reversing. And actually, that's good. And so we're seeing better spreads. We're seeing tight underwriting standards. And I think all that is good for the market. The other interesting thing is that with higher base rates, you're also protected against inflation, which is a key risk out there. So private credit, we continue to see as an attractive asset class, which can give us double-digit returns with relatively a good risk return sort of paradigm out there. I was in Milken a couple of months ago, and ironically, while all this noise was there around retail money flowing out, almost every pension fund I spoke with out there was looking to increase allocation to private credit, just like we are, because we are seeing actually the environment get better for it because of some of this noise, and we structurally see it positive an outlook for that. Similarly, if I look at infrastructure, the demand for infrastructure capital has gone up so much that the returns you're getting on that are actually now much closer to what you're getting on median private equity with a lower risk profile. So again, both areas where we're looking to increase, they've been private credit's 2% of our portfolio, we're looking to increase it to 5%. Infrastructure, core plus infrastructure is 1.3%, we're looking to increase it to 5%. Then you come to private equity. And for all the reasons you mentioned, returns have been depressed in the last few years. Actually, the premium that the difference between private equity and private credit returns over the last 5, 10, 20 years typically has been about 500 basis points. Looking forward, the expectation is there's going to be 100 to 150 basis points. So from a risk return perspective, you can understand why more people are moving to private credit. Having said that, the median returns, the difference may be smaller. But the variability of returns in private equity across funds is much wider. So if you can choose the right managers and if you can make the right investments when we do direct investments, there still is significant opportunity in private equity. It's just that the sources of returns are going to be less through leverage, less through multiple expansion. It'll be from the good old-fashioned way of improving performance of companies.
Right.
So if we see a role for all three in the portfolio, we continue to invest in private equity. But on a relative basis, I would say we are increasing from a low base what we had in private credit and infrastructure.
Right. We've got a few questions from the audience. I'd like to pick the one about still the Iran situation. I think that does concern a lot of people. I mean, you've talked about the macro sort of in big picture terms, but people are worried whether there's any immediate impacts on your investment decisions. Is there a sense of fatigue about the ongoing uncertainty?
Actually, since the beginning of April, investors have started viewing Iran as saying, okay, peak uncertainty is behind us. We don't know how long this will take to get resolved. But both sides have shown a desire to de-escalate. And there'll be bumps along the way, and which is why you're still seeing oil prices reasonably contained, even though they spiked from where they were a couple of days ago. Now, there are always tail risks, and it's likely that the path to resolution will not be a straight line. But I think it's less of fatigue. I think most people are just saying this is not going to matter that much because everyone's aligned to a solution which ultimately will get to something that's acceptable from an energy market perspective. And from a global markets perspective, that's what matters. Unfortunately, there are a lot of other reasons why the war matters, for humanitarian reasons, for other issues. But from a market perspective, the clear transmission is through energy channels. And the view is that the worst is behind us, peak uncertainty is behind us, and outside some really tail outcomes, this is that's not going to be a key driver of the market.
I see. How do you hedge all of that uncertainty, which obviously the new certainty now?
So you can't hedge all the uncertainty. Like I said, it's ultimately you construct your portfolio in a way so that across different environments, you're not going to get totally burnt in one. So today, I would say we have 60 to 65% of our portfolio with what I call relatively stable assets. So 40% of our portfolio is our Singapore companies, our TPCs. And many of them are in infrastructure. Most of them are, I would say, are relatively resilient across different environments, very stable, strong cash flow generating companies. Then if you're looking to have 5% in private credit, 5% in core plus infrastructure, another 15% in funds, private equity, etc., but more in a diversified source of funds, global funds, or in diversified asset classes like closed block insurance or royalties, etc. Again, we see that as relatively stable. That allows you for a third of the portfolio then to take higher risk and aim for higher returns, recognizing there'll be more volatility out there. So it's really portfolio construction. I think that's the only way you can manage through this environment. You can't look to hedge every risk and you can't afford to respond to every event that's taking place.
I know that Temasek has had a recent restructuring. You've got 3 units managing assets with different risk profiles. So with all that, that we've discussed, how, do you utilize the 3 units to achieve the purpose of, making the most returns?
So the main purpose of having 3 units was just to create more focus and accountability on each area, right? So there's one group which is our Singapore companies, right? So where we can't churn that portfolio. It's really working with the portfolio to sort of make sure that we support them to enhance value out there. That's a different approach from our global direct investments where we're looking to hunt for new opportunities, also working with the companies, and then working with partners in our asset management business or with the funds out there. So there's slightly different businesses requiring different sort of focus, and you want to make sure that each one is accountable for results in their area. And that's been the main purpose of the restructuring. There's synergies across all. So even while we've created the same unit, we keep insisting it's one Temasek because we leverage off each other. And that's very important. But the main purpose is really to create that focus and accountability in each area.
Right. We've got a little bit of time left. That's very selfish of me, but I need to ask you a question about sports. We have the World Cup going on. We know that sports has increasingly become an interesting topic or, investment themes for a lot of the family offices, sovereign wealth funds, even, in this region and beyond. What's Temasek's take on this particular sector?
So we've, I would say over the last decade, we've made investments in sports. For example, over a decade ago, we invested in Fanatics, which is in sports merchandising, for example. It's a private company in the US. So these have been just parts of investments we've made. We've invested in a talent agency like CAA. We had invested out there. We still have a small stake. We sold most of it out. But these have been individual investments that we've made as we saw good opportunities come up. It hasn't been an area of focus for us. So we look at it, we see it as a diversifier, again, often not correlated with certain other asset classes and equities. So it's interesting from that perspective, just like we look at royalties or we look at closed block insurance. But and we're tracking it. I would say at this point, it's not something which we're devoting a lot of capital to, but we find it interesting. And we have made some investments and we're still looking to make some investments. We've also invested in a couple of funds to start understanding the asset class better. And we'll see how it goes.
Thank you so much, Rohit. That's been a great panel with you. Thank you to our audience as well. Now you're free to go to lunch.
All right.
Thank you. Just before we do break for lunch, a reminder about the great lineup we have for you this afternoon. Immediately after the break, we'll be talking with Finance co-CEO Richard Teng. Later this afternoon, we're talking to the CEO of IHH Healthcare, and we also have our second interview with a regional finance minister. We'll finish up the entire day with networking drinks, a perfect opportunity to discuss today's conversations. For now, a quick reminder about the 2 workshops happening during lunch. Please follow the signs or ask at registration. For everybody else, please do head out, and we have people in the lobby to help guide you to lunch. We'll see you back here on the world stage for the finance conversation at 13:50. Thank you. to Reuters NEXT Asia 2026. And that's both to people in the room here in Singapore with us and to the more than 3 million viewers we have on the live stream for the event. In line with our theme of shifting influence and defining decisions, we've already had a fascinating morning exploring a region in acceleration. We've heard how influence is shifting across geopolitics, capital, technology, and trade, and how leaders are navigating a landscape defined by opportunity, competition, and increasing complexity. Across our conversations, a common theme has emerged. Asia's story is not just one of isolated developments, but of interconnected change. We're going to head into more conversations to elaborate on that theme. A reminder as we head into the next one that the sessions helmed by my Reuters newsroom colleagues operate under our trust principles. These are the principles that guide all our journalism and ensure the conversations you see here are free, fair, and independent. Another quick reminder to download the Reuters Events app if you have not done that already. That will allow you both to participate in live questions throughout the day to all our speakers, and it will also allow you to share feedback on each session after it concludes. We really appreciate receiving that from you as it helps us build a better event from year to year. So, our next conversation brings us to one of the most consequential shifts underway in global finance. As digital assets move from the margins towards the mainstream, institutional adoption is accelerating, regulatory frameworks are evolving, and the relationship between traditional finance and blockchain-based markets is entering a new phase. The questions now are not just about innovation, but about scale, trust, governance, and long-term integration into the global financial system. Joining us to discuss all those changes is Richard Teng, Co-Chief Executive Officer of Finance, one of the world's largest digital asset exchanges, operating at a pivotal moment for the industry. Please also welcome back my colleague Sumit Chatterjee, our Asia Finance and Markets Editor.
And welcome back. Richard, great to have you with us. Let's start. There's a lot to unpack, so we'll dive in straight away. And let me start with a simple question. The news that grabbed headlines over the last couple of weeks is President Trump's family making $1.4 billion from crypto last year. How does this compare with your own portfolio? Similar?
Well, I wish so, right? Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I understand that the first Singaporean on stage today, so I'm going to speak in Singlish from now on. Steady? No, so, you know, as with all asset class, you go through peak and trough, you go through cycles. So I think not everybody's portfolio looks like that. But there are many traders that are doing extremely well given the volatile market conditions, whether they are trading in equities, whether they're trading in crypto or other TradFi commodities product, right? So we see that this year especially, you have seen some mini cycles within a broader market system and market cycle. So that's interesting to watch. So, traders benefit mostly in this cycle. So on our front, we have expanded beyond crypto to be a multi-asset class global exchange on that front. We have introduced things like petrochemicals, precious metals. Now you can trade more than 7,000 US stocks, and you can get access to pre-IPO stocks on Binance now. And they are doing extremely well across the product suite, right? I can go through some of the data later if you're interested. But we just started US trading in about a month back. And that has reached more than 3 billion in terms of trading. AUM has crossed 1 billion. We introduced B stocks, which is at one touch of the button, you can tokenize US stocks, and then you can go on chain. You can then transfer it on a 24/7 basis. Again, within 15 days, that has reached more than 100 million in terms of AUM. I may have gotten the figure wrong. Now I think it has gotten much more than that, 250 on and off chain, right? So we are seeing huge interest. But what is quite amazing to us in terms of the data that we saw is this, right? So close to about more than 70% of those people accessing US counters, US stocks, TradFi products on our platform are from emerging markets, right? Meaning access is still a big problem in many parts of the world, right? So they come to us, they can trade at, close to $5 per pop. So a very low cost, and there's very high conviction. Many of the people that open account with us to trade this, 90% resulted in the trade. So we see very high conviction. We see new sort of traders coming through into the marketplace, having access to things like SpaceX, right? So in terms of just SpaceX Perpetual, we started trading SpaceX before it went IPO. We accounted for 60%, right, of total trading of all the perpetuals on SpaceX before it went public, right? So it becomes a very important price discovery venue on that front. And today we trade more than 60% of all RWA tokens, right, on a perpetual basis. So it's quite interesting to see how trading dynamics shift globally. But we are serving more than crypto now. We are serving across the different multi-asset class, and we're going to add a lot more product suites onto the platform.
Right. I'll come to all the new interesting things that you're doing a bit later, but let's talk about market cycle, what you talked about. Bitcoin is trading around 61,000. It has halved from all-time high hit in October.
Yes.
We recently saw Citi coming out with the kind of a very bearish projections, cutting its target to 82,000 from 112,000. What has really happened in the last 1 year?
If you look at it, all asset class go through cycles. Gold saw the same type of movement. You have cheap stocks moving to an all-time high and then now pulling back as well, right? So that is part and parcel of the cycle. I mean, I've been in crypto for a while now. So to me, I believe in the 4-year cycle. So to me, this is something that I'm quite adept to seeing, right? But I think what is more interesting, this cycle is different from past cycles because I can tell you, in past cycles, Binance was established in 2017. At that point in time, there are probably about 6 million people globally with exposure to crypto. Today, we have about 740-ish million people around the world with exposure to crypto. About half of them are our users. Our users are about 323 million today. So today is a much happier problem. And also the instis are in this cycle, right? Unlike previous cycle, which is mainly a retail play. So this cycle, you see a lot more institution, you see a lot more corporates. It makes for healthier marketplace. So just for this year alone, in terms of onboarding of new customers onto our platform, we saw 7% increase in total for new customers. But new institutional customers accounted for 9%, right? So the increase was 9%, much higher than the normal users. So you see a lot of smart money still deploying. I think that's a very healthy sign because they are here for the long term. They tend to deploy for a much longer period of time, and they see some of these low points as buying opportunity as they rebalance their portfolio across different asset class, right? So to me, it's part of for the course. It will recover. Every time people say that Bitcoin is dead, that's the time that I'll go all in, right? Because as past cycle has proven, every time people say that, it's time for a rebound.
Okay, so if you will go all in, and I'm sure there are a few crypto traders in this room, what's the target you will have in mind?
I don't have a target, right? I just look at attractiveness. I just look at price point vis-a-vis other asset class, right? As I said, all assets go through cycles. When it becomes too expensive, people rebalance their portfolio accordingly. So I believe in that. So I'm looking at all those different indicators.
I see. Okay. Yeah. You talked about institutional adoption, and last week we saw Michael Saylor's strategy selling 200 million worth of crypto. And those in the audience who are not familiar with that strategy, is one of the biggest corporate holders of Bitcoins. And Michael Saylor once famously said that if you have to sell a kidney, do it, but keep your Bitcoin. Why is kidney more expensive than Bitcoin now?
Well, I think that the cost of mining is expensive, right?
Yeah.
But that also provides some natural flow and support for the price of Bitcoin, right? So, Michael is extremely smart person on that front. I'm sure they have proper risk management strategies around what they are doing on that. So let's see, right? So I'm sure they'll be prudent enough. They have a lot of investors with them. But for me, I look at longer term trends, and I look at the different underlying utility and the usage, right? So the foundations are extremely strong. So if I look at things like stablecoin, right, which is a very important use case for blockchain technology, it has skyrocketed. So monthly transaction volume now is close to 7 trillion. Right? It has surpassed many of the payment providers globally.
Right.
If I look at another big use case, real assets tokenization, again, that has gone off and continued to grow. I think in the last year or so, we saw about 25 times growth on that front. Assets will be trading 24/7, right? So on our platform, assets are already trading 24/7, including US stocks, right? About 40% of trading happens outside of US trading hours for B stocks. And that just means that there's a lot of appetite because news happen on a 24/7 basis. Institutions, corporates, and even retail, they need to be able to hedge and manage risk. One of the largest liquidity risks that exists today is during non-trading hours or weekends, but things are developing.
Yeah.
Whether it's trade war or physical war, or whether it's the new development or new innovation coming through into the marketplace. So all those things are developing. So people need to have the ability to take positions, manage positions, hedge positions on a 24/7 basis. So that is extremely important. NASDAQ has announced they are going 23/5, probably end of this year, early next year. New York Stock Exchange is doing the same. And you're going to see more and more asset class moving onto the on-chain, right?
Yeah.
And that means, all these different asset class will be free for trading. I think ultimately all of them will be traded 24/7. For now, it's just a structural issue. They cannot go there in one step because, a lot of things are engineered in a very different fashion. If you look at SWIFT, today, if you do transfer of money cross-border, it takes 2-3 days, very high cost, go through 1 or 2 correspondent bank, right? But if you do them doing stable coins, instantaneous, right? Which is why a lot of banks now, whether it's HSBC or Standard Chartered, they're based in Hong Kong, they have issued them the stablecoin license to all these banks. You have JP Morgan, DBS, experimenting with tokenized deposits. So a lot of different asset class will be moving on-chain. And all these are big usage of blockchain technology, which is why I'm very bullish for the future, right? Because for me, AI together with blockchain will transform every economic sector going forward.
Right.
If you look at financial services alone, the entire middle and back office today recruit, employ thousands and thousands of staffing, right? You're doing reconciliation, you're doing custody, you're doing clearing, settlement.
Right.
With AI and blockchain technology, you can streamline all those activities. It's on atomic settlement, you eliminate the clearing and settlement risk. You don't need to do reconciliation because it's immutable.
Yeah.
So if you rethink the future of finance, you'll not be the current shape and position, right?
Sure.
If you rethink how you're going to do global banking or global fund transfer in the future, once a lot of corporates, and I've seen this in practice, a lot of corporates move their treasury to stable coins because at the move of the button, at the press of the button, you can move funds to your subsidiaries, to affiliates for payments on an instantaneous basis, 24/7, instead of having to wait 2 days. You need to hold much less capital, right? Capital efficiency, velocity has improved greatly. And for firms, those are costly.
Yeah. But all that you said, Richard, they are all linked to regulatory regime. So let's talk about regulations for a bit. Late last month, you had a bit of a setback in Europe. Your application to operate in the EU under a new licensing regime called MiCA failed.
Yes.
But one of your colleagues told us that Binance does intend to stay in EU. But there are other media reports that suggest that you have stopped providing service to EU clients. So first of all, can you please tell us what's the status now in EU?
Well, so we withdraw our application in Greece, as you mentioned, because we actually it caught us by surprise because we submitted a fully compliant application. The regulators told us as much, and we have very good relations. Until like 11 and a half hours, they're telling us that it will be approved, right? Everything is in order, is in shape. So we are not quite sure why the approval keep being delayed. And it is only responsible for us because otherwise, our users will be faced with very short transitional periods. So we withdraw the application, but we're very committed to EU, right? So we are continue to develop our strategies over there, working with different parties. We want to serve users in EU. We want to make sure that we continue to work very closely with the regulators over there. And just as an interesting anecdote, right? So of the users in EU that we have that subsequently withdraw their funds out of our platform, 70% of them, of those funds go to self-hosted wallets. Only 30% flows to MiCA regulated entity. So that is pretty interesting from a regulatory angle, because I'm an ex-regulator, so I can say that. Does the MiCA regime then serve its purpose to make sure that you minimize risk for the users? Because once it goes into self-hosted wallet, the risk actually amplify. You don't have proper oversight of those. You don't have proper, AML, KYC controls over those. So is it best served by that? Or is it better served to regulate a fully compliant entity that works very closely with regulators to uphold the rule of law? And I always say that it's better to bring companies into regulations. Then you can have proper oversight over there. Yeah. Make sure there's full cooperation, full data of the users, etc. But, we continue to work very closely with regulators in Europe on that front. And, we are progressing.
But very briefly, Richard, what are the pathways that are open to you? What can you do to,
there are many different things. We are in close talks with regulators that invited us to apply in their regime. It's premature, so we shan't name which regulators, but we still continue to work very closely with EU regulators. As we work with global regulators, actually by today we are the most regulated exchange globally. And I'm pretty proud to say this. We are the only one of the global exchange. We are the only one that has a home regulator. So anybody that's been involved in regulations, IASCO, Basel, the concept of home regulator and host regulator, right? So we are the only one with a home regulator, meaning on an end-to-end basis, all our 300 over million users globally are entitled to the safeguards imposed by our home regulator, which is the Financial Services Regulatory Authority at Abu Dhabi. And they look at everything from our governance to AML to KYC to our transaction monitoring to our listings policies to our wallet management. So nobody goes through the same type of scrutiny like we do. And that itself gives a lot of comfort to global regulators, right? And we went through a massive exercise on our side over the course of 1.5 years, doing a lot of workshops, walkthroughs, showing them our systems, etc., to secure that global regulatory. And, ADGM has, global MOUs, regulatory MOUs with EU, with Singapore, with Hong Kong. It's a very well-established regulator. So we will continue to work very closely with our global footprint. And we are securing a few more licenses in Asia this year, including we just announced in Philippines.
Right.
Our joint venture, our partnership with Blockshow. So we're offering to Philippine users now. So we continue to expand our global footprint on that front.
And where else in Asia you're seeking licenses?
Well, I do think that, we have deployed in many places in Asia now, from Japan to Korea to Thailand, Indonesia, Australia. We just announced Philippines. A few more is coming.
Okay.
Once those are ready, we announce it.
Would you be able to put a number to it?
No, so we are in India, we're in Pakistan. So there are many parts of Asia that we are already licensed and regulated. So we are working with a lot more policymakers and regulators to work very closely with them. So we are going to expand our footprint quite aggressively.
Okay. We're running out of time, but very, very briefly, Richard, you talked about earlier about you offering stocks and ETFs on your platform. Do you think that the barriers or the wall between the digital assets and traditional assets is now shrinking? Do you see the possibility of Binance in future acquiring a full brokerage to entrench your presence in the...
Never say never, because that convergence is coming, right? So for the longest time, I've been living... I come from the TradFi space. I come from regulatory space. And then I got to know blockchain in 2017 and Bitcoin in 2017. I got excited because I believe it's the future of finance. And from then, with only 6 million people having exposure to now where we're today, right? And now regulators are giving clarity to this space. To me, it's really a sea change. But that convergence is coming because now traditional firms understand the innovation of this technology, understand why things like stablecoin that uses crypto blockchain technology are superior to what financial architecture that's been around for decades, right, offers, understand why do you need 24/7 trading, because going forward trading will be on an agentic basis anyway, right? So people need to be able to take position and hedge a position. So to me, more and more asset class, whether it's commodities, whether it's equities, will all be tokenized, will be all be on chain, and that offers the freedom for much more access into all these different product classes going forward, and we'll be there to serve our users.
Fantastic. You didn't answer my question clearly, but there's a question from the audience, so which has just gone out, but I saw that earlier. The question on whether Bitcoin has hit a bottom.
Well, I can't predict. I wish I have a crystal ball, right? But there will come a time where I will acquire a lot of them again. Yeah.
Okay. That's probably a clear indication. Well, thank you very much for your time, Richard. Great talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Sumit. We've gone from bubbles in AI to rock bottom in crypto in just the space of a couple of sessions. We're going to explore digital assets more broadly now, from tokenized securities to blockchain-based settlement, and from portfolio strategy to regulation. Institutional adoption is accelerating across Asia's financial hubs, even as the frameworks continue to develop and evolve. To discuss this in more depth, please welcome KLDX Chief Commercial Officer Jeffrey Ng to introduce his panelists from Hashkey, Schroders, Revo Digital Family Office, and Invesco. This session is in partnership with Hashkey Group.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute privilege to serve as your moderator for this session. As an industry, we have arrived at a fascinating crossroad. For the past few years, the headlines, the massive capital inflows, and the media spotlight have largely belonged to the US markets, driven heavily by traditional retail wrapper products like spot Bitcoin ETFs, which today stand at approximately $110 billion. This having reached a peak of $170 billion in October last year. But while the West dominates the news cycle with volume, Asia has been quietly and meticulously winning the race on architecture. From tokenized securities to programmable blockchain-based settlement corridors, Asia's financial hubs are building native, on-chain digital infrastructure from day one. In the next few minutes, we aim to move past the speculative hype and address the hard-hitting structural realities of this asset class. We will contrast the product strategies of the East versus the West. We shall analyze shifting adoption trends among institutions, sovereign wealth, and private family offices, and finally evaluate the massive operational challenges of running parallel financial infrastructure. Ultimately, we want to answer one question today. Are we genuinely transforming the plumbing of global finance, or are we just adding an expensive digital veneer to a legacy system? To decode these dynamics, we have in front of us a very powerful panel representing the entire life cycle of the digital asset ecosystem, spanning institutional infrastructure, global asset management, and private wealth management. Please welcome Rachel Chiu, Head of Business Development at Hashkey Group and Chief Operating Officer of the Hashkey On-Chain Business Group. Rachel is at the little epicenter of building native, on-chain institutional infrastructure and stablecoin corridors across Asia. To Rachel's left is Zan Kwan, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer at Revo Digital Family Office. Zan is a pioneer bridging traditional private wealth management with active digital asset portfolio allocations for the region's elite allocators. And by the way, if you Google Zan, you'll see that she's known as the crypto queen in this part of the world as well. To Zan's left is Marita McGinley, Head of Operations, APAC and Global Head of Digital Assets at Schroders Investment Management. Marita leads institutional operations and execution, steering Schroders Global Digital Assets Center of Excellence based right here in Singapore. And finally, we have Freddie Wong, Head of Product, APAC at Invesco. Freddie sits out of Hong Kong and is at a unique global vantage point, spanning major Western ETF wrapper products, and as well bridging TradeFi and DeFi, along with the rollout of native tokenized institutional funds. So panelists, thank you for being here. So let's begin. So let's talk a little bit of trying to get this differentiation between where the West is versus Asia. We are seeing a distinct divergence globally. The US has captured massive market liquidity and media attention through its traditional wrapper products like spot Bitcoin ETFs. As I mentioned, it's now at approximately $110 billion. Meanwhile, Asia seems focused on building native on-chain architecture, as evidenced from the stablecoin corridors that are being built, Project Guardian here in Singapore, Project Ensemble in Hong Kong, and tokenized funds from a lot of these markets being introduced. So how would you compare the development of these markets, and who stands out as the most important difference? Maybe we'll start with Freddie. What are your thoughts in terms of the dichotomy between the West and the East?
Sure. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you for having me today here. On this topic, I think, first of all, we need to look into, from a TradFi world, what's the belief we see into the digital asset space. A lot of activities going around, but the core belief is that we are seeing is a transformational, is a structural shift around where client demands is transforming themselves. So from that, we are seeing product that's been going to structure differently, administer differently, and also distribute differently. So same time, you have to really uphold that belief that ultimately the clients require that institutional quality, that state as a center of the focus. So the approach that we look into, how to really look at the digital space is how do we cover three areas. One is how do we invest into people. Second is how do we invest into partnership, as well as how do we invest into platforms. So from that backdrop, we can sort of strategize that there are two areas that we try to focus ourselves. One is to launch and continue to really roll out crypto-related ETP, all the product. And the second track is to really create a tokenization track to really serve that client demand as a core principle. So it become really a strategic focus from Invesco standpoint. And in the West, we obviously have a lot of product that we launch, whether it's like ETF, wrapping the traditional into the tokenized format and linked to the crypto space, or we actually managing some of the underlying liquidity product as per se. So I think on that backdrop, it's clear that there's a real demand sitting in front of us, and we're looking at a way to serve those in the digital format.
Thank you, Freddie. What about your thoughts, Marita?
If I think of kind of the debate around the East versus the West, I don't see it as a massive divergence, actually. I just see it as different starting points on a very similar journey. So in the US, what we've largely seen is taking a digital asset and wrapping it in a traditional asset, typically ETFs. They're 30 years old, they're very efficient, but you've got a digital asset and a traditional wrapper. And then the inverse is happening more here in APAC, where you're taking traditional assets and you're trying to digitize the wrapper.
Right.
I think the true power comes whenever you have a digital asset and a digital wrapper. It doesn't matter if that digital asset is a new asset in a crypto form or a traditional asset that's been tokenized. I think that's where the real powerful opportunity here comes. I actually think the biggest thing that the US has done from a standout perspective is actually stablecoin issuance. If you think about the regulatory momentum there, the dominance of the dollar in global capital markets, and then a lot of the private industry innovation has been anchored there as well. And I think that actually digital cash has been one of the biggest catalysts in this space for the global adoption of it. So I think this kind of East versus West narrative is more, how do we get to a kind of commingled outcome?
Okay.
And I also wouldn't underestimate Europe here, and even the Middle East. I think the first actually crypto ETF was issued in Europe 10 years ago. Germany and Liechtenstein pulled forward very quickly in terms of regulation. So I always say that there's no one region or country that is an insurmountable lead. It's more we're all picking off different parts of the value chain, and the real value is, can we actually join that up?
So that's a good segue to pose the same question to Rachel then. As the infrastructure provider, are you seeing that, that level of momentum, number one, and number two, where do you see the areas of activity coming in?
Yeah, I think first, set the context. We are seeing a few important trends in the market. One is the institutional adoption of the blockchain technology. So you see more and more of in this space moving from 2C to become 2B. Second is actually the integration of the fragmentation of original infrastructure globally. I agree with Marita that actually in each market we are trying to build the different elements of this new ecosystem, but it's just the focus and the weight are slightly different. Then to this part of the world, adapt to both the asset demand and also investors demand, that we see more demand leaning toward the real world assets tokenization. At the same time, using the blockchain technology to enable the cross-border trade and also cross-border payment. That's a significant part of this part of the business in this part of the world. And technology of the blockchain can well solve lots of pain points in the cross-border trade and cross-border payment, particularly on the infrastructure side. So that's how we see the focus, the flourish of the business, particularly in Asia, and the leveraging the tokenization of funding from the West as well. Then the question becomes, what's going to be the future on-chain financial infrastructure to enable this? And that's exactly why we Hashkey position ourselves to leverage our compliance and the expertise in the cross-border regulations, and also leverage our scale, leverage our advantages, capability in the technology to work with not only traditional financial institutions, but also traditional real business, like the trading companies, air companies, logistic companies, including lots of, people talk about robotics as well, and to really bring those on chain. So that's how we see the very strong demand in this part of the world, and can well work with the West.
So sorry, just to stay on your point, Rachel. So it's very interesting that you mentioned, there's this difference between trade finance momentum and investment finance momentum, right? So when you mention stablecoins, for example, it seems as if the real use case of stablecoins right now is to enable efficiency, transparency, speed in trade finance. And I suppose then that there's also an evolution in terms of the investment products that then feeds into, right? So Zan, how does this then impact, I suppose, the future of global investment products, especially from your point of view, coming from primarily a clientele that's family office driven, high net worth driven?
Sure. I think one thing that we look at, I think you mentioned the first question on the East and the West.
Yeah.
So because it's a global, when you think about it's a global technology, right? So we don't see it as East and West, and obviously it's expected that for ETF and all the regulated products will be driven by the US, and of course their regulations will drive in a way the adoption as well. So that's expected. But I think from an allocator point of view, from an investor point of view, there are a lot more to be invested in the space. We talked about earlier the structured products or the public products, right? So public and the private side of the digital asset space. I think it's important that investors know that the whole investable universe or the pie is a lot bigger than the media headlines. We focus on the prices. I think just now we talked about this, has Bitcoin bottom? A lot of headlines and eyeballs are on that. And of course on the public products. But on the private side, In fact, I think there are more than two Ps, right? Private, public, and I think digital asset infrastructure bring the third P, which is the peer-to-peer. So in terms of the private equity investment, there's also one space that was touched on Rachel earlier. There are payment companies built on digital asset rails. There are also, in fact, agentic finance, which is driven or made possible by digital assets. And with AI and digital assets, I think that's one topic and one area that not enough eyeballs have been given to that space. Yeah. So in terms from private investor, I just wanted again to highlight that the universe to be allocated into the space is more than what we see now in the public side. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a topic that really comes from the investor's perspective. So I think for the audience here, it would be good for the panel to basically break down in terms of where do you see key areas of demand coming from both the institutional side as well as from the high net worth family office side of things. So maybe let's talk a little bit about demand coming from.
Maybe I can kickstart on that. Well, obviously in the West, some of the partnership we did over the years that we have taken a good business partnership with Superstay in the US, where we're managing one of the biggest tokenized underlying sort of treasury funds for them. And in that backdrop, we are serving a good list of institutional clients behind, and in which those clients could be really using the US dollar or using the stable coins as a way to really invest into. But if we come back into the regions, right, the institutional client adoptions may be still not 100% getting to the pace that we may be seeing. We are more seeing into what Rachel earlier saying, right? When you get to B2C and then expand into B2B, it's a way that we try to expand the footprints, trying to really tap into the already invested client base. So in Asia, I do see that building as a foundation to potentially serve the retail as a starting point is the right start, because measuring that demand to the extent is a pain point in the industry, because any kind of business case we build, we need to assess what's the client demands we are talking about. Is that the defined world of demands, or is the TradFi world of demands? But at the end of the day, it's the partner who can help you to navigate that journey. So I would say that those are all the work that put into assessing some of these client demands. But the institutional adoptions, because Asia to the extent is still building a lot of regulations, infrastructure platform, right? Until the point that that's become more clear that institutional can find the right pathway in a fully compliant manner, I think that could be a leap forward into a bigger flow into this digital asset space.
May I? I think one comment I want to add is that either bridging the investors or the assets, at the end of the day, building the ecosystem is about getting investors more options in investment opportunities. I think from the digital asset point of view, in the last wave of the crypto and blockchain, people more talking about a few set of the cryptos. But today, with the real world asset tokenization, we are basically broadening the asset opportunities on chain. And by making them on chain, leveraging the advantage of blockchain technology being borderless, being atomic, we will be able to develop more on-chain products which generates a different type of use to meet different type of investors' needs, because they have different risk appetite and yield expectations. I think that is what we see as a future more flourishing on-chain financial infrastructure and the financial ecosystem. So to that, we, of course, with the regulation coming as well, and it's becoming more clear. And that's why everybody is building different elements of the ecosystem. And by this part of the world, by bringing more real world assets on chain, it's actually expanding the scope and also the depth of the collaterals for the future on-chain financing and investment products as well. So we see that's gonna be the contribution of the Asian markets to the crypto blockchain in the world.
Yeah, and I think if you want to talk about demand, you cannot ignore access.
Right. So I think what Rachel was trying to drive at is when you have tokenization and you improve the investment rails, you actually open up the access to a lot more investor, including the smaller investor as well.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at public and private AUM in terms of asset under management, right? So if you include real estate, of course, private equity or private side will be, I would say, maybe double of the public side. And I think what the opportunity that I think Rachel was driving at is when we talk about all this illiquid and private asset that can be tokenized. Of course, this has been the theme for a very long time. However, I think what we are seeing now is that it takes time, right, for the liquidity to come with more clarity given by regulation, because regulation will reduce uncertainty, but innovation will reduce friction. I think all this takes time, even though we talk about it, and sometimes we might be overestimating the time taken to improve the plumbing in that space. But coming another angle from the SS point of view is family offices has been taking quite an important role in actually allocating into the space. Just because our investment horizon is longer, we can take a higher move in valuation, and I think a lot of family offices in Asia are relatively younger to in the West. And a lot of the source of wealth are in tech, in technology. And the family offices are still run by the wealth creator. In a way, the entrepreneur are still running the family offices, which make them understand technology, understand the opportunities given in the space. And with that, in fact, this bearish market, we have seen several family offices doubling down, taking a more, I would say, a calculated allocation in the space. Yeah, I think so. If you want to talk about, again, demand, we do see very meaningful demand coming from the family office side.
I think just on that point, the underlying asset part is really important because we often have to think about traditional asset versus, tokenized format, right?
Yes.
You need to build in the features on the asset to enhance the return for the clients. Otherwise, it's like clients just prefer the traditional trail. Right. So I think this is really important to address what's the proliferations to enhance the product features into the digital asset space in the future.
So yeah, that's a great point in the sense that you're now applying new technologies to real world assets that previously maybe investors found it harder to get into, right, to access. So if you're using tokenization, for example, you could potentially broaden distribution into private equity, private credit, but tends to have much longer lifespans compared to the traditional products.
I remember I've seen once the data. If you look at the global asset pool, the digital assets today compared to the traditional asset pool is only actually less than almost less than 2%, right. Which means that there's significant room to grow. Then it's more about bringing more traditional assets on chain than make it available and distributed on the global basis, right? So in that front, that gives investors more options as well. And at the same time, more of the traditional non-investors will become investors in the future.
Yeah, but as an investor in the space, I have to say that some of the tokenization or RWA technology is really a wrapper over existing. So we have to be very discerning as well. Where does the value accrue? And to make sure that it is a long game and it's not just a short-term, again, speculation in the market.
And I was just going to add, because I think there's two clear themes here, like crypto as an asset and then tokenization as an infrastructure layer. I actually think what ultimately drives demand is solving a problem. And I can think of problems that have been solved across both of those vectors. So if you think about the $110 billion in Bitcoin ETFs, typically in the US, that solved the problem of access, to your point, Stan. People didn't want to set up their own wallet, go to a DeFi exchange, onboard a new custodian, so that enabled access for them. If you think about stablecoin growth, stablecoins were introduced to be the settlement asset of two highly volatile cryptocurrencies. So they allowed somebody to settle an asset and not necessarily take a massive haircut or profit immediately after. So that solved that problem. But then solving that problem, you gave up yield. So you had a stable asset with no yield. So tokenized money market funds have also been very successful because they are solving the yield problem for stablecoin holders. Then people took stablecoins and digital cash and applied it to their treasuries. And we're seeing reports in the industry where it significantly reduces your cost of payment. So again, it solves that problem. So there is this kind of evolution or domino effect of solving problems and really building scale. But I think the real opportunity here is kind of predicting tomorrow's problems. So you talk about tech founders. The investors of tomorrow are going to have vastly different expectations of their investment portfolios that today's capital market infrastructure just can't meet. We're going to have to redesign and uplift the market infrastructure to give people real-time access, personalized portfolios, insights on demand. And I think that's really what the kind of infrastructure play here. It's an evolution of capital market infrastructure to support bespoke and digitized portfolios at scale.
I want to add on that because what Marita just said is very true. Because the whole crypto world, blockchain world is, I know our session is about digital asset, but this world is actually not about, no longer just about the digital assets. Move the great part about the cross-border blockchain payment. That's a significant part of the future financial system as well. And today it's mostly settled by a stablecoin, but we're also seeing with the tokenized deposit coming into the play, it will be a big part of the settlement as well. And with the machine AI economy coming, the agent payment is going to be significant. The whole process and the infrastructure, require the rules to settle those would be totally different from what we see today. So I think that those are going to generate new opportunities we wouldn't even be able to possibly foresee today for the future additional assets. So I think today we are people always talk about cross the chain. We are at the stage about to cross the chain, but once we cross the chain with the infrastructure building, with more assets and the funding on chain, we shall be able to see that grow significantly.
So, I suppose, based on what you've all said till now, it looks as if, let's say in the US markets, for example, to your point, Marita, about the fact that the market evolved, or it continues to evolve based on use cases. So you're trying to solve problem after problem, right? You solve one, and then you realize that you've got another bottleneck that you've got to solve. So that's how US markets have evolved, and that's why today we have very large Bitcoin ETFs, for example. We've got very large tokenized money market funds, and so on. And it is then up to regulations to then ensure that this continues to be supported going forward. On the other hand, in this part of the world, the regulators are taking on a leadership role to basically say, let us try to set some boundaries and rules around this and let the market then fit into that, right? So what are your thoughts in terms of where do these two systems come together in order to promote the growth that is necessary for the adoption to take place? Because, like from our perspective, from KLDX, for example, we know that there are use cases, but the institutions are slow to react because of the regulations that they have to deal with, right? So how do we increase the momentum? How do we get people more excited in this part of the world on these types of assets?
You want to hear my perspective?
Yeah.
Well, I tend to be more optimistic. Yeah. So I think as anything that's new coming out, the change in the system, in the people, just going to take time, but it will not stop. I think so. That's a general view, and this applies the same to the business and the regulations dialogue. So you see how I see we are already moving toward that direction. It's just the pace, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. I think there's no silver bullet. There's no secret sauce. It's more about the continuous dialogue between the regulators and also, actually, we constantly in the conversation with the regulators of different markets, right? That's why we are licensed in all these important, critical Asian markets. I think one side, our experience is that the regulators actually would really love to understand not only the technology, but also the business on the front line. And they also try to see how they can regulate it with the right boundaries, the things that they do need to understand. From business perspective, what we are trying to do is provide more insights from the market, not opportunities, but also challenges. At the same time, try to understand the risks and the concerns from regulators' perspective. Actually, probably the concerns of the investors behind the regulator perspective. I think that the continuous dialogue, mutual understanding would foster the process to move ahead. Yeah.
Just highlight that Asia focused a lot on regulation, as you highlighted. But one thing that people should know is a lot of those regulations to drive the infrastructure backbone. And typically, when infrastructure build out, you don't really get yourself into the headline. What really get you to the headline is an amazing product, how performance drive, how the scale of that product really scale up. So this is a difference between the East or West, that how we look into the Asia lens. But what infrastructure bring you is the long-term scalability. So at the end of the day, what's happened in Asia is, back to our approach, we need to find the right partner, knowing about what the regulatory landscape is playing, and map into the demands to help us to really scale that longer terms. So I think a lot of things you highlight, whether it's like Project Guardians, Project Ensemble, these are all those infrastructure, but typically it would be lack of attention from the general, but that is the core part, how you really bring us to where we want to be in 5-10 years.
And we're quite active in many of those regulatory kind of working groups. And I think it is a combination that's needed. You need the kind of innovation, but you also need regulatory approval and scrutiny and frameworks. But even in the past 7 years, there's been a significant change, I think, in mindsets. Historically, it was, well, here's my regulatory border, and how do I extend it to include this new dynamic? Whereas now increasingly we're seeing regulators approach this with, how can I leverage this technology to better achieve the outcomes I want? Financial stability, consumer protection, standardization, cross-border portability. So I think that's actually quite unique. In Singapore here in Project Guardian, there's a concept of compliance by design. So can we also move risk controls up the value chain? A lot of controls in the market today are quite detective. They detect after something's gone wrong. Compliance by design allows you to actually build that from the outset.
Yeah, I think from opportunities from an investor point of view, I'm very excited about the space. And I think for the next few years, it's really the iceberg moment for Asia or the surrounding area. Why? Because there are gaps in the market. I love the quantum leap story of technology. We have seen it every part, right? The early parts of how China managed to go from very paper focused, not focused, to totally digitized. And I think that is the opportunity that I love to see what digital asset infrastructure, and there are pockets still in our region that we can allocate or invest and make an impact. So I think that is one space, including Africa. In fact, the last 1 year, I've been 3 times to Rwanda. Yeah, so coming from a blue ocean opportunity point of view. So again, I want to emphasize on agentic finance, because when you look at finance industry as a whole, it is mainly a middleman business. So when we talk about, are we going to invest in faster horses or going to build a new car? So we have to be careful how we employ technology. So technology, it could be expensive if you are just doing a wrapper. So we really have to be avoiding what we call institutional imperative of what we are doing, right? So I love the story of TTK earlier, and how now private wealth is trying to also impact or making impactful investment in the space. Again, it's a bit different from the institutional and how some fund manager allocate to the space. So just wanted to emphasize on the opportunities, and we are just seeing the peak of the iceberg right now.
Thank you, Zan. Okay, so we've got a few minutes left. Let's jump into some of the Q&A, mostly focusing on HashKey. So maybe the third question. HashKey listed in Hong Kong last year, becoming Asia's first publicly traded digital asset company. What does that signal to the broader industry? And has access of traditional markets, capital markets, shifted your strategic priorities?
I think the listing itself is a milestone and a recognition by the market. And I think we have always been positioned ourselves as the compliance onshore financial infrastructure. So that has not changed and actually will continue to strengthen. But that's a signal, of course, also we're trying to send. If we're not trying to, it's already been sent to the market. So that's also the trend we see in the market. Many nowadays, when we go to the other markets, that it becomes much easier for us to build the alliance or the partnership with the other licensed exchange in other markets as well. That's why. Second is, as we said, we do see the future opportunities of the blockchain technology is the institutional adoption, particularly by the traditional business and the traditional finance. That's why we build our next wave of the growth going to be build the on-chain financial infrastructure to enable that, and as a result, capture the opportunity in that side. How does that change our strategic capability and priorities? I don't think it's really a change because it's enhanced. We will continue to keep and build our licensed crypto exchange part of the business. But we also had the asset management business, but now we are doubling down, building the on-chain business group part of the business. That means for example, we are building the hashkey issuance platform to make the on-chain tokenization much easier and accessible to many smaller and medium enterprises. Because today, going on-chain tokenize is not as easy as it sounded to be. But we're going to build this platform to make it easier for you. Second, we're building the hashkey trading platform so that with more trading and the liquidities, it's going to help on the issuance platform and build the channel link to the other broader distribution as well. With that, then with more assets coming on chain, with more funding coming on chain, then it will be a much more enhanced ecosystem. And our role is to enable that infrastructure to adapt to any future changes that's going to come to the industry. So that's our role. If you say at the same time, we're building some other critical capabilities for the future as well. We talked about like the on-chain payment settlement, being stablecoin settlement or tokenized deposit or agent payment. And we're also building the on-chain, all the enhance the compliance capability as well. KYC, AML. Also, most importantly, the programmable compliance modules to make all this business more scalable. That's what we're trying to build. So in short, is that it's not changing our strategic priority, but it's really enhancing and further emphasizing our positioning and aspiration to become the leading, most compliant on-chain financial infrastructure.
Right. So that fits into the other question in terms of, is that a competitive advantage for you then?
We definitely think it's a competitive advantage because we see that now it gives us, we don't need explanation or introduction when we are talking to the traditional financial institutions, talking to the traditional business, talking to the regulators, because we are applying the similar level of either the KYC, AML, or all these compliance rules, but we are adding the blockchain technology benefits to the business model we're doing. So it does give us competitive advantages. And we see that's going to become stronger as the regulation becomes clearer and it actually moves, it evolves around the world.
So from that perspective, given that we're all in Asia now, there are so many markets that you have to tackle, right, in order to get accepted, to get compliant with, etc. Do you see that as a challenge compared to, let's say, if you were in Europe or in the EU, or if you're in the US, where it's more single market, right? So one regulation covers a much larger market. Is that a challenge for you?
We see those as opportunities, right, and of course the hurdles to overcome. Right. But we more see, well, it's always be like this, right? But it's good when you see there's potential and opportunities, then you just need to build the building blocks to capture those opportunities, right? But the good thing is that, as I said earlier, today's crypto world and the blockchain is quite fragmented across the markets, across the systems, across investors, but we see that's gonna, as anything new, that's gonna come together gradually. And we hope we are trying to build ourselves as earlier in that position to capture those upcoming opportunity when it becomes more integrated together.
So from the institutional provider's point of view, do you see that as an opportunity or?
Well, it's definitely opportunity to begin with, but at the same time, I more see like all this proliferation is more starting with localizations. Any country will look into more inner lands to begin with, but ultimately, the world may really transform into, we don't need that many blockchain globally, but maybe some of them will stand out, then it just become a few blockchain that could be interpolated with each other. And at the end of the day, if you go 5 years ahead, we definitely will see more tokenized product. We definitely will see more use cases into the digital cash, the infrastructure build out, but that boils down into your distribution strategy and also the topic of the portfolio strategy, right? How do you change the way how a portfolio, whether it's like traditional fixed income, equity, or private market are being managed? Those would be changing. So I think that's where the opportunities stand.
Okay, so Freddie, you've actually answered the last question, the 5-year outlook. So
sorry.
Yeah, so that's the institutional point of view. What about on the private wealth point of view? Where do you see demand in terms of allocation of your average client portfolio going from now till?
Sure. I think I just wanted to answer quickly the question earlier about a diversified institutional portfolio.
Right.
I think one thing is too much focus has been on regulation. It's important, but regulation should drive your due diligence, not your allocation. I think that is super important. We have to know what is investable. And if you are led by regulation, you will miss opportunity. Again, regulation drives your due diligence, not your allocation. Opportunity does.
Well, thank you. So time's up for us. So on behalf of everyone here, thank you so much to our panel speakers for the very insightful thoughts and for sharing it with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. It's clear there are some exciting times ahead. We're now going to stress test another important part of the regional and global economy. Healthcare is a sector that's being reshaped by aging populations, workforce pressures, and rising expectations around access, quality, and efficiency. Please welcome Prem Kumar Nair, Group Chief Executive Officer of IHH Healthcare, in conversation with Reuters Asia Company News Editor Myung Kim.
Prem, it's great to have you here for Reuters Next.
Thank you.
Let's talk about geopolitical risks first. I mean, the US-Iran war has been going on for more than 4 months now. There was a ceasefire deal announced last month, but then Trump said just yesterday that the deal is now over and he ordered fresh strikes. Oil prices went up and stocks are down. How are you managing geopolitical risks and how that has impacted healthcare sector in general and your business?
Okay, so maybe I'll talk about in general first. If you look at the financial results of listed healthcare companies, you'll find that they have not been affected very much. And I think that's because you would think that healthcare industry would be affected quite a bit. Supply chain issues, right? Energy. Hospitals operate 24/7, right? And because of the oil price, energy costs have gone up. Medical tourism, right? These are the 3 things that you would expect hospitals to be affected by. But in reality, supply chain for healthcare has become very, very diversified now. So in our case, at IHH, we operate in 10 countries. We've got large countries like China, India, Malaysia. We pivoted to supplies from these countries a long time ago. the healthcare industry has learned to become very resilient, I would say, basically because of the pandemic, when things were in short supply. So post-pandemic, most of us have diversified away from the West to supplies mainly from either the countries we are in. For example, India is a big generics supplier, right? And we can get Indian generic drugs in most of our countries. Medical technology, medtech, biotech from China. We are now using Chinese MRIs, CT scanners, in addition, of course, to the Siemens, Philips, GEs of the world. So I would say that IHH, we have fared particularly well. But, we don't want to take chances. In Malaysia, for example, we stocked up twice the amount of drugs just in case this was going to be a prolonged situation.
I mean, you mentioned the several factors, but if you have to choose one, what is the biggest concern for you involving the Middle East conflict? Is it higher energy price or supply chain disruptions or growing cost pressure for drugs and consumables, or is it just persisting uncertainty stemming from one crisis after another?
Yeah. So as I said earlier, supply chain is not really much of an issue. Energy, we were a little bit worried because we've got countries like Singapore, right, where we don't have much option but to use the power that comes from the government power company. But what we have done is that we have got long-term supply contracts. So our energy contracts in most countries run for 2 to 3 years. So we were locked in. Turkey, very interestingly, set up a very large solar farm that supplies 80% of its energy needs. So Turkey was protected as well. So supply chain was fine, energy was fine. What we really got hit with is medical tourism, right? Our countries like Turkey and India get a lot of patients coming from the Middle East. And of course, obviously they couldn't travel, all right? So medical tourism went down in these two countries. Singapore was hit, not directly by the conflict, but because our biggest source of medical tourism is Indonesia, and the Indonesian rupiah plunged to the lowest level ever, right? So they stopped coming to Singapore, but somewhat mitigated by the fact that they have all started going to Malaysia, where we also have a very large presence.
So tell us more about the impact of Iran or on the medical tourism. I mean, your company said in May that the Middle East conflict has dampened the demand from certain medical travelers. Which corridors, like Middle East to Turkey or Middle East to Singapore or Middle East to India, which corridors are more heavily affected by the conflict?
Yeah. So India was affected the most because we do get a lot of patients from the UAE and Qatar and Saudi flying into the western part of India to our hospitals in Mumbai. So India was affected the most. Turkey, to a certain extent as well. And interestingly, even Singapore, because we do have long-term contracts with the Middle Eastern health authorities to send critical cases to our Singapore hospitals. So even Singapore was affected as well, right?
So how are medical travelers responding to this geopolitical risk? Are they simply delaying treatment, or are they changing destinations?
They change destination sometimes, but I'll give an example. If you ask an Indonesian patient who comes regularly to Mount Elizabeth Hospital, he will wait until the conflict is over and then come. So what typically happens, as in COVID, was they try and hold out for as much as they can. They might see a local provider, but once they can travel, then they will come in large numbers. So the whole lobby of Mount Hospital will be full of Indonesian patients.
I mean, as you said, you operate in 10 countries, and how this geopolitical risk affect your business plan? Does it have some impact on your business plan? Like, do you have to change your, let's say, capital allocation or expansion plan because of the geopolitical risk?
Yeah. So I like to say that we are probably the most risk-diversified healthcare group in the world, right? So put aside even this, what's happening in the Middle East now, the Iran war. We've had countries like Turkey, where, as you know, for many years, inflation was high. The lira, Turkish lira, was weakening. So we've had to manage that for a long time. So during that time, countries like Singapore and Malaysia, Hong Kong, they were the ones who propped up the group very well. And today, Turkey is doing extremely well. It's now the biggest contributor to our financials. And that's because the inflation has come down, the lira has stabilized. They have de-risked by having almost 40% of their revenue coming from Europe and other countries, US dollar denominated, right? So they're doing very well. Recently, Malaysia and Singapore are affected by payer issues, insurance issues. That's due to very high medical inflation. There were a lot of payer provider issues. So Malaysia 2 years ago, but Malaysia has now come out of it and is doing extremely well. If you look at the last few quarters, Malaysia has been one of our star countries. This year it was Singapore's turn. Same thing. So Singapore has had to go and talk to the insurers, work out packages, deals, and all that. So I think Singapore is also coming off the bottom. So we are a very risk diversified healthcare group.
Diversification has
yes.
right the ground. Let's talk about AI. There's a lot of hype about AI and discussion about how it can change the way we work and operate. How do you deploying AI in hospital operations and patient care?
Yeah, so AI today, and I was just telling some of you that I came from another AI conference this morning, right? Any conference today is AI in healthcare. And I have to say that AI is going to make a big difference in how we deliver care, both at the back end, patient engagement, and in the clinical area. What many of us fail to realize that AI came into healthcare a long time ago. Radiology, we started using AI-enabled CT scans and MRI machines 5 years ago. They were already reading, but at that time it wasn't so good. But today, the first read that comes from a AI built into a CT scan machine is almost perfect. All right, the radiologist who looks at it probably wouldn't, have to change anything, or it may even make him be more observant of something that his eye may not see. So it's become ingrained already in radiology, and it's basically made the whole radiology department a lot more efficient and productive. So this started really some time ago. We've already had it. We've got other things. We have to do financial counseling in all our hospitals for patients. That's by law in Singapore, and now it's coming to the other countries as well. We use a AI application called Fee Advisor that works out what's been the bill for gallbladder surgery, the last 100 cases, and it gives you the fee calculation within seconds. So we are doing that. Our nursing rosters in our hospital, which is one of the most complex rosters you can ever find, because you have got nurses on 3 shifts, permanent day shift, permanent night shift, locums, has been fully AI'd. So the nursing sister tells me that 50% of her workload has been reduced, so I can spend more time on the floor with patients, which is what they're supposed to do, not sitting in a room doing a roster. So we've had a lot of implementations. But what excites me and excites us the most is going to be the implementation of AI in clinical care. Doctor documentation, nursing documentation, clinical pathways, So today, total knee has got a pathway from the time a patient comes in. There's variation between different surgeons, different implants that are being used. So we want to standardize care and tell all the doctors to follow this pathway so that we can reduce variation, reduce cost, reduce length of stay. These are all the things that will make us more efficient. And it's also better for the patient because you get out of the hospital as quickly as possible, right? Hospitals are inherently dangerous places. They've got lots of germs. You stay there more than 3 days and you come in for a total knee, but you leave with pneumonia or something like that, right? So we don't want that to happen. So we are going to standardize it. We are using an AI developed pathway, and we are starting with a few of these. So that's where I feel AI will make the biggest impact in healthcare.
Recently, a lot of global companies have announced AI-related job cuts. I'm just wondering how AI has changed your long-term hiring plans, or it hasn't changed at all.
Well, it has obviously changed in that where we are using AI, currently, if you ask me, it is to improve efficiency, raise productivity as an aid. So as far as we are concerned, we still want the human in the loop, as they call it, right? We are not going to replace them. But what it probably helps us to do is that with the implementation, if there are people leaving, there's always turnover, attrition, 10%, right? Finance department, various departments, we probably won't need to replace people. So over time, our workforce will come down. But we have no plans to replace, especially in the clinical areas for now.
We are approaching the end of the session, so we'll take up questions from the floor. Can healthcare systems remain financially sustainable as life expectancy continues to increase?
Yeah, I think this is one of the questions that we constantly face, because I think one of the big mega trends in healthcare is the aging population. In almost all the countries, especially Singapore, Hong Kong, right? You can already see the impact, but it is going to affect most countries. Elderly population means that they're going to need more care, and they're also going to need more intensive care as well, right? So there's the question of lifespan versus health span, right? This is the big argument, keeping people healthy. I don't necessarily think that it's going to push up costs, because we are doing a lot of other things to mitigate the aging population. The best example being the change in care models, right? I've spoken about this many times, and it's important to understand that hospitals today are not necessarily the places to deliver care to the elderly population. It should be done in the community. So in Singapore, we had something called Healthier SG, right, where they strengthened the primary care system, trained primary care practitioners better to look after the conditions that afflict the elderly, which is typically the chronic diseases, diabetes, hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, right? Even things like making sure that their muscles and their bones and all, because falls are a very big cause of patients falling. And this can all be done at the primary care level. This may not be so in other countries, for example, like India, where it's still very hospital-centric. But I think we are very hospital-heavy. We've got 90 hospitals worldwide, right? But we've also got another 100 facilities that are non-hospitals. Ambulatory centers where we can do spine surgery, total knee replacements, gallbladder surgery in some countries. So we can move procedures out of the hospital. We can move care into the community. And if you right-side care, you will find that you are bringing down the cost of care as well. We will still need the hospital, but at the end of the day, I think what we prefer to have is an integrated care system in most of our countries.
Maybe we can take one more question. Some AI leaders have suggested that advances in AI could significantly disrupt roles like radiologists. Do you see AI eventually reducing demand for certain doctors or specialists?
Yeah, most certainly I do see it. But so this is Anthropic CEO, but if you read what Jensen Huang said, all right, NVIDIA CEO, he said people predicted the death of radiologists. We wouldn't need radiologists anymore, all right? But 5 years now down the road, we still have radiologists. We may not need as many as we had in the past, all right? And that's why I think in clinical medicine, the concept of humans still being the final arbiter of care is very important. But AI is going to aid us a lot. We may not need so many radiologists or pathologists. The other big area which I failed to mention is that all our laboratories are now using digital pathology. So it is first read by AI before the final read is done by the radiologist. So instead of 10, I only need 5, right? But the people who are responsible for specialist training will have to take that into account when we train the specialists. We need more geriatricians. Unfortunately, not many people want to do geriatrics because there's not much money in geriatrics. But seriously, that's what we need.
Great. Thank you so much. With that, we will end up the session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia, and thank you, Prem Kumar, for your thoughts on what is really such an important topic for, all of us at some point in our lives. It's very gratifying to hear that humans will still be the final arbiter of care in our later years. We're now going to quickly break for 20 minutes so you can refuel with some coffee. We have 3 fantastic sessions still to come, and we have a varied topic list to keep you on your toes for the remainder of the afternoon. Immediately after the break, we're going to tackle AI again with FWD Group and some other guests, and then we're going to hear from Malaysia's second Finance Minister, Amir Hamzah Azizan, before we finish the day in conversation with Danantara and Chinggis Khan executives. So we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. a day. For those of you here in Singapore with us, please do come back in and grab a seat. You're being joined by almost 6 million people viewing on the live stream. We've got 3 more essential conversations to help drive reflections at our closing drinks, which we would all be delighted for you to stay and join us for. Earlier today, we heard about scaling AI for the next generation of physical intelligence. We've also had AI threaded through, I think, almost every conversation we've had here at Reuters Next. For many, if not most, the question is really no longer whether AI can create value. It's how to embed it into mission-critical systems without disrupting operations, and how to build the infrastructure, governance, and confidence needed to scale responsibly. To help answer those questions, please welcome AI Asia Pacific Institute President Kelly Forbes, and she will introduce her panelists from FWD Group and ST Engineering.
So welcome, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today, being able to host this incredible conversation where we're going to explore how exactly AI is transforming organizations. We know that we're in the midst of this change, and we've been watching how different organizations are approaching this in a different way. And it really becomes very institutional, how we approach, how we can leverage the technology, what's our ultimate vision for how AI can essentially transform how we work, the future, how we become more efficient and productive, right? So maybe let me start by taking us back to how do you envisage and so far, how it has been the experience of bringing AI into your organization. So maybe let's just start with you, Phong.
Sure. I thought it was lady first, but thanks, Mindru. Thanks for the question. And I just want to start by saying that we are a relatively young organization. We're only 13 years old. So that's the benefit of that is making change is quite a bit easier. But on the flip side, we don't have the deep pocket like our competitors that we compete with. The other point that make it easier just to provide background context on our story is that we set out to build a more digital insurance group from day one, and for us. Therefore, our team, the way we set up our strategy is to leverage the latest technology from day one. So the embracing of the new technology when it's come to traditional AI and now agentic AI, it just feels like a very natural progression for us. So that's definitely an advantage that we have. So in terms of bringing that mindset and the change into organization, I would say I have an advantage compared to my competitors. Of course, they can spend a lot more money than us, but I think that combination of the spending, the investment, but the cultural change that they need to drive, having both of those are really important. And we do have a certain advantage on one side to make up for the disadvantage we have on the financial side compared to our competitors.
Right. So in a sense, it's really thinking about AI as an incredible opportunity to be able to achieve the objectives that the organization has to bring things together, right?
Yes. And if you look at our senior team, for example, their personal objective, and you look at the list, they all have AI as part of that personal objective. So it's not just about bringing in technology, but driving from the top all the ways down to the front line. How do we all embrace AI the right way? Yeah.
Excellent. Bingru, how are you seeing this transformation?
Thanks for the question.
Yeah, so I am from ST Engineering. Earlier you said FWD is a young company, and ST Engineering is the oldest Singapore Inc. in Singapore. We're the first Singapore Inc. So Singapore 60 years old, ST Engineering is 59. Next year we'll be celebrating our 60. And because we are a defense organization, mainly our strategic partnership with Ministry of Defense, and our mission is to protect the nation, AI to us is a non-negotiable because you do not want to know when tested that you are behind in your innovation in the battlefield, right? So to us, this is a non-negotiable. Earlier, it was quite an interesting discussion with the audience in terms of how enterprise should see AI. And a lot of them, a group of them really went for it, and you have to stay competitive. And the other group, maybe a bit of a wait and see, because there is a cost component, there is an ROI component you would think about, and also there is a risk component, right? So it makes sense to go cautious or prudent, right, to some. But for ST Engineering, really, we need to be ahead. We're not only do we need to be really pushing for AI, we need to be ahead of AI, yeah, in order to do well in bread and butter of what we do as a company.
And so I was just busy at a workshop earlier today where we were talking about embracing AI, but how do we lead this transformation on a workforce front and ensuring that there's trust as the baseline for that. You know, at the core of this transformation, we need to remember that we have humans, and how do we monitor and prepare our teams internally as well as to lead this transformation externally, right? So how do you see this? I think the human component and the organization, how it's been managing that workforce transformation.
I think there's two parts of this question, right? The first part is the core element of trust. Yes. And then the second part is how the human equation fit into and make sure that we don't lose that trust when we leverage AI the right way. I think when it comes to trust, life insurance, like it or not, we're selling trust. And I think Binju and I were just talking outside the room. This is the industry where people give us a lot of money first, and then we deliver the promise to our customer 30, 40 years later. So really, we're selling trust. So without trust, you know, the whole industry is in trouble. So I think that's the very first thing that we have to remember for us as a life insurance industry, and how to protect that is very important. So when it comes to technology, and I think if you think about life insurance, and at the risk of sounding like an actuary here, I am trained as an actuary. We are probably the original data company. You know, the first exam I have to pass is statistics and data analytics and so on in order to work for a life insurance company. We crunch numbers. So when things like more data analytic and traditional come online, that's very natural for us. But when it comes to agentic AI, that's a completely different level. So maintain that trust while making that leap into that, using embedding agentic AI across the organization. That is really, really important for us. So the governance around that is extremely important for us, because that trust, if AI do something wrong and the customer lose the trust in the industry, that's it. It's going to take decades for that to return for us. So we are very careful when we implement AI into our system in a way that well governed.
Yeah, exactly. I believe there's a direct correlation between managing that process and the trust and how well eventually an organization will do in adopting AI, right? And scaling that into the organization and externally. But let me go to you to see what's been your experience in terms of preparing that workforce.
I find it quite amazing, because the first time that I see a traditional AI being introduced, that was maybe about 10, 12 years ago when facial recognition was first introduced. At that time, there was just a lot of concerns from end users about safety, about can I trust, about privacy. And that was when you need to then go slow and build trust, right? But today's Gen AI, you see a lot of excitement in your people as a whole, maybe in your enterprise or in your customers. In fact, you see so much excitement and adoption readiness that then the enterprise like us starts to slow down and say, hold on a minute. I need to build that trust and governance. The ecosystem is going too fast to feel safe about it overall. So the dynamics is a little different. But I do agree the organizations being an enterprise segment, if you are building that capability for revenue, especially if you are building it for revenue, you have all the intent to go fast, right? You need, right, if revenue is going to ramp up, right? Yeah, and that's when you need to consciously slow down to build in the governance, and that subtle difference requires different messaging to your team.
Yeah, so actually that brings up a really good point that Ruben just mentioned, because I mean, nightmare scenario for us is not just about the cyber attack from outside using AI and get into our system and we lose data. I lose sleep at night about my young, enthusiastic staff creating internally and somehow let loose. And I wake up one morning and find out that we have a bunch of AI running in our system that doing weird things. So it's that enthusiasm have to be managed in a way that you channel the energy without unintended damage. Because that's actually one of the things I worry the most.
Yeah, it's the experimenting, right? Yeah. I suppose, and what we're really seeing a lot is that the older, more traditional organizations are struggling more now because they suddenly having to innovate very quickly and make sense of a technology which is incredibly new and adapt their processes, right? So there is probably a certain advantage to being a younger organization, probably on that front. And it becomes more of a cultural, would you say, a cultural transformation than anything? Mm-hmm. And we are quite privileged probably being here in Asia because when you look at data globally, it's where it's being perceived in a very positive way as a welcoming change, right? Would you agree?
Yes, I fully agree. And it's the cultural, it's not just about the excitement, which is one side of it, but also, I think my team in general, there's a fear because we're the startup. We try to be we always been the underdog, right? So we don't want to get left behind. So always the fear and paranoia. If we don't stay ahead of the curve on this compared to our competitors, we'll be launched. We won't survive 5 years down the road. So it's not just about having a contract. People get excited and try to do things, but this is survival for us a few years down the road.
Yes, so. Yes. And I think the feeling has been also across governments and across the world, as in we are essentially, there's a feeling towards a race that we must stay ahead as to embrace the opportunity, right? And there's also fear and a lot of conversations about that we are currently in an AI bubble that could burst at any point. And so that brings us to really think about what the value of the technology is and how do we measure that and how do we see that taking shape essentially as we go forward.
Well, if I purely look at it from a technology angle, in the traditional AI space, to build a chatbot, I need a team of at least 10, 12 people to do knowledge data tagging. I need another team of another 10, 12 to build algorithm in order to do a chatbot that is probably, 20% as smart as it can get today. And today I only need one developer. So you can see the vast change in terms of how advanced the tech has become with Gen AI. So if I evaluate it from just the tech angle, it is not a bubble, nowhere close to a bubble if it's from a tech angle.
Yeah. Would you say that we're hearing a lot of, I think, the organizations that claim that the value is not there yet, or, there's also conversations about, they have replaced certain jobs with technology, and then they've realized technology wasn't working in the right way, and they had to rehire. Is this potentially because, what do you see that could be the gap for that? Is it probably because they're expecting an immediate response as opposed to thinking long term?
I personally think that the big tech companies have set us all up in the wrong way by first telling us they are retrenching 100,000 people due to AI. It may be due to other reasons, but because of that, everybody is expecting immediate efficiency. And earlier we had some conversations with regards to where do you put your Gen AI at this point when the compute cost is super high, right? And your compute cost has not come down yet. At some point it will come down, but at this point it's just really high. So if you put your Gen AI everywhere and allow 1,000 flowers to bloom in your organization, then you are not going to see any ROI. You're going to really be burnt out with the cost, right? So I gave one example from in ST Engineering. We wanted to upgrade the national SOC, which is Security Ops Operation Center. It's very important that we monitor threats that's coming from around the world for our mission critical sector. And we want to upgrade Gen AI into an agentic SOC. And this is so important. That's why we started first. But when we first built it and we tried to change everything, the cost is humongous. You can't sustain. So in the end, what we built is an additional layer on top of your traditional SOC that is very selective in where you put your Gen AI capabilities. Where you put it is where it's humanly impossible today. That's one scenario. And the other is where it's really costly or really long for you. So when you detect threats, there are just so many, a gazillion threat types. If you miss one, the consequence is heavy. And therefore, that's the portion you want to put your agentic AI and really work hard in. That's the portion that you will pay for your tokens, and yet the ROI will be positive. Yeah, so I think you need to pick your battles at this point until it becomes cheap enough.
So
I'm not a CTO, so I cannot speak in such clarity when it comes to tech, like Ruben. For me, I think it's more about, especially for general management, it's that strategic clarity that you must make sure your organization have. And I even survey from Reuters when some of the number you read is incredible. Like that the majority of companies actually don't have a coherent AI strategy. So how you expect to reap benefit from something that you don't have a clear strategy, right? So for us, it's all about make sure that clarity is there first. So at the risk of oversimplification for us here, I look at AI and how to measure it through three different lenses. Right? The first one is simple, like most of us do, which is, how much of our coding is done by AI, how much of my OCR now handle my documents rather than human labor intensive. 2/3 of our call center in Thailand now actually running by AI very efficiently and very high quality. So things like that is obvious, and how to bring down the back office cost. So that is easily measurable and very tangible. When I go to the board, I can just show them very clearly. But for me, that's only one angle. The second one is quite important for us is, like it or not, financial service, there's still a lot of human interface with our distributor, with our partner. How do we make them look better, smarter, and at the end become more productive? AI will help them across the food chain. They get trained better by an AI agent. They get prepared for a conversation much better. They become much more knowledgeable on the spot and propose a better solution for our customers. So in Thailand, when we do this, for example, we use AI tool across the chain for our distributor, productivity go up by 30%. Sorry.
Some water.
Some water, we get. But the third thing I want to
So let's give you a break.
Yeah.
And let me go
Actually-
to think about how do we take us to, I think building what Fong was telling us, it makes it into a very bright future. So take us into your vision of how you see ST engineering in the next few years and what AI role is in that transformation.
Well, so we are a company with a national vision. I think it is a clear priority for us versus any enterprise. But having said so, we have the same struggles when we try to apply it from a national vision perspective. It was very clear. We don't look at ROI that much. We look at this is a non-negotiable. But when we look at AI as an enterprise ourselves, we face the same challenge like any other organization had, as in people are maybe piloting everywhere, nothing is really taking scale, right? And then we gave licenses to, like we gave Copilot and Claude licenses to developers, and very fast they maxed out their tokens and they needed more, and things like that. Yeah, so I think as an organization, we are trying to test bait a lot of things on ourselves so that we can bring it to market better. And then, but overall, as a organization, together with our mission, I think AI is something that that restructures foundations of our capabilities. Yeah.
So let's go back to you, Fong. Hopefully your
I
voice
stopped
is
coughing.
back.
So I just cover the first 2 points. The third one I just want to ask quickly is the third aspect that we measure the effect of AI is obviously the customer experience for us. Because we set out to build a different kind of insurance company to make things simpler and a better journey for our customers. And AI is like God sent in terms of how we simplify things for our customer. When we talk about, we have a conversation about claims earlier today. At my view,
Do you want me to help you out with that example?
that's a very sensitive subject, but my view is that it's not about you don't use AI just because it do the claim adjuster better. But for me, it's about, okay, how do you identify the fraud quickly so that we can pay the your honest customer much faster and make the journey much more pleasant. So instead of us human being going through everything and question everything for everyone, now I would tell you just focus on the trouble case and pay everybody else fast. Like that's one of the pet peeves as a consumer for insurance is like, when I walk into an insurance company, I'm going to make a claim. Why do you ask for my name, my policy number? You have all of that, but you make my life so miserable. So AI will make your life much better for the average consumer. I think that's to me, that's the key. You measure that aspect at the end of the day. It's all about the customer experience for us.
Yes. Okay, so take us into your vision into the future for FWD and how do you see, I guess, AI enabling that? So, of course, you mentioned, I think, empowering customers and making things more efficient internally. And as we speak, of course, technology is constantly evolving. So that future will have to continue to adapt as well. But yes, give us the full vision there.
Full vision. I wish I know the answer. And if somebody in the audience think they know what the organization for financial service or any organization look like 5 years from now with AI, I really want to buy you lunch, listen to you, because to be honest, I don't know. I think if anything, I think all of the process, because AI so far we have a lot of incremental change and we try to change a lot of processes. But I think 5 years from now, the way we work, the whole organization will be so different. Will be redesigned to take advantage of AI fully, and that is not something that we're familiar with today. So I wish I know the answer. I just know it's going to be very different than today. And I just have to continue to run fast and how to adapt to the latest and get there. I wish I know the answer. Maybe you help me out here.
We should share the learnings about man in the loop, because that's an insurance case that we spoke offline, right? So I don't know if all of you are aware that the first, one of the first few cases is actually in insurance claims, really paying customers faster, because that's what main complaints are. And that's the first areas that is ruled in court when it's sued, because that particular Gen AI chatbot rejected claims that it's not supposed to. It's not FWD, it's your competitor. And when they got sued, the court ruled against the insurer simply because they had a man in the loop that simply would not have time to do the checks, because why the court simply took this is 2,000 number of claims that came in over 24 hours. And this means that each claim you have 20 seconds, and there is no way this man in the loop will be able to perform his duty or his due diligence. Yeah, so I thought that that case kind of helps us understand about a bit more about governance. We have to not just take word by word what is recommended today by the regulator, because the regulator together with us are all learning as we go, and we have to, in the spirit of things, be really putting in due diligence when we roll out new technology.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting in that case, particularly because it's been one of the first cases to establish liability, right? When things go wrong with AI, which is a possibility, who is ultimately responsible, right? And what courts are finding is that it's ultimately in the hands of the organizations that are responsible for the AI, right, interacting. And that really is the umbrella of when we talk about responsible AI. How do we do it responsibly, right? We started this conversation talking about human in the loop, ensuring that even though an organization is bringing AI, you still have humans capable of managing AI responsibly, right? And capable is that key word there, because unless you properly train and prepare your workforce as well as customers, right, you have gaps, and those gaps will ultimately work against you, right? So I think going back to you, Phong, what can you talk to about how to manage AI responsibly and that process?
This is not an easy question, and again, I wish I know all the answer, but I think as an insurance industry, we work really closely with the regulators. We're very regulated, like it or not, across the market we're in, because it involves, the public money that they give to us in trust. So we, in Hong Kong, for example, the Hong Kong regulator, insurance regulator, would form a AI working group so that we work together and then come up with how AI is applying to the business and how that get regulated and how we do that responsibly. So I think we have to move lockstep with the regulators to make sure that the right regulation out there, the right framework are put in place as we implement AI in the organization. And all of the insurance companies that are active in Hong Kong is participating one way or another with this. So I think that's a really important thing to have that dialogue. The second thing is, I think from a board governance perspective, our board are very aware of this, and they themselves go through a lot of training themselves to get them up to speed in terms of what is the latest development and what are being put into practice into the operation in our organization and the framework around it. So again, at our level, not from the grassroots, from the training for our frontline people all the way to the board, to the regulator, we work very closely to make sure that framework is defined, because it doesn't take much. It's like a couple of minutes up and
yes. So it's an ongoing process. You must remain agile, but also in a way that you're adapting as things unfold. For regulators, for example, we know regulations keep unfolding as well, right?
We make sure agile, but we make sure we build a fence.
Yes.
That well clearly defined. So that
yes.
So
Just in Asia, we have the highest number of data localization, which makes it very challenging for organizations like yourselves that have presence in more than one country, right? Because you're having to also manage that process. Do you have anything to add to that responsible AI vision?
Yeah, I think this is a very key area for Singapore because typically when there is a new tech, our role in Singapore is compliance, regulatory, and building trust. Yeah, we do well in that game. And in the AI space, the foundational models are from US. Of course, there's a lot now coming from China, right? The compute is also heavy in the US. The robotics that's going to come is going to be dominated by China because all the aluminum and steel is produced in China. So where does Singapore play well when we are in between these two nations is in really test bedding the technology, having regulatory frameworks and rolling out responsibly, and having Southeast Asia just right beside us is good because that's where adoption moves really fast. Yeah, and through adoption you make mistakes, yes, but then you also learn from this regulatory and framework. So I think as a Singapore company, we position ourselves as not only in the wanting to spearhead the latest technology given our mission, we also want to be ahead of the market in terms of making sure that trust and governance is in place.
Let me go back to, I see some questions here, and I think the first one really builds on something that we talked about at the beginning, which is ensuring that workforce transformation is led well internally. So how do we see, how do we see this change and impact that AI is having on jobs right now and the importance of organizations managing that process well? How would you say you're currently thinking about that and protecting jobs as well as adopting and upskilling people?
So for us, it's not about job cutting in a sense because it's more about increasing productivity of the people that we have on board. We are growing very fast, and if you look, we're 13 years old, but now we have about 9,000 staff across 10 markets. So that number growing very fast, and our business continue to grow really fast. So the point here is how do we scale up without adding tremendous number of headcount all the time. You cannot just afford to double and triple your workforce. In some country, I wish I could, but the people, the talent is not there to support that kind of growth. So having AI is very important for us. Is how do we increase our productivity both at the frontline distributor and the back office in a way. That's number one. Second thing is about getting our people to do more complex work. So in Thailand, when we talk about 66%, 2/3 of our calls are handled by AI agent, and they actually can handle very complex case. But we still have 2/3 of the case where there's a lot more hand-holding, a lot more empathy needed, and the human call operator would take care of that. That sort of changing of job nature happen quite a bit. And your example of claims is a good example, right? There's no point having one person doing 400 cases and mess up, whereas you focus your staff on much more a high value added and much more complex situation where a lot of analytics is involved, and take away the mundane tasks from the people. So for now, for us, it's not a question of how to cut job, but much more about how to equip our workforce for better.
Yes. I wonder if you have anything to add, Beng Ru, because of course, being in Singapore, we know the government here has been managing that process very well for a very long time and has a lot of programs of upskilling and
Yes, yes. We are a big employer in Singapore. We have 27,000 staff globally, and vast majority, about 17,000, are all in Singapore. We are very short of engineers. So ST Engineering is a technology and an engineering company. And we see our business having a lot of synergy, increasingly more and more synergy between the tech and the engineering piece, especially when robotics comes into picture. That's really when you need the tech and the engineering together. So we definitely are still hiring. And if in Singapore, we are lack of engineers because there was a period of time nobody wants to study engineering. So if you have a kid that's in university, study engineering, and ST Engineering is the company to join.
Okay, we have 1 minute left here, so let's just think about wrapping this up. But I wanted to give you a few seconds for any key takeaways. I think if you were to summarize this in a few seconds of what AI represents into the future of the organization, what would you say?
Maybe I go first. So if I have to say something, I would say number one is what you think is cutting edge today going to be obsolete by tomorrow. So just be ready to keep moving and keep changing. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is I think you touched on quite a lot, which is how do you bring the tech and the cultural change together, hands in hands. One without the other one doesn't work. So that's the second thing. And the third thing for me is like we're very passionate about it. In the end, just make sure you keep your customer at the center of everything you do. So AI, neat tech is fun to look at and so on and so forth. But if it doesn't change how the customer experience in your business, is not worth it. So keep the customer at the center of everything you do. I think that would be my summary.
I would say that we are in a very unique phase of emerging tech whereby there is a lot of excitement before the technology is all ready. And this is a unique situation compared to the past whereby you are either following along or you are trying to encourage people to move along. And because of the unique situation we are in, my advice would be slow down with the risks in mind. Yeah, and usually I don't give that advice because I'm a passionate person about tech. So you throw away and put the cybersecurity kind of high side. But this is the time cybersecurity needs to be ahead of the tech. Yeah.
Yes, we almost need a whole another panel just to talk about cybersecurity. But today, thank you very much. I've really enjoyed our conversation, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for yet another super interesting conversation on where AI is headed. You never know, next year maybe we'll have an AI bot delivering water on stage. We're going to return now to economic policy and to the choices governments are making as competition for capital intensifies and the global economy becomes more fragmented. We heard earlier today from the Thai Finance Vice Minister Santithan that his country plans to raise the proportion of investment in its GDP to 30% from around 22% currently. Malaysia, meanwhile, is balancing fiscal targets, subsidy reform and investment strategy while seeking to strengthen supply chains and build long-term resilience. To tell us more about that, please welcome Malaysia's second Finance Minister, Amir Hamzah Azizan, and please also welcome back Reuters Executive Editor Simon Robinson to host the conversation.
Good afternoon again. Minister, welcome. So let's jump straight into energy questions related to the conflict in Iran. Malaysia, in fact, has weathered the kind of energy storm, as it were, better than most in the region, and the economy is doing pretty well. Inflation seems to be mostly under constraint. Is that sustainable, do you think, given that the energy prices are going up and down? You must check the price of oil pretty much, a few times a day.
It's been an interesting world, right? We've all lived through very turbulent periods and so on. But the key for us is fundamentally how do you build resilience in the economy? And in essence, if you look from a Malaysian perspective, in one instance, we've been lucky because God gave us some more reserves on the ground, whether it's oil or gas. But the other part is how you manage the system to build your resiliency along this way. So I think this crisis has challenged most nations to test their capacity to be resilient and to manage through. And the ability of the whole government and corporates to work together hand in hand begins to actually make sure your system is robust. And in Malaysia, I think we've been able to prove that because fundamentally we've had no supply disruptions in the country. At the same time, we've been also doing a lot of reform to make sure that the position that we're building is sustainable in the long term.
Well, the resilience that you talk about comes at quite a high cost, right? Literally in terms of dollars. Malaysia's fuel subsidy bill is approaching $10 billion a year. You said last month that could mean the country will not meet its fiscal deficit targets for this year. And the target, which is 3.5%, how far off that are you? What's the miss going to look like?
I think it's important to understand and look at things not in a point level. You need to look in the scale of reform that's happened. So Malaysia has been in a journey to make sure that fiscal reform has been at the tenet of what we've done. If I go back to 2021, fiscal deficit was 6.4%, and last year we managed to take it down to 3.7%. This was because what we wanted to do is to make sure when we reform, we bake it into government policy, we bake it into the law that we actually have, and we bind the system to make it happen. So the world is volatile, and there will be periods that the whole system will be tested. But the key is to ensure that the policies and reform that you do sustain through the vagrancies that happen. So yes, this year will be a bit challenging, but I am a lot more grateful that we did the reform 2.5 years ago when we started to do subsidy rationalization, because my bill today is a lot more manageable than it would have been when we were in the era of blanket subsidies in the system. And the key was, even though we did difficult reform, we were able to execute it with high level of acceptance in the society, and we didn't have pushback on that changes. So plus or minus, yes, global oil prices, we cannot control what the price is, but we can mitigate it so that the effects are managed through in the economy in a better form. So I think that's what we take away from this. And we never waste a good crisis. So even in the difficult part of this crisis, you'll see that Malaysia doesn't pull back. Yeah, when we did last week, we started the completion of our reform agenda for diesel subsidy, and we made sure that it's fully rolled out throughout the whole country. Nobody's excluded from it.
So never missing a crisis, never missing that opportunity. But how long is that kind of that reform going to? Malaysia, the subsidies are pretty heavy in Malaysia, and there are outcomes there, in terms of climate change policy, in terms of the cost to the country. How long is that? Are those reforms going to take till you get yourself to a point where you're more weaned off subsidies?
I think the important act that all governments have to do is to balance. Yeah, we want the economy to grow, but at the same time, in chasing the growth, you need to make sure that the consequences of what we do doesn't affect widely across society. So Malaysia has chosen the phased approach of reform. Yeah, so in essence, baking in policies that helps us strip away subsidies and making sure we cushion the bottom part of society so they're not dramatically hurt as we do reform. And as the avenue opens up, then we take it to the next level. So I'll begin, for example, talking about our diesel subsidies. The whole objective of our diesel subsidy reform was to make sure that the targeted groups were actually given some subsidy, and this includes subsidies in terms of whether it's a cash transfer or whether it's subsidies to the segments that provide basic support to moving logistic needs for basic items in the country, or public services along the way. But everything else was made to pay market rate. So if I look back in October 2024, we moved the price for the unsubsidized fuel up from 2 ringgit and 15 cents a litre to 3 ringgit and 35 cents a litre. But I didn't have riots in the street, because when we did the reform, we looked at the groups that were being affected and who do we need to protect. And we comms it in a better form so that the rest of the groups understood why we had to do this change.
Do you think the situation in Iran, though, and the subsequent oil crisis, energy crisis, do you think that's created more conversation in Malaysia around an energy transition to non-fossil fuels?
I think it's a logical conversation, but we must remember that Malaysia committed to becoming net zero by 2050. And this was done years ago. And last year we stepped up that commitment so that we said by 2050 as opposed to as soon as 2050. Small change of word, but huge impact to the commitment of the country. And we're still executing that agenda. The most visible changes that we'll do is what do we power our grid with? And the commitment not to use coal along the way and the phasing out of coal within the system. Creating a grid that is resilient when we incorporate in a lot more renewables to make sure that supply reliability comes in a manner. Expanding the sources of renewables that comes in and looking at cross-border support mechanisms, right? Whether we take it from Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, and we create a connected grid within Asia, because the more the Asian grids connect, the more we remove redundancies within the system. So net-net is a win-in for everybody along the way. But as we do that better, then we can green the grid in a manner. And the reality is the consumers are also asking for greener things, because I think consciousness about playing a part to preserve the world is also an important thing. And making sure that element can be ascribed to exports and so on that supports Malaysia's competitiveness.
I want to ask about energy security, which obviously until that transition is complete is pretty important. Your Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim, said last month that Russia's Vladimir Putin had assured Malaysia on a long-term oil and gas deal. Has a commercial agreement been signed yet? And can you share with us any of the details of that?
Malaysia looks at diversified sources of energy. And effectively, if you look from a gas position, we're secure. 80% of all domestic gas is actually obtained internal to the country. The rest because Petronas has been very successful becoming a material gas player globally. So we get imported in within the system. For oil, 50% of the needs of the country are actually generated from exploration and production within the country. So always sourcing is the balance 50%. So what we've done of late is actually extending the potential supply lakes that can come in to backfill it. Which is why when you saw, despite the fact that oil prices moved dramatically, supplies were constrained when the Strait of Hormuz was curtailed, Malaysia did not have a supply problem, because we've had trading relationships, agreements that we put in. The opportunity to look at the further diversification always is looked at. So Russia was one of the areas that we looked at, but we will only trade things that is acceptable from an international trading basis.
Right.
Malaysia obliges whatever is the sanctions that are actually operated, right? So in this period of the war, there were circumstances where sanctions were removed. So it becomes a viable trade. Whether you look at Iran or you look at Russia, there were liftings of that. But if those becomes constraints again, we'll manage with what's left.
Right.
But it does matter. Do you have the relationship? Do you have the trading practices? Do you have the deal structures already in place so that you can activate it when it needs to?
So there's no question that Malaysia would look at Russian oil if those sanctions were on at that given time.
I think we've always been very good at, because ultimately Malaysia is an open economy. And to be an open economy, you must operate within frames that makes us acceptable globally.
We'll come in a couple of minutes to questions from the floor. There's some great questions here that have come in. Just want to switch now to talking about AI and data centers. Malaysia has positioned data centers as a big part of your digital strategy. How do you work out the balance? How do you get the balance right between attracting investment and, you know, managing resource constraints, including the land? Because, you know, Malaysia is a medium-sized country, I guess. How do you work out? There are many other things, you know, manufacturing of semiconductors, rare earths processing, other things you want to look at. Do data centers kind of overwhelm everything else?
I think Malaysia is very clear in terms of what we want to do from high grading its economy. Yeah, because the diversification of the economy, the integration of the supply chain of the economy has been what has made very resiliency work in Malaysia. Yeah? Last year's trade war, Malaysia still registered a 5.2% GDP growth. This year, first quarter, still 5.4% growth because our export base and all are baked in and fully integrated. So as we look forward, then the question is, in high grading, what are the key sectors we want? Of course, the E&E and semiconductors are core, and we will continue to put a lot of effort to grow that part, but not just by attracting FDIs, but also the expanding out the ecosystems that support it. So the growth capacity comes back to a local economy basis, not just as a land play or cheap capital play for multinationals to come in. Grow the local capacity to integrate with the supply chain. And then allow our people to also export out from a regional or global play on a globally competitive space. So the data centers was also another play that is adjacent to what we've already got here. And we looked at our position because we recognize that as AI has become important, servicing that capacity demands you having infrastructure. So we strengthened our position because we were long on power. We were also decent in water. And we had lots of land that we could actually play it. But it was not about the construction basis. It was about putting the ecosystem on the ground and then increasing the amount of participation in that space, attracting businesses that were attracted to do that. So then we can build a base that is necessary for Malaysia. So for us, that means put infrastructure, put the investment frameworks to actually attract the right sort of things, deepen our participation plays inside that. And that meant that the government also had to change policies, yeah, to induce more use of AI, more creation of talent pools that can support this journey as along the way. Because this is going to be one of the core anchors that we want.
Right.
But done right, it pushes up the complexity that we want, but more importantly, creates better jobs for our people.
Let's go to a question from the floor. Which sectors do you see as the strongest long-term sources of growth and competitiveness for Malaysia?
Malaysia has always been known that we are an E&E semiconductor play. We account for 13% of the space. 13%, but fundamentally we were the critical middle. Yeah, we're not top end like the TSMCs and stuff like that. But without what we do, without the memory chips that we do and so on, the rest doesn't work. So we've been focused about strengthening that part. The next leg is, can we step up the play element, bring in advanced packaging into the space, do chip design to extend the value chain, bring that capability there because the base ground is already good. Talent is already there, space is already there. And one of the key things that the world changed was the old models of just in time shifted to just in case. And if your ecosystems are strong, we position very well to anchor that space within a Malaysian context. So for us, the E&E and semiconductor is very important. The second is looking at data centers and AI play to position for future positioning, lifting up our talent play, our skill set capability, localizing that in domestic portion better, providing services. And interestingly, it didn't take us very long to become material. 2 years ago, my services balance was negative. It's been negative for a long time. But after the data centers come in, the export services coming out, the last 2 quarters of last year, my services balance went positive because it's beginning to transition into things that fundamentally affect the economy and strengthen the economy and creating jobs and further opportunities forward. But we're not ignoring what has been things that got Malaysia where it was. Oil and gas continues to be an important play for us, deepening, widening that, and also expanding plays. That's why Petronas is all over the world, growing and making sure, because from the relationship, from the positions that we have there, we secure our bases also back home.
To wrap up, I'd like to look at another measure of how economically healthy Malaysia is, which is FDI. Last year, FDI reached around $16 billion, I think. How much will it be this year?
I think you look at FDI in two forms, right? The first portion is to make sure that we get a lot of new investments committed to Malaysia. So last year was a brilliant year for us. We got 426.8 billion of approved investments into Malaysia. The other thing we looked at is, can we convert that? So commitment is easier to do, but can we convert that actually somebody puts the shovel on the ground, starts the construction along the way? So a lot of efforts has been put in terms of shortening processing time, accelerating incentives to get them people to work. So now our conversion rate is about 85%. Used to be about 65%. So what's happening has clarity of policy of what it wants. It articulates where it wants to invest in. It puts investment incentives to attract those coming in, and it builds the foundation necessary. Stability of power, stability of water, talent pool that's ready. But more importantly, ability for people to be assured that when you come in, the rules don't change. Yeah, and that's allowed the acceleration of investments. So in this instance, being boring is good. Yeah, because you need to be predictable. Yeah,
so I finished the earlier session with your counterpart from Thailand with the question around what would the message be for any investor sitting in this room. So is your message being boring is good?
Being boring is good because effectively people know what you get. And people need to look at the track record of delivery and need to have belief. If you want reform, look at what we've done over the last 3 years. Look at what we've done in terms of transforming and putting the rules into place that assures the long-term sustainability. Look at how we've translated investments and converted that to global positioning along the way. Look at the new growth elements that's come in. Yeah? Because we anchor on predictable policies. We don't flip-flop over time. Second, back it up with tangible activity that underpins it. Talent is important, so put money behind what you say it's going to do. Third is make sure that in doing that, government steps out of the way,
right?
Simplifies the process along the way, so let businesses do what they need to do.
Very good. Thank you so much for your time today, Minister.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Simon. I think never waste a good crisis, and being boring is good. Probably both fairly good advice for life. A last plea for all of you to please share your feedback on today's conversations via the session surveys in the Reuters Events app. Your feedback is really important to us. It does help us build a stronger event from year to year. We're now going to head into our final session with a conversation on where many of today's discussions have converged: capital allocation, confidence, and long-term investment. Sovereign wealth funds decisions can signal where risk has been priced, where opportunity looks durable, and where conviction is building. To discuss what these choices reveal about the next phase of growth in Asia and beyond, please welcome Reuters Breaking Views Associate Editor Robin Mack to introduce her panelists from Danantara and Chinggis Khan.
Great. So welcome everyone. Last panel of the day. Well done for sticking it out for so long. I hope everyone has found the conversations today to be insightful and fruitful. I think it's safe to say the one big recurring theme throughout is uncertainty. So overnight, we had the US-Iran ceasefire completely collapse. We've heard a lot about US-China rivalry and geopolitical tensions, and a lot on the AI boom and anxiety. So building a sovereign wealth fund in this environment is a particularly daunting challenge, which is why I'm really excited to introduce the two panelists today, because they are two remarkable leaders doing precisely just that. So welcome, Ronnie, and welcome, Temulin. I guess, my first question, to kick off is quite broad. So Danatara was started just last year, and the Chinggis Khan Sovereign Wealth Fund literally just months ago. What has been that process been like amid all this uncertainty, and what is the one thing that has surprised you the most?
So being the older one, I would like to answer that question first, probably. If Minister Amir said that boring is good, well, the last year that we were incepted, it was far away from boring. So it's been a very exciting year. It's just 1 year, but for some of us who started at the very beginning of the establishment of Danantara, it feels like many, many years, because we are doing a lot of things almost simultaneously. So it feels like building a plane while we're flying it. Because setting up a sovereign fund is not like setting up an investment firm. So we have to build the institution, and then we have to build the governance, and then the philosophy and the culture that come with it. So and all of that, cannot be done in sequence, because there is also a certain level of urgency. And I call it an urgency because, another quote for today, never waste a crisis. It's not like we were in a crisis last year, but Indonesia is on the hinge of a new economic era. With the support of the current administration, we have a very good support in terms of the political buy-in into the setup of the Danantara, and the government is very committed to unlock the value from the sovereign assets. So a lot of things are being built at the same time, but but everything is intertwined. You cannot hire people if you don't have the good governance. You cannot invest if you don't have a risk management framework. So a lot of things have to be built at the same time, but not compromising quality. So the second part of your question about the challenge or the hurdle to overcome, that's the term that I learned today, is not to balance the speed with the quality, because governance and the strength of the foundation is very important for us to be sustainable in the long term. Being fast can become a hurdle, can become a problem later on the journey. So yeah, it's been a great, exciting year, and we still have many years to go to make this institution a lasting one that can survive governments, that can survive market cycles. So
okay, I'd like to go back on the governance, but before that, Temulin, do you feel like you're flying a plane while building it?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here and such distinguished guests and community of businesses and investors representing Mongolia. So the law on sovereign wealth fund was passed by the parliament in 2024. And only last year, around February, we passed the investment policy and set up this asset management firm called Chinggis Khan Sovereign Wealth Fund LLC to prepare and adopt world-class asset management practices for the first time in Mongolia. So we're also very early in this venture, as well as developing this capacity locally. So back to your questions, as Rani was sharing about her experience, her organization's experiences, it feels very familiar. We're going through exact same experiences and exercise. And when people approach sovereign wealth funds, the key question is always around, what's your target investment return rate? What financial value can we offer to you, right? But then for us, trust building has become the first asset class that we need to be really, really concentrated on at this early stage of setting up the asset management capacity for Mongolian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Challenges on top of what Rani has shared, obviously, how do you build a resilient institution that is able to, rule-based resilient institution that is able to withstand political cycles and other macro pressures, both from overseas factors as well as local factors, and especially given in this uncertain times and periods with geopolitical tectonic shifts around, right? For small players like Mongolia just coming in, stepping in with modest sovereign wealth fund setup, for us to finding our foot has come with a lot of challenges at both home, institutionally, as well as geopolitically as well.
I guess one of the advantages of being a young fund is you're able to see from other funds, like what has worked and what hasn't. So what are some of the governance lessons that you have taken from others?
So when we started last year, we're not the first sovereign fund in the world. I learned that the first sovereign fund in the world was built in Texas in 1850. So for us, there are a lot of other institutions that we can look to. The more we learn about them, about their origin, their mandates, their setup, their investment policies, the more we come to realization that no sovereign fund is the same, because everyone has their own purpose, has their own mandate. So for Danantara, having this other more mature, more established sovereign fund is very helpful to see what or how different models work. It helps us learn to see our own capability in terms of where can we become a credible player given the context of Indonesia, because Indonesia is very different from Norway with Norges, or Singapore with Temasek or GIC. Indonesia is we are a country that has huge population, 280 million people, with immense resources, with geography that is strategic and has some rising geopolitical importance. The purpose of Danantara is really for the long-term competitiveness of Indonesia as a destination for investments, and a lot is required to get there. The administration would like to get Indonesia to be a high-income country in 2040. We would like people to come to Jakarta for opportunities and growth. So for that, a lot is needed. Governance need to be set up properly, and more importantly, we have assets in terms of the state-owned assets. They are humongous and can be unlocks. It has a lot of value. It has a lot of potentials in the future, and that is actually our main capital to work on. So so we look into different sovereign funds. I'm very happy to meet Tammy here because we're kind of in the same boat. We with other sovereign funds, what I notice is that the conversation has always been very genuine and very collaborative. Unlike my, I used to work in a professional capacity in large asset managers, in hedge funds, and the interactions with the peers are a bit different because you're basically competitors, whereas here in this world, it is more about how are you dealing with the situation, because, a lot of us are basically sitting in the, in the same opportunities and risks. Yeah.
And on top of I second Rani's thoughts around there's no copy and paste model. Every country has its own unique advantages and disadvantages, unique model that they need to build on. But for the Chingasan Sovereign Wealth Fund, it's got 3 sub-funds. It comprises of 3 funds. One's called Future Heritage Fund. It's for accumulating intergenerational endowment, meaning we're not able to, by the law, we're not able to touch on the principal fund, but we are able to tap on the investment returns. Having said that, I could safely say that this was inspired by Norwegian model, for instance, but ours is based on mining extractive industry, unlike oil. So cost of capital is slightly different. The growth inertia is also quite different as well. But we really recognize those differences, and then we set up our own policy around as well. The second one is Provident Fund. Provident Fund is probably could be quite familiar with the folks in this room because it is also inspired by Singapore's Central Provident Fund, meaning that, well, we preserve certain capital into the future generations, but then how do we tackle the issues of today's generations? How do we meet with the expectations of the citizens living today? So Provident Fund for us is almost acts as a buffer for the Future Heritage Fund, because there will always be, frankly speaking, there will always be temptations across political cycles to tap into the fund as well. So in that sense, Provident Fund, the key thing or key similar architecture of it is we also ring-fenced the spending of citizens' nominal accounts within this Provident Fund to only help people finance their housing, education, and healthcare needs. So in that sense, I kind of link it to the Singapore's CPF model. The third one is pretty common architecture or design, which is Development Fund, that is quite common around the world. So this is to finance development projects for boosting productivity of the nation.
Let me shift gears a bit and ask a bit about investment and allocation strategies. So, for example, the breakdown of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire, how is that going to impact any of your investment decisions going forward?
Yeah, so there is a very actual. So before I answer that, maybe also good to give a bit of a background how the Danantara is set up. So in addition to the institution that was also enshrined by the law last year, Danantara actually have 2 important arms. One is the Danantara Asset Management that look after the state-owned assets, state-owned enterprise, and there are many of them. When we started the work last year, we identified around 800, 900 state-owned enterprise, and as we go further into the understanding the landscape, we learned that there are actually more than 1,000 state-owned enterprise that can be optimized, that can be corporatized, professionalized, and deliver value. And our ambition is to get this number into 300 within a year, within a very, couple of years. So there is a huge task there. And some of the state-owned enterprise are mining companies and oil companies. So they're definitely impacted by what happened in the geopolitics right now. The other part of Danantara is actually the investment arm. That's where I sit. So I sit within Danantara Investment Management, and this is set up more similar to an investment management company. So within the realm of my responsibility, when we look at these geopolitical situations, we see it more as a risk premium questions, right? So it is not about what kind of conversation or what kind of deals US did with Iran, but it's more about how is it going to affect inflation expectations, how is it going to affect the shipping route and the energy prices, and how is that going to translate in terms of what risk and opportunities out there. So those are areas that we pay attention to purely from how we can see whether some of these events are how much can they be priced into the investment opportunities.
Does that, I mean, do these investment opportunities, can you share a bit about, I guess just in terms of the geographic allocations of your fund? Are you looking more in the US? Are you looking into China? Domestic equities?
Yeah, so the great thing about Danantara at the moment is that we just started, and our capital comes from the dividend from the state-owned enterprise, also from the external funding that we got just a few weeks ago. Danantara issued bonds, so our capital is funded through different channels, and because of this, right now we just have a huge pile of cash, if you want. So in terms of, how are we going tactically move into different geography, that is not so much our question right now, because we are still trying to get a broader exposure across geography. Obviously, we are, as an Indonesian sovereign fund, we look into local assets as well, because that's where we have the advantage. We are closer to them. We know what's happening. It's easier for us to access, but we look at assets across the globe.
Let me ask one more follow-up question. I mean, you mentioned local assets, and obviously the big story with Indonesian equities is MSCI is reviewing its decision to downgrade Indonesia's emerging market status in November. So what is the role of Danatara? Are you involved in these discussions? How are you thinking about this? And if it does happen, is Danatara going to step in and be a buyer of last resort, for example, and try to fill sort of foreign investors leaving, for example?
Yeah, so the event with MSCI earlier this year was quite, what makes the first year at Danantara not boring. So, as the investment management firm of Danantara, we look at the situation from the investor perspective, and MSCI decision is MSCI decision. They have their own methodology, and they are independent in that. We're not meddling in the conversation. We are part of the, market players. They are being consulted by MSCI, but we are not the only one. There are other players out there that MSCI consulted with. So for us, although that move created havoc in the Indonesian stock markets, I personally see it as a great time to push for reform, because like other investors, foreign investors, I also want to see a capital markets that is liquid, that is transparent, with strong governance. So if this has to be triggered by potential review or downgrade by an agent like MSCI, it's great, because this will push the reform faster. As we've seen, the stock exchange have made some plans, and they have been executing the plans. Obviously, this is not something that can be done in a couple of months. This requires consistency, and I think that's also what we want to see as an investor, that there is consistency in executing the plan to reform for improvements, because credibility is built through this seemingly small steps, but consistent through time. So us as an investor, we look at Indonesian companies from their fundamental value. A lot of them now are being undervalued because of this broad sentiment about Indonesia, but we are a long-term investor. So we look at values and we take it when we can. But one thing that Danantara is we are not a bailout vehicle. So our incentive is to make the capital market stronger and deeper, not just to provide some short-term injection that is not going to be helpful in the long term.
Understood. Tamilan, tell us a bit more about Mongolia. I know there's quite a lot going on with data center build-outs and a lot of investment in green energy. What is the role of the fund in this, and sort of how do you see the different opportunities in AI and the transition to green energy?
So, like I mentioned, we're building up institutions set up to manage 3 funds with 3 distinct mandates, right? And also 3 different geographical horizon as well. So I would say that for the part of the fund has been very much helpful in terms of upgrading our sovereign credit profile, for example. So I'd like to share here that Mongolia, so we talked about uncertainty, we talked about what has happened in the past few years, and despite all this we are experiencing, Mongolia's economy has doubled in the past 5 years since 2020, post-COVID or during COVID times, despite all of the shocks that we were also exposed to. And for us, we're also exposed to commodity shocks as well. So that also adds additional pressure. So for us, partially we're assisting the country to also help ease up the pressure on the foreign currency reserve so that we are able to, withstand those shocks and so on and so forth. But of course, there's the broader government initiative and programs for improving its fiscal discipline, and various factors are involved to keep this growth momentum. So double the digit in 5 years. Last year, the economy showed about 7% growth, 6.9%. And this quarter, or last quarter, first quarter 2026, despite the projections of 5%, we delivered about 7.9% growth as an economy. So what is the fund's role in it? Part of it is being managed overseas, but still also being accounted as part of the foreign currency reserve. Part of it is being managed in the local market, delivering investment returns, a healthy amount, while deepening capital markets as well. So these are, I guess, different areas that we're playing active role in. So for us, beyond immediate investment returns of the fund, what are the broader impact that you can create in the economy through perhaps job creation, to perhaps macroeconomic stability, and so on and so forth. So, but back to your question about data center investments and so on and so forth. So, Mongolia is also carefully building up the green data infrastructure regulatory framework with certain data sovereignty regulatory legislative bill that is being submitted to the parliament, and also enabling that business environment. In order to enable that business environment, obviously we have to do a lot of works around laying the solid soil for investments to come in, right? So first thing that we have approved was tax-free imports of data center equipment and so on and so forth. And next is the state data sovereignty. And then we're doing a lot of, reduction of red tapes and more enablement of renewable energy source creations. So we're inviting attracting investments into renewable energy, and we're creating auctions for the first time. We did it about a month ago, which was succeeded. So many business and investors are coming into Mongolia to take their position, to be able to perhaps in the value chain and ecosystem of data center as well. Yeah. So Mongolia, naturally, by its climate, by its land size, it becomes quite attractive also destination to explore this kind of venture as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think we've got time for one very quick question from the audience. Can you please share your vision and target for AUM size target in the future over the next decade or so? Are there plans to be, bigger than GIC or Norges?
Yeah, maybe a quick one from me first on the Dhanantara. We never really talk about the target AUM necessarily. Okay. If anything, with all this state-owned enterprise that is probably close to 800 or 900 billion US dollar, there's already a lot to do and a lot to unlock. So our goal is not necessarily to become bigger. We just want to be better, more professional, more disciplined, and able to create value from there. So, hopefully at some point we become that big as Norges, but that is not really a target.
This question is very interesting one, and we're actually a very small fund at the early stage right now. The AUM of Chingasan Sovereign Wealth Fund stands at about $2.3 billion. It's a healthy start, I guess. But going forward, obviously, what we're learning from Norges and GICs, the discipline, transparency frameworks, the governance model that builds that resilience that withstands over time, right? So that's more important for us, just like Rani mentioned. But what I guess with this question, what you can also look forward to from Mongolia is also us bringing that sovereign wealth management framework and localizing it into Mongolia. We're also scaling this framework across other SOEs as well. So Mongolia sits at $3.1 trillion worth of natural resources, critical minerals that we haven't yet unlocked. And current administration's actually key policy platform is unlock values, unlock restrictions, unlock red tapes. So we're doing a lot of work around it. The focus is on that. We're also unlocking access to our assets for global market players. Some of you sitting in this room has already expressed your interest to open up your offices in Mongolia. So I would say the next big or the thing we did yesterday was actually we are opening up access to our state-owned enterprises for global market players. So mining and non-mining, yes. And within this, we're actually opening up a call for expressions for global asset managers to come in, help us unlock these values of our state-owned enterprise, be it mining or non-mining. So we have some great opportunities in Mongolia that you could definitely explore, and we'll be happy to become partner in this journey as well.
Great. That's all the time we have today. So thank you for your frank and thoughtful answers, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you to Robin, Rani, and Temulen for an excellent finish to our agenda today. It is always great to have a powerhouse panel of women here on stage. And thank you to all our speakers, moderators, sponsors, partners, and delegates at Reuters NEXT Asia 2026. Today, we've explored a region where momentum is building, where influence is shifting across geopolitics, markets, finance, and technology, and where decisions made today will help shape the next chapter of Asia's growth and global role. We've examined supply chains being redrawn, capital being redeployed, technologies moving from experimentation to scale, and governments and businesses adapting to a more fragmented, competitive, and fast-changing environment. Here in Singapore, where finance, innovation, and diplomacy converge, we've brought together the voices helping define what comes next. And powered by Reuters Global Newsroom, we've sought to connect the signals, interpret the change, and provide a clearer picture of where influence is building, how it is moving, and what it means for the world ahead. On that note, we invite those of you here in Singapore to join us for the evening reception in the lobby. And we invite all of you, including the more than 6 million viewers who joined us on the live stream today, to join us on the next leg of our next journey,
live from Abu Dhabi on October 21 and from New York on December 1 and 2. For now, thank you for being part of Reuters Next Asia. Have a great evening, and we look forward to continuing the global conversation.